Chapter 1554. The green-red dry fire gradually turned transparent, and Qin Mingwei's figure appeared from within. He held a pitch-black hook in his hand, and there was a dense grayish-black aura on the hook. The black aura was like a snake slithering around the hook. How is it? How does the heart-devouring worm taste? Qin Mingwei asked gloomily. This is a heart-devouring worm? How did you plant this heart-devouring worm in my heart? How come I didn't notice it? Evil Zhen's face was pale and his head was covered in sweat. His eyes were red and he asked fiercely, "Look at your technique. It's not the usual technique of the 10,000 poison sect. How come it's similar to the legendary talismans? How could Qin Mingwei care about him?" He waved the hook in his hand and the grayish-black gas faded a bit. At the same time, his face turned slightly gray. Evil Zhen screamed and fell to the ground. He barely managed to stabilize himself. At this time, Qin Mingwei's face was red and the hook in his hand was trembling. The grayish-black gas was gradually absorbed into the hook. It seemed that he couldn't completely control the hook. Evil Zhen felt the pain in his heart lessen. He quickly sat down cross-legged and wanted to use his magic power. Evil Zhen, I didn't expect you to know about talismans. I'm afraid these years, you found a story in the technique teaching pavilion. Qin Mingwei was a bit weak and his voice was hoarse. However, you have good eyesight. I used a talisman technique. If I were you, I wouldn't use my magic power. Otherwise, the heart-devouring worm would be even more powerful. Evil Zhen ignored him. However, when he tried to use his magic power, he felt a heart-wrenching pain again. His face changed and he stopped. Then, Evil Tremor looked at Qin Mingwei, who was inside the cyan fire, and sighed, "Ever since I came back from the ruins of the Buddhist sect, I've only seen Senior Martial Brother Qin once, 10 years ago. I've always been on my guard, so how could I have fallen into your trap? Senior Brother's heart-devouring worm." Ha, Qin Mingwei laughed heartily and said in a hoarse voice, "Junior Martial Brother Zhen, do you still remember the pill I gave you when you were injured by the guardian beast in the ruins of the Buddhist sect 30 years ago?" Evil Zhen was puzzled. "Remember? When I brought it over to take a look, it was to return it to Senior Brother." Suddenly, Evil Zhen's eyes flashed fiercely as he gritted his teeth and said, "Could it be that Senior Brother can place the heart corrosion worm on the elixir that day?" What do you think?" Qin Mingwei smiled and said, "Junior Apprentice Brother Zhen is clearly injured, but you didn't take Elder Brother's medicinal pills. Doesn't that mean you still have the heart to let her go?" "I didn't harm anyone either. Unlike Senior Apprentice Brother Can, who can actually cast a spell and make I fall for it without anyone noticing. Now that I's life is in Senior Apprentice Brother's hands, you call this guarding against people?" Ha, Qin Mingwei laughed coldly. "Junior Brother Zhen, this is the pot calling the kettle black. I may have cast a spell, but that was to protect myself. If not for Senior Apprentice Brother's trap, how could I have triggered the heart corrosion worm? Junior Martial Brother Zhen, haven't you thought about why Senior Apprentice Brother I didn't trigger the heart corrosion worm even after 30 years? Isn't it because you haven't found the origin of the exquisite tower yet? You don't dare to act recklessly." Evil Zhen's expression softened as he sneered. The green fire around Qin Mingwei grew thinner and thinner as the orange fire swallowed up half of the green fire. Qin Mingwei's expression was bitter as he said, "If Junior Martial Brother Zhen reduces the power of the azurely fire array, I can answer your questions." Thinking for a moment, Evil Zhen took out a small flag and waved it, causing the orange fire to weaken a bit. "I am listening. I don't know how many years this spell technique has been lost. When I was refining Qi, I accidentally obtained this soul tool and learned some spell techniques. Unfortunately, cultivating spells is different from my cultivation path. Cultivation focuses on communicating with heaven and earth and using the heaven and earth spiritual energy for one's own use. Spells, on the other hand, are related to the mysterious path of the soul. The soul is born in the body and tempering the soul. The foundation of cultivating spells is tempering the body. The body of a cultivator is extremely weak, so how can I cultivate spells? Senior martial brother can, you can cultivate body cultivation. Evil-Jin replied. At this moment, the two of them were completely different from before. They didn't look like two mortal enemies. If it weren't for the fact that one of them was in the fire and the other was sitting in the air with a strange expression on his face, anyone who saw them would have thought that they were two real martial brothers who were discussing Tao. Body cultivation? Those were merely some insignificant Taoists left behind after the decline of the Tao of talismans. I am already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, so there is no need for me to take the wrong path. Ken Mingwei snorted. This heart-nibbling worm was originally a method of the 10,000 poison sect. If you used a normal method, I would have been able to detect it. How did senior martial brother Ken use the spell technique? Evil-Jin asked thoughtfully. Ken Mingwei replied, this is something that I have learned over the years, so I naturally can't reveal it. In fact, it is very simple. Since my body isn't strong enough to cultivate spells, I naturally have to use it in a flexible way. Using the spell technique to control the heart-nibbling worm, even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to detect it, right? Humph, Evil-Jin sneered. Unfortunately, although I can use the spell technique to control the heart-nibbling worm, the price to do so is far from what junior martial brother Zhen can imagine. Therefore, although I have a backup plan, I haven't used it yet. Ken Mingwei sighed and looked at the flames around him. He then looked at Evil-Jin who was outside the formation and said, I have told you so much because I want to tell you that I am only doing this to protect myself. If junior martial brother Zhen removes this formation, I will immediately remove the heart-nibbling worm. You and I will still be good brothers. We will both comprehend this exquisite tower together. Evil-Jin slowly nodded. Senior martial brother Kan's words are exactly what I was thinking. We have a great future and also have a Buddhist sex treasure. There is no need for us to waste our time here. Ken Mingwei was overjoyed and clapped his hands. Great minds think alike. How about we cast the spell together? All right. Evil Quake slowly stood up and picked up the small flag. Ken Mingwei also raised the small hook, and the grayish-black fog came out again. As soon as Evil-Jin raised the flag, Ken Mingwei asked, Senior martial brother Kan, what is the price for using the heart-nibbling worm? Ken Mingwei was surprised. The hook in his hand paused for a moment. I'm afraid junior martial brother won't believe me. Senior martial brother, it's up to me whether or not you believe me. Evil-Jin raised the flag again. 20 years of life. Ken Mingwei said and raised the hook in his hand. Evil-Jin's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Nodding, he said, all right, senior martial brother Kansas. I will count to 3 and cast the spell at the same time. All right. 1, 2, 3. Evil-Jin didn't hesitate to count to 3. Once he finished counting to 3, the two of them would use their artifacts and soul armaments at the same time. Dozens of orange-red rays of light shot out from the small flag, but these rays of light didn't hit the area around the formation. Instead, they hit the orange-red flames around Ken Mingwei. At the same time, all of the black fog around Ken Mingwei's hook disappeared. Evil-Jin let out a heart-wrenching scream and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Inside the formation, the orange-red light shone everywhere. The fire was 10 times stronger than before and broke through Ken Mingwei's defenses. The orange-red flames quickly spread to Ken Mingwei's body. The two of them, both of them wanted to kill the other in an instant. You! Ken Mingwei was also shocked. He knew very well that this dry flame was the nemesis of his ignited fire physique. If the ignited fire true chi in his body was ignited by this dry flame, he would have no way to extinguish it. He would only end up being burned to death by this dry flame. Thinking about the blood oath he had made with Evil-Jin in the ruins of the Buddhist sect, Ken Mingwei's heart tightened. He desperately urged the little hook to kill Evil-Jin before the dry flame ignited his true chi. If Ken Mingwei was like this, how could Evil-Jin not be like this? When Evil Zhen heard that Qin Mingwei would lose 20 years of his lifespan to activate the soul-devouring worm, he didn't know if that was true or not. Since Qin Mingwei had paid such a huge price to activate the soul-devouring worm, how could he give up so easily? Activating the soul-devouring worm was already a huge price, but what about getting rid of it? Wouldn't the price be even higher? Moreover, talismans were very mysterious. Without a powerful spell, it was impossible to detect them. This was one of the reasons why the talismans were destroyed. Evil Zhen wouldn't let such a dangerous enemy escape from the formation he had set up. As a result, Evil Zhen was even more determined to kill Qin Mingwei. He had already used up all of his energy to activate the flag. He wanted to kill Qin Mingwei before the soul-devouring worm was fully activated. Whoosh! Evil Zhen's body fell rapidly. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand still in the air. The talisman's method was really strange. When Evil Zhen was talking to Qin Mingwei, he had already tried several secret techniques of the Imperial Thunder sect, but none of them worked. Through the control of the formation, Evil Zhen knew that the fire was about to reach Qin Mingwei. He also knew that all of Qin Mingwei's magic tools and other items were refined with leaf fire. If he used them, they would undoubtedly be combustible. Qin Mingwei wouldn't rashly use them. Evil Zhen endured the incomparable pain in his heart and waved his hand. He struck himself with a spell seal and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the small flag. He quickly waved his hand and a gorgeous orange light shot out from the small flag. As the light shot out, the small flag lost its color. Evil Zhen's heart was in severe pain and his vision turned black. His entire body fell from the air. A late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator was easily killed by a strange talisman without any room to resist. Presumably, Evil Zhen wouldn't be able to rest in peace. He had so many tricks up his sleeve that he didn't even have the chance to use before he became the soul-devouring worm's food. Evil Tremor's final attack before his death was also frightening. When the light landed on the orange flames, the flames doubled in size. Qin Mingwei was surrounded by an orange sea of flames. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Qin Mingwei clenched his teeth and took out a shiny talisman from his storage pouch. He activated his Fa Li and placed it on his body. With a buzzing sound, an extremely bright light flashed from Qin Mingwei's body. Within the light, Qin Mingwei's upper body gradually changed. His face, neck, and arms were covered in layers of fine lines. Moreover, his slightly pale golden skin turned green. After the light faded, a monster that looked somewhat similar to a giant she-beast appeared in the air. Its body was actually several feet taller than before. Roar! At this moment, Qin Mingwei's roar was different. It was like a horse's roar. His huge body charged through the flames and flew towards the formation's light barrier. However, just as Qin Mingwei's huge body passed through the sea of fire, the dry fire ignited his entire body. However, his green skin was thick and coarse, and it actually had the effect of blocking the dry fire. For a moment, it was unable to burn into his meridians. Rumble! Qin Mingwei flew in front of the formation. He raised his large fist and smashed it at the light barrier. Deafening sounds continuously came from the light barrier. The light barrier violently shook and showed signs of loosening. Qin Mingwei's divine sense sensed something and was overjoyed. His two fists rained down like raindrops. As the light barrier shook, the light gradually weakened. Without anyone controlling it, the formation truly began to collapse. However, as the light from the formation weakened, the green light on Qin Mingwei's body also weakened. The patterns on his exposed skin also gradually disappeared. True fear appeared in Qin Mingwei's eyes. As he struck the formation with one fist, his other hand continuously formed seals in an attempt to extinguish the flames. However, Qin Mingwei didn't dare to use any fire-type spells. As for water-type defensive spells, only powerful ones had some effect. However, these effects were like a cup of water in the seemingly endless sea of flames. Roar! Qin Mingwei raised his head and roared. He didn't think of anything else and continued to strike the formation with his two fists. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out and a slight crack appeared on the light barrier of the formation. Ken Mingwei was overjoyed. Just as he was about to strike the crack with his fist again, the green light on his body suddenly faded. At the same time, a dim talisman floated down from his body. No! Ken Mingwei panicked. He reached out his hand to grab the talisman, but at that moment, he saw a wisp of fiery light sweep across his body. His gradually shrinking body immediately began to burn like dry firewood. Ken Mingwei could sense that the quintessential qi in his meridians had been ignited as well. The fire began to burn from the inside out. Although he knew that evil tremor was no longer alive outside the formation, he still sighed. He slapped his hand and took out a small hook from his storage bag. Before he died, he waved it one last time. Chapter 1555. Two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators were both wounded in front of Xiaohua. One was strangely killed by the mind-corroding worm, and the other was burned to death by the dry fire. Xiaohua was originally lying on the ground of the spell formation, playing dead. However, as the two continued to act more and more brilliantly, Xiaohua couldn't help but open his eyes and perk up his ears to watch the show. At this time, the sky was already dusk. The setting sun shone in the west with its blood-like splendor. The dusk in the shadows of the surrounding mountains covered the spell formation. Not far from Xiaohua, the flame was still emitting its last blazing heat in the air. Alas, where there are people, there will be fighting. Master's wife is absolutely right. Xiaohua was deeply moved. Although these two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators didn't release their pressure, neither of them looked at Xiaohua. However, their fighting methods, the power of the talismans, the effects of the talismans, and the terror of the dry fire all made Xiaohua shudder. Xiaohua deeply knew that even if he didn't use this spell formation, he wouldn't be able to last 10 moves against these two. 30 years, these two really could endure silently. For that so-called Buddhist treasure, in the end, the two still lost their lives. The talisman technique, which is the sinister technique of Jinghua City's Zhu clan, is really powerful. Late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators don't even have the strength to fight back. However, the price of using the talisman technique is too high. 20 years of life. Alas, no matter how powerful the talisman technique is, it's not as powerful as this Ken Mingwei's scheming. He made the first move 30 years ago. In comparison, this evil tremor is much worse. What was the crystal chip that Ken Mingwei used before he died? It looks similar to the Yunqing talisman that Li Zongbao used at that time. Could it be a talisman? Yes, it should be. I'm afraid it's some spirit beast's fur and blood that caused the body to mutate and produce great strength. This kind of strength is 10 times more powerful than the Vajra talisman, but it's much weaker than this young master's strength. The lifespan talisman technique, what Buddhist treasure, still depends on luck. Even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators don't have the fortune to enjoy it, right? The death of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator greatly stimulated Xiaohua. Xiaohua couldn't help but think a lot. As the last ray of light from the setting sun disappeared from the earth, Xiaohua suddenly woke up. Damn it, what was I thinking? The two old things are dead, but I'm still trapped by the formation. Looking at the situation, if I can't escape by myself, I can only wait to be discovered. Let's not talk about whether they'll kill me to silence me if they think about the benefits. Even if it's the talisman spell or the Buddhist sex treasures, I won't have a share in them. Making a prompt decision, Xiaohua sent his consciousness into the space and called Goldie out. Mother. When Little Yellow heard Xiaohua's words, he was very puzzled. Needless to say, he didn't understand anything about restrictions or formations. He could only look at Xiaohua blankly. Little Huang, look, Mother can't even move. Her body is tied up by something. Come and help Mother untie it. Xiaohua thought for a long time and could only say this. Xiao Hua originally wanted to say something else, but something that made him flabbergasted happened. He saw Little Yellow first look around with his eyes in confusion, then reluctantly fly to Xiao Hua's body and spin around for a while before landing in front of Xiao Hua. Then, he threw himself on the ground and closed his eyes, looking very tired. Poor child. Xiao Hua couldn't bear it. Just as he was about to let Little Yellow go back, the tightly shut third eye on Little Yellow's forehead gradually opened. That silvery white eye emitted an extremely faint silver brilliance. Following that emotionless eye circling around Xiao Hua's body, Little Yellow's third eye slowly closed. Then, Little Yellow didn't open his eyes, but said very weakly, "Mother, I don't have any strength left. Can you call Little Silver out?" Little Silver? Xiao Hua stared blankly, then immediately understood. His mind was everywhere, and the spirit-seeking mouse, which didn't listen to Xiao Hua at all, had been brought out with great difficulty by Xiao Hua. Little Silver had been running around anxiously when he couldn't find Little Yellow in the space, but he had listened to Little Yellow's instructions and didn't run out of the 10 zhang radius. When he saw Little Yellow, he immediately flew onto Little Yellow's back and used his little tail to wrap around the fur on Little Yellow's back. Unfortunately, Little Yellow's fur wasn't long, and Little Silver couldn't wrap around it after trying a few times. Little Yellow pointed at Xiao Hua's body with its mouth. Xiao Hua should have understood, and the little mouse head shook its head repeatedly. It was very disdainful of Xiao Hua, but in the end, it still reluctantly flew to Xiao Hua's back, opened its little mouth, and started gnawing at the empty space on his back. Zzz. That faintly discernible sound kept coming. Xiao Hua got goosebumps all over when he heard it. At that moment, Xiao Hua had already sobered up from the strangeness of seeing Little Yellow's third eye. It was when the silver eye had appeared that the 4 words, "Delusion Breaker Magic Eye," had flashed through his mind. If the one on Little Yellow's forehead is a delusion breaker magic eye, then isn't the one on my left hand also a delusion breaker magic eye? But why can Little Yellow's open, but mine can't? Xiao Hua came to his senses, and this was his first thought. Furthermore, this delusion breaker magic eye can actually see the weakness of a restriction. Is this Little Silver gnawing on that restriction? My goodness, this spirit-seeking mouse is really different. It can actually use its teeth to gnaw on a restriction. He didn't know if it was because the restriction at the late foundation establishment stage was abnormally tough, or if it was because Little Silver was still small and didn't have enough strength, but it wasn't until the full moon rose in the sky that Xiao Hua suddenly felt the pressure on his back loosen, and then his whole body was shackled with a lot less force. Good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists as hard as he could. Then, with a loud shout, "Open," he pushed his arms outwards at the same time. Xiao Hua was extremely strong at that moment. Although Evil Tremor's magic power was strong, Little Silver had already broken the Great Confinement spell. Wherever Xiao Hua's strength passed, the entire restriction immediately collapsed, and with a flash of brilliance, it was completely annihilated. Little Silver, who had been on Xiao Hua's back, was startled when it was suddenly bounced up. Before it could come back to its senses and fly onto Little Yellow's back, a big hand caught it. Little Silver was initially repulsed, but there was an aura in the big hand that made him feel peaceful. Little Silver couldn't help landing on the big hand, and very habitually, its little tail curled around Xiao Hua's right little finger. It was exactly the same as when Little Silver was born. Little Silver's little head wasn't big enough. It raised its head and squeaked as it looked at the colossal Xiao Hua, a trace of blood seeping out of Little Silver's teeth. Good Little Silver. Xiao Hua had seen it earlier, and very tenderly reached out to stroke Little Silver's head. Little Silver closed its eyes slightly, looking like it was enjoying itself. After a while, Xiao Hua put the exhausted Little Yellow and Little Silver into the space. Little Silver seemed to be reluctant to part with Xiao Hua's hand as its little tail actually wrapped around it. It was only after Little Yellow scolded it that it reluctantly let go. But when Xiao Hua was about to put Little Yellow into the space, he ran into another problem. "Mother, there seems to be a very nice smell here, and it seems edible. I don't want to go back now. Little Yellow said tiredly as it refused to go back into the space. Xiao Hua was very surprised. He had never known what Little Yellow ate, so when he heard it now, he naturally wouldn't let it go back so easily. Thus, Little Yellow lay on Xiao Hua's shoulder and flew up into the air. The array which had been cracked by Can Mingwei at dusk had already started to gradually recover, and the crack was almost gone. Xiao Hua reached out and took the tip of the magic spear in his hand. He then exerted all his strength and swiftly stabbed the same spot on the crack a dozen times. With a hua sound, like glass shattering, a brilliant light flashed in the area of several dozen zhang around them. 6 sparkling discs appeared in the air, and then they all fell to the ground. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the 6 discs fell into his hand one by one. Looking at the runes on the discs, and then looking at the unknown texture of the discs, Xiao Hua gave up the idea of exploring it, and put all the discs into the space. Then, Xiao Hua quickly walked over to Evil Quake's corpse and picked up the small flag that had fallen to the side. The small flag was heavy in his hand, and the flagpole was made of a pitch-black material. The flag was engraved with many flame-like runes, and with a slight wave, the runes seemed to be able to float. With the small flag and the discs, Xiao Hua naturally wanted to find the method to set up the array. But looking at Evil Quake's corpse, Xiao Hua hesitated. If he only took the method to set up the array, he naturally wouldn't be willing. Xiao Hua definitely wouldn't let go of the things in Evil Quake's storage bag, but if he took everything, he couldn't leave the corpse behind. But if he didn't leave Evil Quake's corpse behind, then Evil Quake would mysteriously disappear. Maybe it would cause some commotion in the Imperial Thunder sect, and he wouldn't be able to get anything, and would even be caught. Grandma, who's afraid of who? This young master is only a Qi condensation disciple, you can suspect anyone, but this young master. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't let go of anything useful. He reached out and took off Evil Quake's storage bag, and without looking at the things inside carefully, he threw them all into the space. Then, he threw the empty storage bag on the ground, and with a wave of his right hand, a wisp of purple flame appeared in his hand. That flame looked incomparably pure, and also extremely poignant. It was the Samadhi true fire that Xiao Hua had been practicing for more than 2 years. Xiao Hua flicked his hand, and a purple spark flew out from the flame, slowly falling on Evil Quake's corpse. With a tang sound, Evil Quake's corpse suddenly burst into flames, just like Can Mingwei's body that was ignited. After a moment, seeing that Evil Quake's corpse and the storage bag had turned into ashes, Xiao Hua held the Samadhi true fire in his hand and turned to look at the place where Can Mingwei fell. Can Mingwei was injured by the Samadhi true fire, so there wasn't any corpse on the ground. There was only a small pitch-black hook in the ashes, and a small pagoda that was about 3 feet long and 1 foot wide. And this small pagoda should be the exquisite heaven evolution pagoda that they were talking about. Xiao Hua extinguished the Samadhi true fire in his hand, then reached out and picked up the exquisite heaven evolution pagoda from the ground. After looking at it roughly, he put it into the space. At the bottom of the exquisite pagoda, another small section of white bone was revealed. Chapter 1556. Why is there a white bone here? Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the ground ere the exquisite pagoda was just now. A white bone was strangely placed there. It's Can Mingwei's remains? Xiao Hua was puzzled. If it's Can Mingwei's remains, it's impossible for there to be only a section left. Moreover, it looks very neat. Who cares what it is? Thinking about what kind of talisman Can Mingwei used, Xiao Hua's heart trembled. The true Samadhi fire in his hand was still going to burn this white bone. However, what made Xiao Hua even more shocked was that the white bone didn't turn into ashes like he imagined under the pure purple flames of the true Samadhi fire. Instead, it became even more lustrous. Only, this lustrous luster was faint green. Under the moonlight, it was somewhat frightening. Strange. Xiao Hua was greatly surprised. He urged the magic power in his body and added 2 more wisps of true Samadhi fire. The fire burned even brighter and the green light of the white bone became even brighter. After another moment, the green light on the white bone flashed. From the green light, crooked characters that were somewhat similar to tadpoles but were also extremely different appeared. After these characters appeared, they flowed above the white bone like water and the white bone returned to its original white appearance. It turned out that this faint green luster was emitted by these characters themselves. Green seal script. Xiaohua saw these characters and immediately cried out in surprise. Admittedly, he had never seen these characters before. However, he had seen them in the booklet given to him by the Jinghua City's Zhu family. These green seal scripts were precisely the characters that recorded the orthodox talisman techniques. They were different from the characters commonly used in the Xiaoyu continent's cultivation world. According to the booklet, these green seal scripts were characters that had been passed down from the primordial era until now. Each character had a mystical talisman power. The talisman techniques left behind from the primordial era could only be recorded in these characters. Moreover, they could only be used in these characters. Good heavens, when this young master saw it, I only took it as a pastime and even scoffed at it. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I dare to truly believe it. Xiaohua opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, this green seal script is already so mystical. Then, those two unknown characters used by the primordial celestials, what are they like? What kind of earth-shattering magic power is there? While thinking, Xiaohua reached out his hand and picked up the white bone. Following the instructions in the book, he released his perception and carefully touched the green seal on the white bone. Speaking of which, it was quite mysterious. The green seal followed Xiaohua's perception and flowed towards his Naiwen palace. However, Xiaohua's mind did not gain anything from the green seal even after it rotated around Xiaohua's Naiwen palace for a moment. He was unable to read anything. Could it be that the records in the book are wrong? Xiaohua frowned. But at this moment, the reverse light in the space behind Xiaohua's head flickered. The green seal suddenly changed direction and entered the space. Moreover, it started to revolve around the reverse light. In an instant, symbols, words, and runes appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Moreover, as the images of those talismans and incantations were left in Xiaohua's mind, the green seal gradually dimmed until it completely disappeared. This is different from what was recorded in the book. Xiaohua felt the disappearance of the green seal and looked at the white bone in his hand. He was somewhat at a loss. He wanted to find an answer from the green seal in his mind. Unfortunately, he recognized the green seal, but the green seal did not recognize him. Xiaohua could not understand a single word. Damn it! Xiaohua waved the white bone in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he also stored it in the space. However, what he did not notice was that as soon as the white bone entered the space, extremely small lightning flashed in the space and attacked the white bone from all directions. Qin Mingwei's storage pouch was burned by the fire. All the spirit pills, spirit stones, and other things inside were gone. Only the exquisite derivation pagoda and the white bone that recorded the talismans and incantations were left. After taking these things, Xiaohua's gaze naturally fell on the small hook on the ground. After seeing the use of this small hook, Xiaohua envied the strangeness of this thing. Thinking about it with his feet, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was killed by this thing without anyone noticing. As a qi condensation cultivator, how could Xiaohua not be moved? However, the reason why Xiaohua took this thing in the end was because he had some misgivings about this so-called soul tool. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Sweeping his perception around the soul tool, he did not find anything abnormal. That grayish-black fog also did not reappear. Xiaohua waved his hand and the small hook immediately flew up and landed in Xiaohua's hand. The hook was light as a feather, almost weightless. However, in Xiaohua's hand, a cold feeling came from his hand and also from his heart. Strange. Xiaohua had encountered too many strange things tonight. He could not help but say that it was strange a few times. Holding the small hook in front of his eyes, he turned it left and right. The pitch-black small hook also absorbed the brilliance of the full moon and did not emit any light. Xiao Huang, who was lying on Xiao Hua's shoulder, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a shriek. "What's wrong?" Seeing Xiao Huang's shriek, Xiao Hua very naturally asked. But at this moment, a palm-sized shadow flew out from the small hook and pounced at Xiao Hua's face with extreme speed. Ah! Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed and instinctively tilted his head back. However, that shadow was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already pounced on Xiao Hua's face. Xiao Hua only felt his vision darken. That palm-sized shadow actually penetrated Xiao Hua's head and pounced on the location of his Naiwan palace. Your Naiwan palace? Grandma. Why don't you have a Naiwan palace? Xiao Hua actually heard Qin Mingwei's voice strangely. He did not know whether it was in his ears or in his heart. Qin Mingwei. You. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of the use of Qin Mingwei's soul tool at the last moment. This guy actually hid his primordial spirit in the soul tool and wanted to possess his Naiwan palace. But, my Naiwan palace? Why don't I have a Naiwan palace? Xiao Hua's heart was greatly alarmed. At this moment, Xiao Huang, who had been lying on Xiao Hua's shoulder all this time, suddenly flashed with joy. With a swing of its large tail, it suddenly flew up to face Xiao Hua's face. Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit did not discover Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace and could only withdraw from Xiao Hua's mind. But at this moment, Xiao Hua, who was facing Xiao Hua, humphed. A white brilliance shot out from Xiao Hua's nose and covered Xiao Hua's face. An incomparably powerful suction force was born from that white light and firmly grabbed onto Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit. At this moment, a sound of panic came from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Without waiting for Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit to say another word, the white brilliance from Xiao Hua's nose contracted and Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit was sucked into Xiao Hua's body. This. Xiao Hua was stupefied. He never thought that Xiao Huang's food would actually be the primordial spirit of a cultivator. This was the primordial spirit of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. A primordial spirit that had been tempered for hundreds of years and was incomparably sturdy. It was actually so easily eaten by Xiao Huang. This scene was even more shocking than when Xiao Hua saw Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit fly out of the soul armament. And it was even more shocking than everything he had seen and heard today. Burp! Xiao Huang seemed to burp. A voice rang out, "Mother, this thing is really fragrant. No wonder I smelled it just now, it was actually this thing. Mother, I'm tired. I feel warm, like I'm about to grow up." As Xiao Huang said this, its eyes actually slowly closed. "Oh," Xiao Hua replied. With a move of his hand, he also took Xiao Huang into the space. Sure enough, Xiao Huang laid down on the ground and immediately fell asleep. Having encountered a life and death situation, Xiao Hua was no longer in the mood to look at the uniqueness of the soul armament. With a shake of his hand, he put it into the space and then looked around 10 zhang around him. Seeing that there were no longer any obstructions, he flew up and headed in the direction Qin Mingwei came from during the day. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's direction wasn't wrong. During this time, he encountered a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Because he had just seen a sneak attack, Xiao Hua was exceptionally careful. But when that cultivator saw that Xiao Hua was a new disciple of Thunderclap Palace and that he had lost his way, he actually enthusiastically brought Xiao Hua to the vicinity of Thunderclap Palace. Although this cultivator was also going in the same direction, it was enough to make Xiao Hua sigh in his heart. Actually, it's not that some cultivators don't have a conscience and don't have refined and courteous etiquette. It's just that these cultured and refined appearances and the conscience hidden in the depths of their hearts are unable to withstand the test of benefits. As long as there is a conflict of interest, these so-called etiquette and conscience will likely be discarded. And if this cultivator knew that I had a Buddhist treasure on me, I fear he would have already killed me. He wouldn't be so amiable as to bring me back to Thunderclap Palace, right? So, the way to avoid a conflict of interest is to firmly guard your own secret and absolutely not let anyone know. Even if it's your own master or your own senior martial brother, you shouldn't use these great temptations to test each other's kinship. If you can really withstand the test, then it's fine. But if you can't, then the relationship between master and disciple, the relationship between senior and junior martial brothers, will all turn into smoke. If master and eldest senior martial brother are like this, then what about the other disciples of Thunderclap Palace and Thunderclap Sect? What about the direct disciples of Thunderclap Sect and the disciples of cultivator families? Wouldn't they be even more unreliable? Not to mention the temptation, even a little high profile would make them jealous. It's better for me to keep a low profile. Now that I have a cultivation technique, medicinal pills, and many other things, I lack time to cultivate all day long. Who has the patience to play this game with them? As Xiaohua thought this, he made up his mind and was about to step into Thunderclap Palace when a cold voice sounded. Xiaohua? You weren't in Thunderclap Palace last night? Xiaohua was stunned. When he turned his head to look, he saw that it was Zhen Liang, who he had seen in the Jade Archive Hall yesterday. This is bad. I just beat this guy up yesterday. How did he see me today? This is karma. Xiaohua somewhat helplessly stopped his steps. Chapter 1557. Xiaohua was a bit hesitant to answer Zhen Liang's question. Xiaohua didn't know how he should answer Zhen Liang's question. He only heard from Xiang Yang that he was a qi refining disciple and had to return to Zhenlei Palace every day, but he didn't know what kind of punishment awaited him. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Senior brother Zhen, I followed senior brother Xiang Yang to Thunder Palace yesterday to get an errand. When I came back, I was lost and didn't dare to fly around at night. I waited until dawn to leave. I met a Foundation establishment martial uncle outside earlier, and it was he who sent me back. According to Xiaohua's thoughts, Zhen Liang would definitely use this mistake of his to teach him a lesson. Xiaohua didn't have any reason to make up an excuse, so he could only tell the truth. Who would have thought that Zhen Liang's face would reveal a strange expression? He looked at Xiaohua from head to toe, snorted from his nose, and said, It's no wonder. The other disciples came to the Jade Archive Hall on the first day to register and receive their identity token, but you came late on the second day. Moreover, you came in such an aggressive manner that you didn't give any face to the other disciples who were guarding the hall. Then, you hurriedly went to the Thunder Palace to show off your power. How could you think of receiving your identity token? Since that token is the proof of our thunder-controlling sect's disciples, it also has the map of our 8 great thunder palaces and other dangerous palaces. If you didn't take the token, how could you not get lost in Lamo Mountain? Hearing Zhen Liang's words, Xiaohua's face turned green and red. He really didn't know, and the cowardly Xiang Yang probably forgot about this matter because he saw Xiaohua teaching a lesson to a disciple of Jade Archive Hall. Zhen Liang patted his hand and took out a token and a thin booklet from his storage pouch. He sneered and said, I called a disciple to find you at your residence last night, but you weren't there. I had no choice but to send you off personally today. Then, he waved his hand and the token and booklet flew to Xiaohua. Xiaohua reached out to receive them and bowed, Thank you, Senior Brother General yesterday, forget it. It's already over, don't mention it. Zhen Liang waved his hand and turned to leave. As he walked, he said, The token needs to be recognized by blood. The booklet records the key to using the token. Take a good look. Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua didn't think that he would pass this test so easily. His face was full of smiles as he respectfully sent Zhen Liang off. After returning to the fledgling Thunder Peak, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged in his cabin number 1334. He originally wanted to take inventory of the things he obtained from the evil shaker, but in addition to spirit stones, spirit grasses, and dawn, there were only a few magic tools and a few jade slips that seemed to have some origin. Xiao Hua knew that these things could not be used by him in the qi refining stage, and he absolutely could not use them. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, he gave up. Xiao Hua first took out the token and the booklet. The booklet was very thin, and Xiao Hua finished reading it in the time it took to eat a meal. After which, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, he stretched out his finger, and a drop of blood was forced out from his finger and dripped onto the token. Just like the situation yesterday in the Jade Archive Hall, the blood did not seep into the token. Only under the control of Xiao Hua's perception did it gradually seep into the token. As it seeped in, the entire token emitted a faint golden color, and then disappeared, returning to its original appearance. Damn it, the blood on this young master's body seems to have a problem. Xiao Hua sighed, in the future, I can't casually reveal it. Then, Xiao Hua made a hand seal and urged his magic power to hit the token. A bright light flashed, and a rather large topographic map emerged from the token. On the map, there were 8 shining spots, which were very eye-catching. These 8 spots are the 8 great thunder palaces, right? Then, where am I? Looking carefully, sure enough, in one of the light spots, there was a small golden spot flashing. Oh. This is the Zhenlei Palace? While thinking, Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and the dot of light gradually enlarged. 3 small words appeared, Zhenlei Palace. Looking around the 8 great thunder palaces, some places were dark, some places were gray, and there were even a few places that were red. According to the booklet, the red ones should be the forbidden areas of the Imperial Thunder Sect, the gray ones should be the places where there were few people, and the dark ones should be the places where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was scarce. Sure enough, there is a sect. Different from rogue cultivators, these things don't need a single spiritual stone to get. This young master is not afraid of getting lost in the future. Then, Xiao Hua changed his hand seal again, and the token in his hand trembled slightly. Then, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand on the token, and a token that was exactly the same as the one in Xiao Hua's hand was caught in his hand. Ha ha ha, fun. Xiao Hua put the token in his hand into another token, and that token actually disappeared into the other token. Then, Xiao Hua used his hand to catch more tokens, and one after another, exactly the same token appeared out of thin air. Hee, little junior brother, what are you doing? Just as Xiao Hua was having fun, Xiang Yang's voice came from outside the wooden house. Xiao Hua threw a few tokens on the table in the wooden house, and bowed to Xiang Yang, who entered the door, and said, Greetings, big senior brother. I heard you laughing before I entered the door. Xiang Yang said with a smile. Little brother just received a token, and I'm practicing with it. Xiao Hua pointed at the pile of tokens on the table and laughed. Io, look at me. Xiang Yang patted his forehead with his hand and said, I actually forgot to receive your identity token in the Jade Archive Hall yesterday. If you have forgotten, then forget it. Xiao Hua took back the token and said with a smile, the disciple who was beaten in the Jade Archive Hall this morning sent it to me. They sent it? Xiang Yang was slightly surprised, and then nodded slightly. AI, it seems that it's good to have some background. What background can I have? I just got a so-called sect master's token. Xiao Hua was disdainful. Io, my little junior brother, a so-called sect master's token is really easy for you to say. How many cultivators in my Imperial Thunder sect, no matter how profound their cultivation is, how many of them have a sect master's token? Besides, the number of Qi condensation disciples and foundation establishment disciples who have a sect master's token can be counted on one hand, right? Xiang Yang said with a face full of admiration. Let's not talk about this. Xiao Hua said with a smile, big senior brother, what urgent matter did you have yesterday? Is it done? Oh, it's nothing. Xiang Yang clapped his hands and took out a booklet and a token. He said with a smile, this booklet contains the cultivation method for the first level of lightning evasion. Your senior sister-in-law copied it for you last night. Thank you, big senior brother, thank you, senior sister-in-law. Xiao Hua was happy in his heart. He first took the booklet, then looked at the other token strangely. Oh, this token was found by Master last night when he went to the Thunderclap Palace to ask the Palace Master to help you find it. Xiang Yang smiled and handed the token to Xiao Hua. Help me find it? Xiao Hua took it blankly and looked left and right, not knowing what to do. Let's go, you just need to follow me to the Spring Thunder Hall. Xiang Yang rarely kept him in suspense and left the wooden house first. In the Spring Thunder Hall, the disciple on duty was Zhen Zhen from before. Xiao Hua naturally knew. Zhen Zhen didn't joke with Xiang Yang and only looked at Xiao Hua and asked curiously, Xiao Hua, could it be that your helpless master dislikes you for being a loose cultivator and doesn't want you anymore? Xiao Hua curled his lips in his heart and didn't dare to say anything. Xiang Yang cupped his hands and said, Xiao Hua's aptitude is exceptional and is a rare disciple of the Thunderclap Palace. How could my master not want you? I came here on the orders of the deacon of the Thunderclap Palace's Qi Qiao Pavilion. Xiao Hua is guarding the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, which is really too far from the Thunderclap Palace. Going back and forth every day is really tiring, so Xiao Hua can choose a place to cultivate in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. He doesn't need to report to the Thunderclap Palace every day. Oh, so it's like that. Zhen Zhen didn't have any special reaction. With a wave of his hand, the token in Xiao Hua's hand flew into his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and nodded, I understand. In a while, I will bring this token to report. It seems that not having to report to the Thunderclap Palace every day isn't rare. Xiao Hua suddenly understood, but immediately after, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. Indeed, from the deafening Thunder Palace to the 10,000 Thunder Valley, then from the 10,000 Thunder Valley to the deafening Thunder Palace, and then to the Gen Thunder Palace early this morning. Xiao Hua already knew the distance, especially when he had to ask for the Palace Lord's permission at night. Most likely, his master had no choice but to go to the deafening Thunder Palace personally. Xiang Yang had been busy since yesterday until today. He had been working hard for this little junior brother of his whom he had just met. He was helpless. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed. In this world, other than mutual deception and life and death struggles, there was also touching warmth and care. Let's go, little junior brother. I will bring you to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. Xiang Yang cupped his hands and said to Xiao Hua. There's no need, right? Eldest senior brother, I have the token with me. There is also a map on it. I can go there alone. Xiao Hua said. Don't. Let me bring you there first. Xiang Yang said with a smile. The Eastern Ridge Herb Garden is very far. There are many forbidden and dangerous areas. If little junior brother accidentally enters, not to mention master, even your senior sister-in-law will question me. Then I will have to trouble you, eldest senior brother. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm. The Eastern Ridge Herb Garden was indeed very far. Xiang Yang's thunder escape technique was also not successful. Although he was already in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, his flying speed was still not as fast as Xiao Hua's. Therefore, when they arrived at the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, it was already close to noon. Of course, along the way, Xiang Yang pointed out the locations of several forbidden and dangerous areas. Xiao Hua held the token and looked at it while secretly memorizing it in his heart. The place where he met with danger last night was a grayish-black area on the topographic map. It was called the Evil Stream Plain. It should be a place where the heaven and earth Ling Qi was insufficient and where there were few people. Xiao Hua wanted to ask about the situation there, but when the words reached his mouth, he stopped. He planned to bury the matter of last night in his heart for the rest of his life. Look, the Eastern Ridge is not far ahead. Xiang Yang pointed. In the distance, a continuous mountain range rose and fell. The mountain range was light yellow and looked very dazzling under the sunlight. Chapter 1558. Light yellow? Xiao Hua looked from afar and was slightly startled. He asked in a low voice, "Is it because of the eastern ridge's earth fire?" Xiangyang nodded, "Exactly. It is said that this place used to have abundant heaven and earth spiritual energy. My Thunder Palace's Qiao Pavilion set up a medicine garden here to plant spiritual herbs. However, thousands of years ago, there was a huge change in Dawn Rain Continent. Earth fire suddenly appeared in Eastern Ridge, and the heaven and earth spiritual energy here became scarce. Moreover, the fire attribute spiritual energy took up the majority, making it unsuitable for spiritual herbs to grow. Later, Qiao Pavilion set up a pill room here, wanting to borrow the power of the earth fire to refine pills. However, the earth fire was fine at first, but later on, it became scarce. Moreover, this place was extremely far from Thunder Palace, so the pill room was abandoned over time. The two gradually flew closer as they talked. Xiangyang pointed at the yellow spiritual herbs on Eastern Ridge's light yellow mountain range and said with a smile, "Although the pill room was abandoned, the spiritual herbs grew freely. No one cared about them. After all, the spiritual herbs that we consume have to be aged. If you don't care about them, they will grow by themselves. My Thunder Palace's disciples only need to come here at fixed times to take a look and pick suitable spiritual herbs. Those yellow spiritual herbs seem to be Shaoyan grass." Xiaohua looked at the spiritual herbs on the mountain range and asked with some hesitation, "These spiritual herbs are very rare outside. I have been to EG before, but I have never seen them. I have only seen them in books." "Hehe, I didn't expect junior brother to also know about spiritual herbs." Xiangyang clapped and said with a smile, "This is precisely Shaoyan grass. I don't know when it was, or which disciple saw that Shaoyan grass, which was rarely seen in other places, grew extremely well here, so he advised the palace's deacon to plant Shaoyan grass everywhere. I didn't expect to hit the jackpot. Ever since Shaoyan grass was planted in Eastern Ridge, my Thunder Palace's bright flower pill no longer lacked spiritual herbs. Bright flower pill's main ingredient is Shaoyan grass?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Since Shaoyan grass is so precious, why, is there no one guarding here?" Junior brother doesn't know. The Shaoyan grass from before is indeed precious, but the Shaoyan grass planted here probably won't be used up in a few hundred years. Do you think Shaoyan grass is still precious in my Thunder Palace? Besides, this place was really far from the Thunderclap Palace. Which Qi condensation disciple would be willing to come here? Moreover, with the formation set up by our Thunderclap Palace's formation experts, is there still a need to keep watch? Xiangyang stopped and smiled. "Little junior brother, what about the Eastern Ridge's token? If you don't use the token, I'm afraid that only martial uncles of the Oris Core stage would be able to break in." Xiaohua nodded as he listened. He clapped his hand and took out the token. He already knew how to use this token. He formed a seal and his magic power surged out. A wave-like brilliance rushed out from the token. As the brilliance flashed in the air, the brilliance expanded. When it was about 100 feet in front of Xiaohua, it suddenly scattered into specks of light and landed in the air. Sizzle. The light spots were like water droplets falling into a pot of oil. The space where each light spot was located trembled slightly. The trembling was not synchronized at first, but as the trembling increased, it gradually became the same. Rumble, the sky seemed to shake and the earth shook. At the place where the light spots landed, a huge yellow mirror appeared. The other side of the mirror was exactly the same as what Xiaohua had seen before. However, Xiaohua sensed that there were fluctuations of world energy all around the mirror. Only the surface of the mirror was very calm. Needless to say, this mirror should be the passageway to enter the cave. Sure enough, Xiangyang waved his hand and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he flew into the mirror and disappeared. When Xiaohua followed him in, Xiangyang had already sat on the mountain ridge not far away. According to the instructions on the token, Xiaohua and Xiangyang were able to easily find the disciple who was guarding the medicine garden in a rather large Immortal's cave after his meditation. Ha ha ha. Seeing a place about the same size as Master's Immortal's cave, Xiaohua almost jumped up in joy. Xiang Yang looked at this little junior brother who was beaming with joy. His previous worry had already disappeared. Although Xiang Yang wasn't very familiar with the Immortal's cave in the eastern ridge, he still took Xiaohua to see it. This Immortal's cave was divided into 3 sections. The outermost section was a living room with jade tables, chairs, and other things. In the middle was a cloud bed for resting. Next to the cloud bed were bookshelves and other things. The innermost section was the largest and was divided into different caves. There was even a mountain spring that led into these caves. Looking at Xiaohua's somewhat puzzled expression, Xiang Yang smiled and said, "Generally, the Immortal's cave of a cultivator is divided into these 3 sections. Little junior brother should know about the outermost and middle sections. As for the innermost section, most of them are used to cultivate extremely precious spiritual herbs. For example, in Master's Immortal's cave, there are spiritual herbs that are rare even in the Imperial Thunder sect." Then, he pointed at the spring and the cave and said, "This cave is probably used to cultivate different spiritual herbs. Moreover, this Immortal's cave should have existed before the eastern ridge was turned into a medicinal garden." "Hehe, eldest senior brother is right." Xiaohua smiled and said, "There are spiritual herbs all over the mountain. Who would plant spiritual herbs in their own Immortal's cave?" "Hehe, I'm just guessing." Xiang Yang shook his head and said, "Actually, each spiritual herb requires a different amount of spiritual qi. Although the eastern ridge is rich in spiritual qi and it's more than enough to cultivate ordinary spiritual herbs, it's still not enough to cultivate precious spiritual herbs. Didn't you see these different caves? Every cave should have a different array used to promote the growth of different spiritual herbs." Promote the growth of spiritual herbs. Xiaohua's heart stirred. It was very easy for him to think of the space's backtrack. "Okay, little junior brother, I still have other things to do. I won't take you around the eastern ridge." Xiang Yang stretched and said, "After all, this eastern ridge. I've only been here a few times. Wait until you're familiar with it, then you'll know. Thank you for your guidance, eldest senior brother." Xiaohua bowed and thanked him. "You and I are brothers, there's no need to be so polite." Xiang Yang helped Xiaohua up and said, "Actually, when you asked why there's no one guarding the eastern ridge, there are still 2 reasons that I didn't tell you. Senior brother, there's no harm in saying it." When Xiaohua heard that there were actually 2 reasons, he couldn't help but be surprised. The first reason is that the spiritual qi here is very violent. It's not easy to draw it into the meridians and it's very unfavorable for a qi condensation stage disciple's cultivation. Xiang Yang looked at Xiaohua's not too good expression and said, "However, I heard from Master that little junior brother has the hidden fire physique. The fire attribute is the most violent. Maybe it won't affect you much? You can try first. If it really doesn't work, then you'll have to do this job for a year. At this time next year, when you're promoted from an apprentice disciple to an official disciple, it won't be too late to find another job." Okay. Xiaohua nodded. "Now that I think about it, I really should have discussed it with eldest senior brother first. I was really rash at that time. Hehe, you're still young. Once bitten, twice shy. This little loss is nothing," Xiang Yang said. Then, he adjusted his expression and said in a low voice, "There's still the second reason. It's a place 100 li north of the eastern ridge. It's the strangest forbidden area of the Imperial Thunder sect. Previously, it was said that several disciples on duty inexplicably disappeared. No one knew if they were alive or dead. Some people suspect that it has something to do with that forbidden area." Xiaohua was frightened by Xiang Yang's words and broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. "Therefore, little junior brother, if you have nothing to do, don't go out blindly. Inside the eastern ridges formation, there will be disciples from the Qiqiao Pavilion coming to pick flame dawn grass every year. Now that you're on duty, if they come, open the formation and give them a sufficient amount of flame dawn grass. If they don't come, then send the flame dawn grass back to Thunder Shock Palace. Left and right. Don't go near that forbidden area. Xiang Yang said seriously. Oh, so that's how it is. After listening to Xiang Yang's warning, Xiao Hua's heart relaxed. Xiang Yang's words had always been filled with warnings, but Xiao Hua understood that this last reason was most likely made up by Xiang Yang himself. He was afraid that Xiao Hua would be immature and run around. This eastern ridge was more than 100 li away from the forbidden area. It was also protected by an extremely powerful formation. How could those disciples disappear for no reason? I'm afraid it's the same story as Jin Xia and Qin Mingwei last night, right? Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. However, he was also grateful. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for eldest senior brother's reminder. Little junior brother's cultivation is more important. I definitely won't cause trouble." Good, then this elder brother is relieved. Xiang Yang clapped his hands and said, "You have this elder brother's message talisman in your hand. That message talisman can send messages over a long distance in my Imperial Thunder sect. If you have any problems with your cultivation method or other matters, you can send a message to this elder brother. This elder brother will rush over as soon as possible." Good. Then, this elder brother will take his leave. Xiang Yang flew into the air. Xiao Hua opened the formation and sent him out. Xiang Yang was still in the air, but he was still somewhat worried that little junior brother, you have to cultivate diligently. Last night, Master personally made a trip to the Thunderquake Palace for you. He has high expectations for you. You must not let down Master's painstaking efforts. Little junior brother understands. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Eldest senior brother, go back and tell Master that little junior brother will be able to ask him for guidance in less than 2 years. This elder brother understands. This elder brother will definitely pass this message to Master." Xiang Yang laughed. With a wave of his big sleeve, he flew into the distance. Looking at Xiang Yang's back and the smile in Xiang Yang's eyes just now, Xiao Hua knew that Xiang Yang didn't believe his words at all. Cultivating from Qi refining level 10 to foundation establishment in 2 years? Perhaps even Li Zongbao, who was known as a cultivation genius, couldn't accomplish this, right? But what was the truth? Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders and used his finger to point. A ray of brilliance shot from the command medallion onto the mirror that had just been opened. Seeing the mirror rapidly shrink, Xiao Hua muttered to himself, "If I'm happy, I'll give you guys a pleasant surprise next year." But, wouldn't doing this be too high profile? It's very inconsistent with my low-key style of conduct. Xiao Hua pinched his chin, somewhat distressed. Chapter 1559. The Eastern Ridge's herb garden was extremely large. However, just as Xiang Yang said, most of it was planted with flame dawn grass. Only the shady side of the mountain peak far away from the cave was planted with other spiritual herbs. However, even if it was only a small portion, it was still many times larger than Shang Huaming's herb garden. Inside, there were many ordinary and unusual spirit grasses of various colors. They were all planted in different areas, filling up one side of the mountain peak. However, with Xiao Hua's many years of experience, these spiritual herbs were all half dead and far from having any value in refining pills. He was afraid that every time the disciples came to the eastern ridge to pick flame dawn grass, they would never look at it. What a pity! Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as he looked at the spiritual herbs. He had seen these spiritual herbs in the Codex of Herbs before. Although Ling Zongyu from the spiritual grass sect gave him many seeds, those seeds were after all ordinary. Compared to the rare spiritual herbs here, they were not enough. Damn it! After a few days, this young master will familiarize himself with this herb garden. First, this young master will transplant half of the spiritual herbs that this young master does not have in his space. Xiaohua swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, that's right, with the increase in my cultivation, the space has become a lot bigger. And I'm afraid that I can fit the entire eastern ridge into it. These spiritual herbs are still far from enough. If I have time, I have to go to the Qiqiao Pavilion and ask for all the spiritual herbs from the Imperial Thunder sect. Whether the eastern ridge can be planted or not, let's not talk about it first. Let's fill up this young master's space first. In these 2 years, Xiaohua's space had increased exponentially along with his cultivation. Just as Xiaohua said, it was much larger than the mountain range of the eastern ridge. However, no matter how big the space was, when Xiaohua's mind entered it, everything in the space would be reflected in his mind. It was as if the space was his mind. In addition to the fact that his mind could take out anything in the space, Xiaohua's mind was like the master of the space. Of course, it was only like. It was more like a mirror-like reflection. There was no feeling of control at all. As for why this was the case, with Xiaohua's cultivation, he didn't think too much about it. He only felt that this space was much more convenient to use than a storage bag. There was also the growth of the spirit grasses in the space. Naturally, following the growth of Xiaohua's cultivation, the illumination of the spirit light in tracing light became stronger. The growth of the spirit grasses was also several times faster than before. With this kind of growth speed, Xiaohua could easily foresee that, not to mention 1,000-year-old spirit grasses, even 10,000-year-old spirit grasses would be everywhere in the space in the near future. Xiaohua first transplanted some spirit grasses, then flew to other places. It took him nearly a day to roughly look through the medicine garden in the eastern ridge. When he returned to his Immortal's cave at night, Xiaohua carefully took out the warning talisman and placed it at the entrance of his Immortal's cave. Although the eastern ridge was protected by an extremely powerful array, Xiaohua still didn't know what dangers lay within. Then, Xiaohua sat on the jade chair in the Immortal's cave and looked around. At this time, looking at the entire Immortal's cave again, he felt a sense of familiarity. After all, in the next few years, this would be the place where Xiaohua cultivated. After he left Shanghuaming, it was only today that he was finally able to have a cave abode of his own. He was finally able to calm his heart and cultivate. That's right, I was in a daze looking at the spirit grasses today and forgot to take a look at the alchemy room. Xiaohua suddenly remembered that the alchemy room was the most important place for Xiaohua's cultivation. However, because he had been refining the fire essence flame crystal for the past 2 years, and there were still some in his meridians, this matter was thrown to the back of his mind. Let's wait for tomorrow. After all, after using the fire essence flame crystal, I'll have to rely on medicinal pills. There are so many spirit grasses here, and there's also the alchemy room. There's no reason to waste them. Xiaohua thought and clapped his hands. The exquisite Dian pagoda, which was known as the most precious treasure of the Buddhist sect, was taken out from the space. Buddhist sect? What kind of cultivation sect is this? Why haven't I heard of it? It's even a most precious treasure. How could it fall into their hands? I'm afraid that guy is just bluffing. At this time, Xiaohua's horizons had also widened. Looking at 2 late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, he didn't feel that they were very powerful. Holding the small pagoda in his hand, Xiaohua carefully examined it. This small pagoda looked very ordinary and didn't seem to be any different from what he usually saw. There were even some parts that were damaged and looked very broken. It was far from the appearance of the magic tools and treasures that Xiaohua had seen before. TSK, what kind of Buddhist sect's most precious treasure is this? It can't even compare to the magic tool of the spirit husbandry sect. Xiaohua smacked his lips and gave an extremely low evaluation of the exquisite pagoda. Of course, how could he easily give up on something that even late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators would have to risk their lives for? When he looked carefully, the exquisite pagoda was divided into 9 layers. Between each layer, there were 4 thin grooves. From top to bottom, there were a total of 36 grooves. Among these grooves, some were filled with things while some were empty. Xiaohua counted carefully. Aside from the top 2 floors which were empty, the bottom 7 floors were all filled with things. However, at the same time, every floor had 1 or 2 empty grooves. There were a total of 17 grooves that had things in them. It was exactly the same as what Qin Mingwei said. What are the things in these grooves? It seems like, even the late-stage Foundation establishment realm Qin Mingwei doesn't know. Xiaohua naturally couldn't see anything from the outside. He also released his perception. As expected, his perception didn't see anything abnormal. It was one with the pagoda and his perception couldn't penetrate it. Xiaohua turned the exquisite pagoda a few times. Isn't there a protrusion here? On the other side of the exquisite pagoda, Xiaohua saw that there was a protrusion on the other side of the groove. It should be just enough for 2 fingers to clamp it. Sure enough, Xiaohua stretched out his thumb and index finger and just happened to clamp it. Could it be that I can pull it out? Xiaohua thought very naturally. However, he didn't have much hope. This exquisite pagoda had been with Qin Mingwei for dozens of years and he hadn't been able to see through it. There was no reason for him to be able to find the profundity just as it was in his hands. Let's give it a try. Xiaohua used his 2 fingers to pull it out. As expected, the protrusion didn't move at all. It seemed to be one with the small pagoda. Forget it, Xiaohua was still thinking about those green seal scripts and wanted to give up, but, just as he loosened his fingers, he suddenly had an epiphany and suddenly thought of something. Damn it, that damned Qin Mingwei must have also tried this in the past, but the problem is, why didn't he figure it out? There must be something wrong with these protrusions. The more obvious the place, the more likely it is to be the crux of the problem. If this young master can't find this protrusion strange, then I don't need to think about other things. Xiaohua's eyes slightly shrank. He stared straight at the protrusion for the time it took to eat a meal. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua suddenly laughed loudly. He used 2 fingers to clamp the protrusion again and said with a smile, "How am I stupid? If others can't take it out, then it's because they don't have enough strength. What do I have? Strength." As he said this, he took a deep breath and increased the strength of his 2 fingers. Sure enough, as Xiaohua used 60% of his strength, the protrusion really moved. There's hope. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He gradually increased the strength of his fingers and the protrusion was actually pulled out by him little by little. However, even when Xiaohua used all the strength in his body, the protrusion was still not completely pulled out. It was only pulled out less than 3 inches. How much strength did Xiaohua have now? If he couldn't pull it out, then Qin Mingwei definitely couldn't pull it out either. Although it was only 3 inches, it was already enough. As the 3 inches protrusion was gradually revealed, the smile on Xiaohua's face also gradually became wider. In the end, he really didn't have any strength left and loosened his hand. The protrusion immediately retracted. Xiaohua's face didn't seem to be dispirited. Ha ha ha, this young master said it. Casually collecting some strange things will definitely be beneficial. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out an item from the space. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think it is? It is a piece of gold leaf. Xiaohua didn't know where to use the gold leaf. Needless to say, what Xiaohua pulled out from the protrusion of the exquisite pagoda was a piece of gold leaf. Where should I put it? Xiaohua held the gold leaf in his hand and looked it up and down. After all, there were 19 empty grooves. If he put it in the wrong place, he was afraid that there would be a mistake. Who would have thought that when the gold leaf in Xiaohua's hand was just close to the exquisite pagoda, an extremely faint brilliance suddenly emitted from a groove in the exquisite pagoda. That brilliance was white but not white. It was somewhat viscous. When the brilliance shined on the gold leaf, the entire edge of the gold leaf gradually melted. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the appearance of a leaf. This leaf was golden and the veined patterns on it were milky white. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua very naturally placed the leaf into the groove. Sure enough, when the leaf entered the groove, the brilliance retracted back into the exquisite pagoda. On the other side, a protrusion also appeared. Very good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and laughed. Immediately after, Xiao Hua placed the remaining 7 gold leaves into the pagoda. After he placed the last gold leaf into the pagoda, the entire pagoda was immediately enveloped by a layer of milky white brilliance. Bursts of golden brilliance blossomed from the bottom 4 floors, and within the milky white brilliance, there were countless tiny golden lotuses that gushed out from the space. Those countless golden lotuses blossomed one after another, and an indescribable fragrance filled the entire cave. This. Xiao Hua was just surprised when bursts of Sanskrit chants came out from the exquisite pagoda. The chants resounded in Xiao Hua's ears, and his heart felt as if it was filled with the entire world. Tranquility, a piece of tranquility. Peace, a piece of tranquility. When the Sanskrit chants entered his ears, Xiao Hua's heart was incomparably tranquil and serene. An experience that he had never experienced before welled up in his heart. Very naturally, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged with the exquisite pagoda still in his hands. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and his mind entered the space. On one hand, he comprehended the heavenly Tao, and on the other, he silently operated his mental cultivation method. Although the Sanskrit chants could not be heard, Xiao Hua's heart seemed to be able to feel the indistinct rhythm of the Sanskrit chants. Chapter 1560. This Sanskrit chanting was indeed effective. It was like a kind of rain that nourished Xiao Hua's meridians. Xiao Hua's meridians were originally operating the heavenly law's embodiment technique to refine the remaining flames of the fire essence flame crystal. Although this Sanskrit chanting could not increase Xiao Hua's refining speed, the amount of flames that Xiao Hua could refine had greatly increased. Day after day, night after night, Xiao Hua still held the exquisite pagoda in his hand as he sat cross-legged with a solemn appearance. The exquisite pagoda in Xiao Hua's hand was still enveloped in Buddhist light. In the golden light of the lower 4 floors, the golden lotus slowly rotated along with the Sanskrit chanting. It actually escaped from the golden light and flew into the space between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Although Xiao Hua did not move at all, in the space between his eyebrows, as the golden lotus penetrated, a swastika word actually appeared. This swastika word was faint at first, then gradually became clear. However, this swastika word was not complete. Apart from the bottom and right strokes that were complete, the 3rd stroke was not complete, and the 4th stroke was not complete at all. The entire swastika word only appeared faintly at the beginning when it first appeared. When the golden lotus of the exquisite pagoda had completely gathered together to form the swastika word, an entire 2 months had passed. During this period of time, Xiao Hua's body did not move at all, but there was a mysterious fluctuation around his body. The foreign starlight had always been tightly wrapped around him. In his meridians, the remaining flames of the fire essence flame crystal had also been completely refined. Of course, the heavenly law's embodiment technique was still operating, but the amount of true qi that could be refined was already very little. Xiao Hua's cultivation was only fixed at the middle of the 11th level of qi refining. The golden lotus of the exquisite pagoda disappeared, and the golden light of the lower 4 floors of the exquisite pagoda also gradually disappeared. Immediately after, the Sanskrit chanting also stopped. The exquisite pagoda returned to its previous ordinary appearance. It moved, Xiao Hua's eyelids finally moved slightly, as if with a kind of extreme reluctance. Xiao Hua opened his eyes. In an instant, the reverse light in the space began to rotate again, and the foreign starlight suddenly disappeared. Sigh, Xiao Hua's eyes moved slightly, looking at the exquisite pagoda in his hand. There was some eagerness in his eyes as he sighed, this thing is indeed a treasure. But with just a voice, I was brought into a mysterious realm. In this realm, it seems to be filled with tranquility, yet it also seems to be filled with benevolence. It is the exact opposite of I's fire elemental cultivation technique. The heavenly law's embodiment technique and the voice both reinforce and counteract each other. In just 60 days and nights, I was able to push I from the middle stage of the 10th realm to the middle stage of the 11th realm. It is truly marvelous. This Buddhist sect. Which true cultivation sect is it? Judging from the effects of the exquisite derivation pagoda, it wouldn't be any worse than the Imperial Lightning sect. Their ruins? Could it be that their descendants have been wiped out? Just as he was thinking, the medallion in Xiao Hua's bag of holding vibrated. Xiao Hua slapped his hand, and the medallion for the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden appeared. Huh? Someone actually sent a message? Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback. Immediately after, he pointed his hand, and the token flashed with a faint radiance. 4 crimson-red messaging talismans flew in from outside the abode. Wow, there are actually 4 of them. Xiao Hua placed the medallion to the side and put the exquisite derivation pagoda into his space. He was just about to reach out for the messaging talismans. At this moment, the swastika symbol between Xiao Hua's eyebrows slightly rotated. Xiao Hua's mind was suddenly pulled into a strange place filled with Buddhist light. In this place, apart from an indomitable Buddha statue, there was nothing else. What is this thing? Xiao Hua felt that this Buddha statue was like the entire world, but also like grass. Although the entire Buddha statue wasn't particularly clear, the Buddha statue had one hand pointing to the heavens and the other pointing to the earth. Its 2 eyes seemed to contain both the heavens and the earth, but also seemed to contain an aura of boundless benevolence. It was very deeply imprinted in Xiao Hua's mind. Just as Xiao Hua was bewildered, a flower suddenly appeared in the motionless Buddha statue's hand. That flower was like a dream, flowing with light and overflowing with color. The Buddha statue's benevolent expression also appeared along with the flower's appearance. It faintly smiled, and the entire space was suddenly filled with heavenly flowers. Xiao Hua's mind was suddenly filled with many things. It was also in an instant that Xiao Hua's eyes lit up again. His mind returned to his body, and his finger was still about to pinch open the messaging talisman. And the swastika symbol between his eyebrows gradually disappeared, and disappeared into his skin. Good heavens, Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. What is this thing? Immediately, Xiao Hua didn't accept the messaging talisman, and closed his eyes to ponder. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Xiao Hua opened his eyes. His face had an indescribable expression, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. Exquisite Leaf Sutra? This is the Buddhist sect's supreme method of cultivating relics. The sariras cultivated by other dharmic formulations were either round balls or multicolored. Only the relic cultivated by this exquisite leaf sutra is the image of Buddha. Furthermore, it's golden in color. It's called the Buddha's relic. But, what is this relic? Who is Buddha? Xiao Hua was somewhat at a loss. The strangest thing is that this Buddha's relic is formed in the Naiwan Palace. Isn't that where the primordial spirit is? Is it the place where the divine sense is born? Right, speaking of the Naiwan Palace, my Naiwan Palace doesn't seem to have one. Without the Naiwan Palace, how can I cultivate the primordial spirit? How can my divine sense come out? Moreover, this so-called supreme mental cultivation method of the Buddhist sect, why is it somewhat similar to the nameless mnemonic chant that I cultivated in the past? I used the nameless mnemonic chant to cultivate a different perception from divine sense. Could it be that nameless mnemonic chant is also some mental cultivation method of the Buddhist sect? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart jumped. No, if it's like the exquisite leaf sutra said, this divine ability is Buddhist awareness. Hearing the name, it's different from divine sense. Could it be that I cultivated it wrongly? Forget it, forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua immediately shook his head. In any case, this exquisite leaf sutra only has the first 4 layers, the last 5 layers are all incomplete. Maybe in the future, I will wait until I get the last 11 gold leaves from this exquisite derivation pagoda. Hee, this Buddhist sect's flower-picking smile is quite interesting. There are no words at all, but with a smile, the cultivation method will be transmitted to I. It's really mysterious. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua squeezed his hand and the foremost messaging talisman shattered. Xiang Yang's voice came, "Little junior brother, you've been in the Eastern Ridge for 30 days. I came to see you on Master's orders. Open the formation. Hee, Master and eldest senior brother really care about me. Xiao Hua smiled and crushed the other messaging talisman. Xiao Hua, I am Jinming. I came to pick the flame dawn grass on the orders of the Thunder Flash Hall's deacon. Please open the formation. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and thought, it's already time to pick the flame dawn grass. Eldest senior brother only said to pick it every year, but he didn't say when. Damn, I don't know when this messaging talisman came. I'm afraid it will delay the matters of the Thunder Flash Hall. The third messaging talisman was still Xiang Yang's voice, but this time it was a bit anxious. Little junior brother, this is the second time I've come. It's already been 50 days, could it be that you're in seclusion? AI, you've only just entered the sect. You don't even have medicinal pills and other things yet. Why are you in such a hurry to enter seclusion? If you come out, send me a messaging talisman. I'll wait for you for 100 days. If there's no reply, I'll go to the Thunder Flash Hall and ask the deacon to open the restriction. Xiao Hua's heart felt warm. He reached out and took out the messaging talisman that Xiang Yang left behind. He said a few words into the messaging talisman, then flung his hand. The messaging talisman immediately turned into lightning and flew out. The fourth messaging talisman shocked Xiao Hua, but it was also within his expectations. It was Shue Shue. Xiao Hua, where are you now? I'm currently working as an odd job worker in the Thunder Flash Hall's pill refining room. I originally wanted to look for you, but Master said that before Foundation establishment, the disciples of the Thunder Flash Hall and the Thunder Flash Hall can't casually meet. She said she was afraid of damaging her mental state. Master is very good to me. She said that my physique is suitable for cultivating her senior's cultivation technique. However, because I can only receive her guidance after Foundation establishment, I can only stay in the Thunder Flash Hall for the time being. However, Master said that she's a core formation cultivator, so her teaching of disciples is a bit special. Perhaps I can go to the Thunder Flash Hall soon. Of course, Master won't directly instruct me. Some of my Foundation establishment senior martial sisters will instruct me. And, you have to speed up your cultivation. Don't let me catch up to you. Master said that if everything goes smoothly, I should be able to reach Foundation establishment within 20 years. What about you? Me? When Xiao Hua saw that the messaging talisman was silent, he curled his lips and muttered to himself, "You're amazing just because you reached Foundation establishment in 20 years? I'm afraid I'll be able to reach Foundation establishment next year." However, when he thought about it, Shue Shue was only at the 7th layer of qi refining. Ordinary cultivators in the Thunder Flash sect would need 24 to 25 years to reach the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining without any obstacles. Shue Shue using 20 years to reach Foundation establishment could be considered good. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua also took out a messaging talisman and whispered a few words before sending it out. He finally got the chance to cultivate with great difficulty, so he didn't want to be disturbed by anything. Therefore, he didn't say where he was and only said that he was cultivating diligently, hoping to reach Foundation establishment as soon as possible. Presumably, Shue Shue would also understand his thoughts and wouldn't come looking for him. After that, Xiao Hua didn't dare to tarry. He picked up the Eastern Ridge Herb Gardens token and carefully examined it. He flew out of the cave and found some jade boxes in a nearby herb garden. He then hurriedly plucked a sufficient amount of flame dawn grass and used the flight technique to rush to Thunderclap Palace. Xiao Hua's flight technique was extremely fast. From the Eastern Ridge to the Thunder Flash Hall, there weren't any eyesores, so Xiao Hua didn't have to worry. He only used 6 hours to reach the Thunder Flash Hall. When he saw the disciple on duty at the Thunder Flash Hall, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Senior brother, which one of you is Senior Brother Jinming?" The disciple on duty looked up and down at Xiao Hua and asked indifferently, "Why are you looking for Junior Brother Jinming?" "Oh, this disciple is doing odd jobs at the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden." Last time, without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish speaking, the disciple on duty smiled and said, "Oh, I understand. So you're that odd job worker at the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. What's wrong? Xiao Hua secretly cursed in his heart and hurriedly asked, could it be, this disciple has delayed the sex alchemy? Chapter 1561. Humph, you've got guts. You've only been in my Thunder Shock Palace for 2 months and you dare to slack off. Every year, junior brother Jinming goes to the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden to pick Flame Dawn grass and has never made any mistakes. Yet this year, when Grandmaster Jinhan opened the cauldron to refine the clear flower pill, you shut down the formation so that Jinming can't pick the spirit herbs. Tell me, how can Jinming not be punished? Xiao Hua cried out in shock. This is my fault, how can I let senior brother Jinming suffer? Please report to the deacon, senior brother is willing to accept the punishment. The disciple on duty looked at Xiao Hua and nodded. Fortunately, you're also a responsible man. Let's go, follow I in. As the disciple on duty walked into Thunder Shock Hall, Xiao Hua asked tentatively. Senior brother, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. The disciple on duty glanced at him and sneered. If you should ask, ask. If you shouldn't ask, don't ask. Hee, Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. I just want to ask, although the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden is protected by a formation, but that formation was also set up by the sex elders. Why don't we ask the elders to break the formation? Or perhaps, the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden's token, is there only one? I can tell you're still hoping for a fluke. The disciple didn't find it strange and rolled his eyes. The Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden is very far from my Thunder Shock Palace. Every year, only Jinming goes there once when Grandmaster Jinhan is refining the clear flower pill. Normally, no one pays attention to that place, so naturally, there's a spare token. But the strange thing is, when Jinming couldn't enter the medicinal garden for fear of delaying his refining, he came back to look for the spare token. That token was actually not there and mysteriously disappeared. Disappeared? When did it disappear? Xiao Hua was shocked. That token disappeared, which meant that someone could enter and exit the Eastern Ridge Formation at any time. Then, his own safety was not assured. How could he not be shocked? How would I know? The disciple rolled his eyes again. No one went to the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden for hundreds of years. No one paid attention to that spare token for a long time. Even the deacon doesn't know, so how would I know? Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly, and he thought. Could it be, there's something special in the Eastern Ridge? Looks like I'll have to properly search for it when I get back. The disciple continued, as for asking the elders to break the restriction, only you can think of that. That restriction was set up by the ancestors. Who would dare to disturb them if it wasn't a serious matter? While they were talking, the two of them arrived in front of a side hall. The disciple told Xiao Hua to wait at the door, and he went in to report. Damn it, what should we do now? Xiao Hua stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly frowning. He had only been in the Imperial Thunder sect for less than 100 days, and he had already gotten himself into trouble. Xiao Hua already knew what the clear flower pill was. It was a pill used by Foundation Establishment stage cultivators to increase their power. Even within the Imperial Thunder sect, there weren't many of them. Every Foundation Establishment stage cultivator only had a small supply every year. If he delayed the concoction of the clear flower pill, he would most likely delay the cultivation of many of the Thunderclap Palace's Foundation Establishment cultivators. But, no one told me when someone would come to the Eastern Ridge to pick the Flame Dawn grass every year. Xiao Hua felt that he was very innocent. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, the disciple came out from the side hall. Behind the disciple were two other Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. One of them was a middle-aged man in the late stage of Foundation Establishment stage. He was tall, had a full beard, and a pair of bell-like eyes. He looked very ferocious. The other one was Zhenfeng, whom Xiao Hua met last time. When Xiao Hua saw Zhenfeng, a happy expression appeared on his face. He thought to himself, wonderful, this Zhen Feng should know. Before this thought even appeared in his mind, a trace of anger appeared on Zhen Feng's face. He quickly took half a step forward and berated, Xiao Hua. What did you do? I told you clearly that day. In another 10 days, it will be the day of picking the flame dawn grass. You mustn't be careless. Don't do it yourself, just wait for your senior brother Zhenming to pick it. You can also watch from the side. Wait until next year, you can pick it yourself. There's no need for your senior brother Zhenming to go. You, on the other hand, sealed the Eastern Ridge's formation. No matter how Zhenming called you, you wouldn't come out. You. Sigh, fortunately, you knew to come to the Thunder Flash Hall to receive your punishment. Let's see how Deacon Zhen Feng will deal with it. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He rolled his eyes and could only sigh. He bowed to the big man and said, Disciple Xiao Hua greets Senior Zhen Feng. Disciple only cared about cultivation, but forgot his duty and failed to live up to Deacon's kindness. Deacon, please punish me. So you're Xiao Hua. Zhen Feng looked Xiao Hua up and down a few times, but didn't see anything special. He said with a bit of displeasure, the palace lord specially ordered this deacon to arrange a job for you. This Eastern Ridge was also chosen by you. Why did you slack off when you just arrived at the herb garden? I know you chose the Eastern Ridge because you want to be free and wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. But cultivation is cultivation, you can't forget your duty as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. If every disciple was like you, wouldn't my Imperial Thunder sect be a plate of loose sand? How can my Imperial Thunder sect establish itself in the country of Shi? I only use you once a year and you make a mistake. Moreover, the Eastern Ridge hasn't. Alas, what should this deacon say about you? Disciple knows his mistake. Xiao Hua was very helpless. He could only bow again. All right, this deacon doesn't care. But, you're still a probationary disciple now. In another 10 months, you'll become an official disciple. Your mistake this time. I'm afraid it will affect your assessment. If you don't pass the assessment, you'll still have to leave the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua was very anxious. He stretched out his hand and took out the storage pouch. He said anxiously, Disciple, has already picked the flame dawn grass. I don't know if I can atone for my mistake. Atone for your mistake? Zhen Feng sneered and said, What kind of mistake did you make? How can you atone for your mistake? As he spoke, he took the storage pouch and took out the jade box. His face revealed a trace of surprise. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, Did you pick this? Yes, disciple picked it. Xiao Hua nodded. Yes, there's a special technique to pick this flame dawn grass. The technique isn't easy to grasp. Seeing that the flame dawn grass you picked was clean and didn't damage the roots, it's pretty good. Zhen Feng's expression eased a bit. Io, Xiao Hua. Zhen Feng suddenly cried out from the side, I remember the last time you came, you were still in the middle of the 10th level of qi refining, right? How? Xiao Hua's heart shook. He hurriedly nodded and said, Disciple went into secluded cultivation to break through the bottleneck of the 10th level of qi refining. Of course, Disciple remembered Senior Zhen Feng's instructions and wanted to come out before Senior Brother Zhen Ming went to the Eastern Ridge, but... Oh, I understand. Zhen Feng nodded and said to Zhen Feng, the bottleneck from the 10th level of qi refining to the 11th level of qi refining is really difficult. It's the beginning of the birth of divine sense. Xiao Hua wholeheartedly went into secluded cultivation, so it's understandable. Moreover, Xiao Hua actually used 2 months to go from the middle of the 10th level of qi refining to the middle of the 11th level of qi refining. As expected of, the person that the palace master thinks highly of. If he can't become a disciple of our Thunderclap Palace because of this mistake, it'll really be our Thunderclap Palace's loss. Zhen Feng also nodded slightly, a trace of surprise flashing through his eyes. He'd heard of someone going from the first level of qi refining to the second level of qi refining in 2 months, but he'd never heard of a disciple going from the 10th level of qi refining to the 11th level of qi refining. This Xiao Hua was the disciple that Thunder Meng Daoist instructed, so how could he not pay attention to him? Zhen Feng nodded slightly, looking at Xiao Hua and saying, looking at your aptitude, you can be cultivated. However, you must remember that you're now a disciple of the Thunderclap sect, not a disciple of an aristocratic family. When considering anything, you must put the sect's interests first. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua's heart relaxed, and he bowed and said, since this is your first offense, I won't look into it too deeply. I'll punish you with a year's worth of offerings. Zhen Feng waved his hand and returned the storage pouch to Xiao Hua, saying, let Zhen Feng take you to see Martial Uncle Zhen Yi. If he can let this matter pass, you'll be fine, otherwise. Zhen Feng didn't finish his words, but Xiao Hua naturally understood. There were only 2 meanings. If Xiao Hua didn't pass the test in a few months, he'd still be expelled from the mountain. If not, he'd have to ask Thunder Meng Daoist to come out and talk. Xiao Hua's heart was bitter, but he could only put on a smile, saying, thank you for your kindness, senior. Soon after, Xiao Hua followed Zhen Feng out of the Thunderclap Palace and flew towards a mountain range. Seeing that there was no one around, Zhen Feng said, Xiao Hua, picking the blazed dawn grass a few days earlier or later doesn't matter. However, this matter was a bit coincidental. Martial Uncle Zhen Xie, who was supposed to be refining the blazed dawn pill, suddenly disappeared, and Martial Uncle Zhen Yi was temporarily left behind by the palace master to refine the blazed dawn pill. Martial Uncle Zhen Yi originally wanted to go on a trip, so of course he wasn't willing. On top of that, the blazed dawn grass wasn't delivered in time, so he flew into a rage. Zhen Ming was also punished with a year's worth of offerings. When you arrive at Martial Uncle Zhen Ye's Immortal's cave, you must properly apologize. If this matter isn't settled, it'll be really bad for you. Seeing that Zhen Feng didn't mention anything about the date of picking the blazed dawn grass, Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. This thing was just empty words. Just now, he didn't mention it in front of Zhen Feng, so there was no need to mention it now. However, Xiao Hua had another plan in his heart. None of the things in Zhen Xie's storage pouch were damaged, I took them all. This guy is actually a pill master, so there must be some pill recipes in there. I'm at the 11th layer of qi refining, and I'm worried about not having any pills to take. When I go back, I'll take a careful look. After flying for 2 hours, they arrived at a place with beautiful mountains and limpid waters. Zhen Feng didn't come any closer, so he sent out a summoning talisman. A moment later, a boy around the 4th layer of qi refining flew out from the mountainside. Looking at the 2 of them, he laughed and said, which one of you is senior martial brother Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua took a step forward and cupped his hands, saying, I am. Senior martial brother Xiao, please follow I. This senior doesn't need to come. Zhen Feng looked at Xiao Hua, nodded slightly, then turned around and left. Senior martial brother Xiao, please. The boy stood up and led the way, leading Xiao Hua into the Immortal's cave. Chapter 1562. After entering the Immortal's cave, Xiao Hua looked around. Zhen Ye's Immortal's cave was different from Wu Hen's Immortal's cave. It was much larger, and there were many mountain paths leading to different places. There were also quite a few qi condensation disciples walking about. It was very lively. The boy leading the way didn't stop in the slightest. He brought Xiao Hua through several Immortals' caves until they arrived at the innermost alchemy room. Wait here. The boy pointed with his hand and entered the alchemy room. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua respectfully stood outside the alchemy room, waiting for the summons. However, a moment after the disciple entered, a divine sense swept over Xiao Hua's body. After that, no one paid attention to Xiao Hua. Not only did the disciple not come out, but the disciples who came in and out of the alchemy room also didn't look at Xiao Hua. After a moment, Xiaohua knew what was going on. He sighed and didn't move. His mind entered the space and began to comprehend the heavenly Tao. In his meridians, the heavenly reflection technique was also operating. Xiaohua actually began to cultivate. He was really unwilling to let such a good time go to waste. Inside the alchemy room, an old man with white hair and a beard was sitting cross-legged. His face was grim. In front of him was an earth fire with an alchemy furnace above it. Around the furnace, there were 6 disciples sitting cross-legged, holding different things in their hands. Some were gourds, some were fans, some were talismans, and there were also jade boxes and jade bottles. The disciple who led Xiaohua in was sitting cross-legged behind the old man, holding a jade tray in his hand. Fire. The old man was Zhenyi. He observed the earth fire with his divine sense and suddenly shouted in a low voice. When the disciple holding the gourd heard this, he hurriedly raised the gourd and formed seals with his hands. From the gourd, several strands of samadhi true fire flew out and rushed into the earth fire. With a whoosh, the earth fire suddenly became smaller and turned into a purple-red color. Zhenyi formed seals with his hands and struck the alchemy furnace in succession. The alchemy furnace actually emitted a buzzing sound and almost floated up. Sigh. Zhenyi's expression changed slightly as he exclaimed, "We have the upper hand." The disciple holding the fan was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. When he heard this, he immediately activated his magic power and raised the fan in his hand to fan the pill furnace. The fan was clearly a magic tool. As he waved it, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sucked into the fan. Then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was fanned out by the fan. However, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was now several times denser than before. When the dense heaven and earth spirit chi was fanned into the earth fire, the purplish-red earth fire flickered a few times and became smaller. The red color was less and the purple color was more. The pill furnace shook even more violently. Zhenyi's expression relaxed slightly. He cast a few spells, and the pill furnace floated up from the earth fire. But at this moment, Zhenyi's expression changed greatly. His tightly shut eyes slightly opened. He formed seals with his left hand and slapped it on his chest. Before Zhenyi's left hand left his chest, a wisp of purple true samadhi fire was spat out from his mouth and hit the pill furnace. Wu, the earth fire that was burning around the pill furnace suddenly changed again, turning into a purple color. The violently shaking pill furnace gradually stabilized under the purple true samadhi fire and slowly fell down. Zhenyi's eyes gazed at the true samadhi fire that was mixed with many red flames and sighed again. The cultivator holding the fan in his hand kept the fan. Seeing that the pill furnace had stabilized, he whispered, "Master, you don't have to be too obsessed. How many cultivators in our country of Shi can refine the true samadhi fire to be as pure as yours? I'm afraid that an overly pure true samadhi fire doesn't exist in our cultivation world." Zhenqing, Master naturally knows what you're saying, but, without the extremely pure true samadhi fire, it's impossible to refine this clear flower pill to the highest grade. Master has refined so many clear flower pills, but at most they're high grade. Master is unwilling to accept this. Actually, Master can consider from other aspects. For example, the age of the Shaoyan grass, the weight of the clear stream fruit, etc. Zhenyi's face was full of displeasure. He waved his hand. How can Master not know these things? He, disciple naturally knows. Master knows, disciple, all right, I know what you're thinking. You've also worked hard. As a foundation establishment cultivator, you still have to accompany Master to refine pills. You should go back. Zhenyi smiled. This clear flower pill will be refined in another 7 days. There shouldn't be any problems. Master, disciple rarely has the chance to accompany you. Let's stay a little longer. Zhenqing called over the boy who brought Xiaohua in and had him put away the fan. He then sat behind Zhenyi. If not for senior brother Zhenxia's sudden disappearance, disciple wouldn't have the chance to accompany Master to refine pills. However, To have master refine clear flower pills with gold core stage cultivation is a waste of talent. Hee, it can't be said to be a waste of talent. When master was at foundation establishment, I also refined clear flower pills many times. Jinyi said with a smile. However, Palace Lord's obstruction has delayed a very important matter of master's. Palace Lord, there's no other way. If you don't take action, who can accept the task of refining clear flower pills? Zhenqing smiled apologetically. I don't know where senior brother Zhenxia went. Every year he has to refine clear flower pills. Why did he make a mistake this year? Oh, this. Jinyi looked at the boys around him and transmitted his voice. According to Palace Lord, 2 months ago, Zhenxia's life tablet was already broken. It was discovered by the disciple on duty. The palace only sent people to look for clues, but forgot about him refining clear flower pills. Ah. Zhenqing's face was filled with shock. He also transmitted his voice. Where did this happen? How would master know? Jinyi shook his head slightly. Zhenqing didn't pursue the matter. He looked outside the alchemy room and frowned. What is the disciple outside the alchemy room doing? A disciple who just entered my Imperial Thunder sect this year is guarding the eastern ridge's Blaze Dawn grass. A disciple from Lightning Hall went to pick Blaze Dawn grass, but this guy actually neglected his duty and didn't open the array so that the disciple couldn't enter, delaying master's refining of clear flower pills. He had no choice but to pick Blaze Dawn grass from other places. The quality of the Blaze Dawn grass from other places isn't good enough. I'm afraid that the clear flower pills master will refine this time can only be mid-grade. Jinyi swept his divine sense and sneered. This kind of aristocratic family's disciple must be self-centered and never put the interests of the sect in his heart. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll think that the Imperial Thunder sect is an aristocratic family. This guy must be working hard. He actually has to cultivate after being punished here? Jinyi coldly snorted. Xiaohua's heart was greatly shaken, as if a large hand had pulled his mind out of the space. Moreover, the true qi in his meridians was also in chaos, wanting to rush everywhere. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to calm his mind and straighten out his true qi, an enormous pressure came out from the pill room and enveloped his head. As early as 2 years ago, on Jinhua Mountain, the pressure of Fu Yunhua and Qiu Mingwei, 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators, collided. To him, it was a perilous situation. Today, how could the pressure of a gold core stage cultivator not cause him to tremble in fear? In an instant, the true qi in Xiaohua's meridians couldn't move, as if it had solidified. His body also felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, and large beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. Gold core stage cultivator. Xiaohua powerlessly shouted in his heart. As if to teach Xiaohua a lesson, the pressure was withdrawn in an instant, and the true qi in Xiaohua's meridians began to peacefully circulate again. Xiaohua wiped the sweat from his forehead and bowed respectfully. Many thanks to martial ancestor. Another cold snort, and then no other sound was heard. This time, Xiaohua didn't dare to cultivate anymore, and only stood respectfully. Another 7 days and 7 nights passed, and only a light scolding sound could be heard from the pill room. A rich medicinal fragrance rushed out from the pill room, and after a moment, the pill room's door opened, and Jinyi walked out from the pill room. Xiaohua hurriedly respectfully saluted and said, "Disciple Xiaohua greets martial ancestor." Who would have thought that Jinyi didn't even look at him, and just walked away? Zhenqing and the others also took their own things and followed behind Jinyi. Xiaohua looked at everyone's backs and somewhat scratched his head, not knowing whether he should follow or not. "Why aren't you coming over?" A voice entered his ears, and it sounded very unfamiliar. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly followed behind everyone. The group of people didn't walk too far, and arrived at a large hall. Each of the children placed their things in various places in the hall, and then immediately dispersed, leaving only Jinyi and Zhenqing, master and disciple, sitting down. Xiaohua also learned his lesson, and didn't dare to enter the hall, and only quietly waited outside. Inside the hall, Zhenyi drank a cup of spiritual tea and ate 2 spiritual fruits, then raised his head and looked at Xiaohua outside the hall. Master, you've already made this little guy wait for 10 days. Looking at this little guy's appearance, he's able to keep his composure, and has some bearing. It's better to call him in and send him away, it didn't take long anyway. Humph. Zhenyi glanced at Zhenqing. You're the only one with a soft heart. How many times have I told you that the most important thing in the cultivation world is a soft heart? Yes, disciple understands. Zhenqing smiled apologetically, then raised his head and said, Disciple outside, come in. When Xiaohua heard this voice, he hurriedly ran into the hall, looked at the two, and bowed. Disciple Xiaohua greets the 2 seniors. Whose disciple are you? Zhenyi asked very calmly. Reporting to martial ancestor, disciple is a helpless disciple of the myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua naturally knew that this unfathomable cultivator was the Gold Core Realm Zhenyi, and very respectfully replied. Helpless? Zhenyi frowned slightly, and said curiously, this brat's eyesight is really not ordinary. That disciple from before made him lose face, and this newly accepted disciple is still so useless. Hearing Zhenyi's words, Xiaohua was slightly angered in his heart. It wasn't a big deal for Zhenyi to say that he was a good-for-nothing. Over the past few years, he had suffered more than that. However, when he heard Zhenyi badmouthing Xiang Yang, Xiaohua couldn't help but reply, this disciple made a mistake. It is this disciple's fault. There's no reason for me to implicate senior martial brother and make him a laughingstock. Chapter 1563. Huh? What? Don't tell me I said he was unworthy. Zhenyi never expected Xiaohua to talk back. He was so angry that he almost laughed. Martial ancestor, this disciple doesn't dare to agree. Xiaohua stiffened his neck and said, My 10,000 Thunder Valley was able to produce such a benevolent and filial disciple. Even someone like this disciple who just entered 10,000 Thunder Valley would have a face full of glory. How did I become the person that martial ancestors said would lose face for the sect? Benevolent and filial? Zhenyi sneered, if he wasn't benevolent and filial, I'm afraid he'd already be in the late stage of foundation establishment. At the very least, he'd be in the middle stage of foundation establishment. How could he be like this? He's only in the early stage of foundation establishment, yet he's being ridiculed by others every day. If this isn't losing face, then what is? Others ridiculing me is because they have eyes but fail to see. Xiaohua retorted sarcastically, if it wasn't for senior brother, my 10,000 Thunder Valley would have already changed hands. I'm afraid this disciple wouldn't have been able to enter Master's sect. I wouldn't have been able to listen to Master's teachings. Because of this disciple wanted to thank senior brother at that time. I couldn't let senior brother be ridiculed by others. Have eyes but fail to see? Zhenyi slapped the table and stood up. He released a wave of pressure. This pressure was several times stronger than before. Xiaohua felt as if he was frozen in a hard rock. He couldn't move at all. However, the fear that came from the bottom of his heart made his whole body tremble non-stop. Master. Zhenqing said in a low voice, Xiaohua is still a child. You don't have any reason to lower yourself to his level. How can this old man lower himself to his level? Zhenyi snorted and sat back in his chair. He glared at Zhenqing and said, this old man is angry that the Imperial Thunder Sect's recruitment of disciples is getting worse and worse. How can this kind of soft-hearted disciple be accepted? I'm afraid that in the future, Xuanyan School, Shanghua Sect, and Qiqiao Sect will gnaw on him until not even his bones remain. He, Master, this disciple feels that Xiaohua's words aren't without reason. Zhenqing said with a smile, at least, Xiang Yang's heart puts the sect first. He's much better than those traitorous disciples from influential families. I knew you would say that. Zhenyi snorted again and withdrew his pressure. Xiaohua immediately felt much more relaxed and didn't dare to say anything else. Let this old man ask you, which clan's disciple are you? Jinyi looked at Xiaohua and asked. Reporting to Grandmaster, this disciple is a loose cultivator. Xiaohua spoke the truth. What? A rogue cultivator? Not only did Jin Ye's expression change, even Jin Qing's brows furrowed. It's very rare for a rogue cultivator to reach the 11th level of qi refining. Jin Yi sneered. Xiaohua naturally knew what they were talking about. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands and said, Disciple has something to say. If it's inappropriate, I hope Grandmaster can forgive me. Speak. Just now, Grandmaster said that my eldest senior brother is merciful and doesn't treat raising his cultivation as his top priority. He's purposely throwing away my master's face. But why are we, rogue cultivators, despised by others for raising our cultivation by hook or by crook? Of course it's important to raise your cultivation, but you can't be unscrupulous. Rogue cultivators don't care about etiquette and rob others. Of course it's despised by our cultivation sects. Jin Yi still sneered. Rogue cultivators don't have medicinal pills or cultivation methods. If they don't rely on robbing, what can they rely on to raise their cultivation? Xiaohua said, besides, since Grandmaster said that we can't be unscrupulous, why is it that when my master wasn't in Myriad Thunder Valley, someone coveted Myriad Thunder Valley? Is that a very good method? Grandmaster didn't say that other people's methods were inappropriate, but why did he say that my senior brother who was robbed was a disgrace? This. In an instant, Jin Yi was really stumped by this question. His face was a little green and red. Huh, master, this brat is really interesting. You were just joking with him, but he actually said so much. Jin Qing hurriedly said with a loud laugh. Jin Yi stared blankly, but soon after, he also laughed loudly. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, You brat, go back and tell this to your helpless master. What are you doing in front of this old man for? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart relaxed greatly. He cupped his hands and said, Disciple saw that Grandmaster is perceptive to the smallest detail, so I said it in front of Grandmaster. If Disciple said it in front of Master, it would have been kicked out long ago. Perceptive to the smallest detail? Jin Ye's expression changed again. He said, Don't flatter me. If you're in the wrong, just say it yourself. Yes, Disciple doesn't dare quibble. Disciple was indeed in the wrong. Xiaohua's expression also became serious. He took out his storage pouch and said, Disciple picked the blazed dawn grass and brought it here to receive Grandmaster's punishment. Jin Qing glanced at Jin Yi, and with a wave of his hand, the storage pouch flew into his hand. Jin Yi looked at Xiaohua and asked, What punishment did Bright Thunder Hall give you? Disciple is punished with a year's worth of offerings. Xiaohua said honestly. Only a year's worth of offerings. Jin Yi sneered. How much can a year's worth of offerings be? Disciples of aristocratic families who can enter my Imperial Thunder sect. Speaking up to here, Jin Yi suddenly remembered that Xiaohua was a loose cultivator. This year's worth of offerings was probably quite a lot for him. Huh? Xiaohua, did you pick this blazed dawn grass yourself? Jin Qing opened the storage pouch and took out a jade box to look, and asked with some surprise. Yes, Disciple personally picked it. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly as he replied. Master, please take a look. Jin Qing gave the jade box to Jin Yi and said, This blazed dawn grass was picked at just the right time. It didn't hurt the roots at all. It's much stronger than the blazed dawn grass that Disciple saw just now. It's really not bad. Jin Yi nodded after looking at it. He looked at Xiaohua and said, This little loose cultivator's explanation is much better than the vast majority of disciples of aristocratic families. I'm afraid it's better than many of my Imperial Thunder sect's herb-growing children. What do you mean? Jin Yi looked at Jin Qing and asked. Jin Qing transmitted a few words to Jin Yi. Jin Yi frowned and thought for a moment, then slightly nodded. He then said to Xiao Hua, you made a mistake this time and delayed the refining of my Thunderclap Palace's Minghua pill. This crime isn't light. Since you just entered my Imperial Thunder sect and this is your first offense, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Many thanks, Grand Master. Xiao Hua hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Don't thank me. It won't be too late to thank me after I finish speaking. Zhenyi waved his hand and said, I saw that your method of picking flame dawn grass was very brilliant. You should have experience in cultivating spirit herbs. I wonder if you've stayed in a pill refining room before? Disciple has some experience. Xiao Hua nodded. And, do you have a fire attribute physique? Yes, Disciple has a fire attribute. Good, then you'll be a pill refining child in my pill refining room for a year. That's enough. Zhenyi clapped his hands and said with a smile. Ah. This. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. Why aren't you agreeing? Zhen Qing's voice sounded once more. Master has seen your herb gathering skills, and he appreciates your talent. If you agree and perform well this year, Master might be overjoyed. Even if he doesn't accept you as his disciple, it would still be a blessing for you to learn how to concoct pills. That's right, just now Master said that if your aptitude is good, after you reach foundation establishment, he can even consider passing on the true Samadhi fire technique to you. Hearing this, Xiao Hua understood. To an ordinary disciple, how could this be considered a punishment? It was simply a reward. An incomparable reward. However, did Xiao Hua lack these things? It wasn't like he didn't know how to refine medicinal pills or the true Samadhi fire technique. What he lacked now was time, an opportunity to cultivate in seclusion. That day, Jade Archive Hall's Zhen Liang wanted to delay Xiao Hua's registration, delaying him for a year. Xiao Hua could angrily teach him a lesson, so how could he waste a year in Zhen Ye's pill refining room? Although Zhen Qing wanted to help him with good intentions, but, Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then very apologetically smiled at Zhen Qing. He then bowed to Zhenyi and said, Many thanks for Grandmaster's good intentions, Disciple is willing to redeem himself. Unfortunately, Disciple only knows how to grow spirit herbs and isn't familiar with pill refining. If Disciple delays Grandmaster's pill refining, Disciple can't bear the responsibility. Grandmaster, please reconsider. Zhenyi and Zhen Qing's expressions changed slightly. What kind of person was Zhen Qing? He had only seen Xiao Hua protecting Xiang Yang and felt pity in his heart. Although the method of harvesting was good, it was only an excuse. Since Xiao Hua didn't care about this kind of opportunity, how could he say another word? Humph. Very good. Zhenyi sneered. He thought for a moment and said, This old man originally made an appointment with an old friend to look for something. However, because your Blaze Dawn grass didn't arrive, the journey was delayed. At this time, they should have already left. This thing is very important to this old man. This old man also waited for many years to get the news. Since this time was delayed because of you, help this old man find another one. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a jade slip flew into Xiao Hua's hand. This. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He looked at the jade slip and said, Disciple, how can Disciple look at this thing? Besides, how can Disciple find something that Grandmaster cares about? This won't do, that won't do. Do you want to receive punishment or not? Zhenyi sneered, Besides, this old man only asked you to look for information about something, not for you to look for it. You used to be a loose cultivator, so you should have some connections to inquire about it. Moreover, this old man isn't asking you to look for it right now. You only need to find the information within 10 years. 10 years? That long? Xiao Hua was stunned. 10 years is too short. Then 20 years it is. Zhenyi said, If you can't find the information within 20 years, this old man can still deal with you when the time comes. Damn it, I might as well be his pill concoction boy for a year. Xiao Hua secretly complained in his heart. However, Since things had already reached this point, how could he still go back? Then, these few years of disciples' foundation establishment realm, do they count? Xiao Hua began to calculate with his fingers. Nonsense, of course they count. Jin Yi glared at him. He knew what Xiao Hua was thinking and said, "You don't have divine sense right now, so you can ask your eldest senior brother to help you look." He impatiently came to this old man's Immortal's cave several times already. Just ask him to tell you. As he spoke, he waved his hand again and said, "You can go now. Leave the storage pouch here and let your master give you another one. This can also be considered a punishment. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 1564. Xiao Hua had no choice but to bow and leave. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure disappear, Zhen Qing laughed and said, "This myriad Thunder Valley, why does it only recruit such an unreliable disciple? First it was Xiang Yang, then Xiao Hua, and now there's no choice. TSK, what a rotten porridge." Soon after, Zhen Qing said softly, "It's fine if Master didn't punish such an untactful disciple, but why did you give him the jade slip? Let him help Master find it? Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. I'm afraid he still doesn't have that ability." Jin Yi shook his head. "Anyway, the bright flower pill has already been refined." Xiao Hua also hurried over to accept his punishment. In addition, Lightning Thunder Hall has already punished him with a year's worth of daily offerings. Not to mention that I'm a Gold Core stage grandmaster, even you, a Foundation Establishment stage martial uncle, can't really punish him? That's true. But he's a new disciple of Lightning Thunder Palace. He's only been here for 2 months. I'm afraid he hasn't even explored the entire Lightning Thunder Palace. This careless mistake is understandable." Zhen Qing nodded. The reason why he interceded for Xiao Hua before was also based on this. "But, this bastard has really delayed me for these 10 days. Jin Yi was somewhat angry. "Although I can't tell if the information about that thing is true or false, it's still an opportunity. This old man is so tired that I can't go with him. This old man is unwilling. Master gave him the jade slip." Zhen Qing seemed to understand something. "And, don't forget, Xiao Hua is a loose cultivator. How many loose cultivators have you seen in the middle of the 11th layer of qi refining?" Jin Yi sneered. "In the country of Xi, or in the entire cultivation world, how many loose cultivators above the 11th layer of qi refining are there?" Zhen Qing shook his head. "Although there are many loose cultivators, most of them have shallow cultivation bases. Even Foundation Establishment and Gold Core loose cultivators live in seclusion in spirit veins deep in the mountains and cultivate bitterly. Disciple really hasn't seen many loose cultivators at the 11th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he's a loose cultivator who took spirit herbs to retain his looks." Jin Yi smiled meaningfully and said, "Do you think that if Xiao Hua didn't have some tricks up his sleeves in the state of Xi, and didn't have a source of information, he would be able to get enough medicinal pills, spirit herbs, and spirit stones to help him reach the 11th level of qi refining?" "I understand." Zhen Qing smiled and said, "Master gave him the jade slip only to let him find information about that thing. He didn't really let him search for it. With his previous methods as a rogue cultivator, he might really be able to find it." "That's right." Jin Yi looked outside the cave with a kind smile on his face. However, he had another explanation in his heart. "This old man is giving you a way out, but you still don't know how to take it. Then this old man can only reach out and punish him. If I don't make you suffer a little, how can I feel at ease in my heart? Xiao Hua, don't think that it's just a simple piece of news. Moreover, it's a 20-year time limit. If you don't look for him, if you don't give this old man any news within 20 years, even if this old man doesn't find trouble with you, do you think your cultivation won't be affected? This kind of punishment. Isn't it much more interesting than punishing you for a year? How could Xiao Hua, who had left Jin Ye's Immortal's cave, know that there was so much karma involved. Seeing his eldest senior brother Xiang Yang's figure waiting not far from the cave, his heart felt warm. When Xiang Yang saw Xiao Hua come out, he didn't dare to go too close. He waved his hand from afar, hinting for Xiao Hua to come over. When Xiao Hua arrived in front of him, Xiang Yang looked up at the cave behind Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "How was it? Martial Uncle Zhenyi didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "How could that be? He's an Aurus Core stage grandmaster. There's no reason for him to make things difficult for me, right?" Hee, that's good, that's good. Xiang Yang rubbed his hands and pulled Xiao Hua's hand, saying, "Let's hurry back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Master is also worried there." "Eldest senior brother, how many days have you been waiting here?" Xiao Hua smiled and flew up. Hee, I've been waiting for you for a few days. Xiang Yang said with a smile, "When I received your message, I immediately notified Master. However, when I arrived at Eastern Ridge, the formation was still sealed, but my message was already gone. Therefore, I went to Thunder Flash Hall. Alas, I was also careless. If I had asked clearly earlier, it would have been better. I made you bear the blame for no reason." Hee, it's okay, it's okay. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. "When I heard Jinfeng's words, I hurried here. However, Martial Uncle Zhenyi is a senior, and his temper can't be said to be good or bad. Therefore, I didn't dare to rashly ask for an audience. Moreover, I saw that you didn't come out for many days. Presumably, you were waiting inside. Hee, the longer you wait, the more Martial Uncle Zhenye's anger will dissipate. That's more beneficial for you. I also didn't expect that you would be able to come out today." Only now did Xiang Yang notice Xiao Hua's cultivation. He was shocked and said, "Little junior brother, you are actually already in the middle of the 11th level of aura refining?" Hee, I'll take advantage of senior brother's auspicious words. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "As soon as I entered the Immortal's cave in the eastern mountain range, I had a feeling in my heart and went into seclusion to cultivate. If it wasn't for the fact that I was at a critical juncture, how could I not open the spell formation and delay the eastern mountain range's medicinal garden's mission?" Xiang Yang clapped his hands and said, "I only thought that little junior brother would be cultivating in seclusion, but I didn't expect little junior brother to progress so quickly. If Master knew, he'd definitely be very happy." As he said this, Xiang Yang was about to send a summoning talisman. Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him and said, "Don't, eldest senior brother. Wait until you see Master. At least there'll be a pleasant surprise." Hee, that's true. Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua happily, as if he was looking at a sensible nephew. Xiao Hua originally wanted to let Xiang Yang look at the things in the jade slip, but on second thought, this thing was something that even Zhenyi coveted. It was certainly no small matter, and information about it would definitely be extremely difficult to find out. If Xiang Yang or Zhenyi were to find out about this, they would most likely be powerless and anxious. Rather than letting them know, it would be better not to let them know. There was a time limit of 20 years, so it wouldn't be too late to wait until he reached the Foundation establishment realm. After flying with Xiang Yang for a while, Xiao Hua changed directions and had Xiang Yang accompany him to the Thunder Shocking Palace. When Jin Feng heard that Zhenyi didn't pursue the matter too much, he was overjoyed. To be honest, this matter was originally his fault. Now that Xiao Hua was fine, his heart could be considered relaxed. As for Xiao Hua's other request, he didn't even think about it before agreeing. Xiao Hua's request was very reasonable, and that was to bring some spiritual plant seeds from the Thunder Shocking Palace to the Eastern Mountain Range's medicinal garden. He wanted to test which seeds could survive in the Eastern Mountain Range and which seeds couldn't. Not to mention Jin Feng, even Xiang Yang didn't have any doubts. He only thought that Xiao Hua wanted to make up for his mistake by going first. When Xiao Hua came out with a lot of seeds from the Thunder Shocking Palace, Xiang Yang smiled and said, "Little junior brother, your performance was good enough, but wasn't this too much?" Apart from the extremely rare spiritual plants, you took a portion of the vast majority of seeds. The spiritual energy of the eastern mountain range is very special, so many seeds can't grow. Who knows? Maybe little brother's character is good? Xiaohua put away the storage pouch and said, moreover, there are a lot of seeds in the Thunder Shocking Palace, so little brother taking a few isn't much at all, right? Xiangyang only thought that Xiaohua had a childish character, so he didn't say anything more. He brought Xiaohua to Zhenwu's cave in the Myriad Thunder Valley. When they arrived in front of Zhenwu's cave and landed, the mountain ape scuttled out of the mountain forest. It was holding a bloody goat-like beast in its hand, standing very respectfully by the side of the road. When it saw Xiangyang deliver the beast in front of him, Xiangyang waved his hand and pointed to a valley not far away. The mountain ape understood and knew that he should go there to barbecue. However, the mountain ape just didn't leave, bowing its head and cupping its hands. Seeing the beast's blood drip to the ground along with the mountain ape's cupped hands, Xiangyang helplessly patted his storage pouch and took out a pill and threw it to the mountain ape. The mountain ape happily caught it with its mouth, then with a long howl, it rushed towards the valley. Seeing the mountain ape's actions, Xiaohua's heart moved. He had a set of soul-suppressing magic tools for the fire ape in his space. If he said that he didn't want to subdue the fire ape, that would be pure nonsense. But, how would he subdue it? Xiaohua. A helpless voice called out from inside the cave. Master, disciple Xiaohua kowtows in salute to master. Xiaohua stood at the door and said very respectfully. Damn it, what kind of etiquette is this? Helplessly said with a grin, could it be that after cultivating to the 11th layer of qi refining, you've become so refined for no reason? Joy could be heard in Helplessly's voice. Where was the slightest trace of anger? Xiaohua smiled and looked at Xiangyang, whose face was also full of smiles, then walked in together. Needless to say, Zhe Minghui and Yan Qinglian were also inside the cave. As soon as Yan Qinglian saw Xiaohua, she said with a smile, congratulations, little junior brother, for setting foot into the 11th layer of qi refining. If nothing unexpected happens, little junior brother will be able to set foot into foundation building in another 2 years. Even if you're not the youngest person to reach foundation building in our Imperial Thunder sect, you'll definitely be able to rank in the top 100. Helplessly listened, and his face became even happier. He stroked his beard and said, at the very least, in the past 500 years, among the cultivators that have set foot into foundation building in our thunderous Thunder Palace, Xiaohua can rank in the top 10. Congratulations to Master for having discerning eyes and accepting little junior brother into our Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiangyang cupped his hands and said. Helplessly laughed proudly. Zhe Minghui and the others also looked on happily. Io, that's right, little junior brother, these are your offerings for the past 2 months. Xiangyang patted his storage pouch and took out a few spirit stones and a bottle of medicinal pills. He said with a smile, now that you're about to break through to the 12th layer of qi refining, these things can also be used. Wasn't the thunderous Thunder Hall punished? Xiaohua looked at these medicinal pills and other things and said with a bit of confusion. What? Punished? Helplessly's face darkened. It's like this, master. Xiangyang explained the situation and finally said, these tributes were collected by this disciple on behalf of little junior brother. The tributes for the year of punishment should be counted from this month onwards. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1565. What's going on? Xiaohua was the hope of Myriad Thunder Valley. How could he let Xiaohua be wronged? Xiaohua was obviously stunned, but he soon understood that Xiangyang didn't tell him about his punishment. And he didn't even tell him about the Eastern Ridge Medicinal Garden. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, Xiangyang rushed to say with an apologetic smile, Master, it's like this. Like what? Xiaohua glanced at Xiang Yang helplessly. You brat, you acted on your own again. Hee, yes, I hope Master can understand. Xiang Yang explained the matter, then finally said, this matter isn't much, so disciple didn't report it to Master, only saying that little junior brother was cultivating in seclusion. Damn it. Xiaohua scolded with a smile, this brat is indeed cultivating in seclusion, you're right. Hee, seeing Xiaohua happy, Xiang Yang was also happy. He said, Grandmaster Zhenyi didn't make things difficult for little junior brother, so isn't this matter over? What's a year's worth? It can't compare to little junior brother stepping into the 11th layer of aura refining in 2 months. Of course. Xiaohua looked helplessly at him, then asked, Grandmaster Zhenyi really didn't make things difficult for you? He's a bit of a vengeful person. No, how could he make things difficult for disciple? Xiaohua shook his head with a smile. Disciple just entered the sect, isn't it normal to make some mistakes occasionally? That's good. Xiaohua looked helplessly at Zhuo Minghui, then said, your master's wife originally wanted to give you a meeting gift. She found medicinal pills with great difficulty from a senior sister in Mythical Thunder Palace, wanting you to use them to break through to the 11th layer of aura refining, but you made your master's wife work for nothing. Thank you for your concern, master's wife. Xiaohua's heart warmed, and he stepped forward to bow and thank her. Child, why are you still being so polite? Zhuo Minghui waved her hand to help Xiaohua up, then said, you're the only child in Myriad Thunder Valley. If we don't think of you, who else can we think of? Xiaohua sweated, somewhat embarrassed. No matter what, he was 25 years old, but in their mouths, he was actually a child. But when he thought about it, they said he was over 100 years old. If he wasn't a child, then what was he? This vitality assimilation pill was given to 10th layer Qi refining disciples by the Imperial Thunder Sect. It's not suitable for you now. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Zhuo Minghui's eyes. Then, she smiled and said, after a few days, Mistress will go to distant Thunder Palace and see if they have any extra energy gathering pills. Absorption pill? Soul gathering pill? Xiaohua inwardly muttered, motherfucker, it's really good to have a sect. I only know about the Peiyuan pill, but who would have thought that they have different pills for each level. Moreover, they even say that there are examples. Xiaohua said with a smile, there's no need to trouble yourself. Master's wife, you can just give the absorption pill to disciple. Don't forget, your disciple is a rogue cultivator and has never taken this soul-gathering pill before. Taking it now will have some effect. This. Zhuo Minghui turned around helplessly. He waved his hand helplessly and said, give it to him. He has more experience in taking medicinal pills than we do. Don't worry about him. Zhuo Minghui clapped her hand and took out 3 jade bottles from her storage bag. She said in a low voice, Xiaohua, you haven't taken this medicinal pill before. Don't be in a hurry to take a complete one. First, Zhuo Minghui actually told Xiaohua the taboo of taking the absorption pill bit by bit. Xiaohua listened to her long-winded speech, but in his heart, he enjoyed it very much. He smiled slightly and nodded from time to time. In the end, Zhuo Minghui still said apologetically, in the end, this absorption pill isn't suitable for you. Mistress, you'd better take a look at the energy gathering pill. You're about to reach the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. Medicinal pills are indispensable. Alas, unfortunately. Master doesn't know how to refine pills. Xiang Yang and Qing Lian also don't know how to refine pills. Only your mistress knows a little, otherwise. He waved his hand helplessly and said. Xiaohua's heart moved. He said with a smile, I wonder if mistress has the pill formulas for the absorption pill or the energy gathering pill? Huh? What, you know how to refine pills? He stared helplessly, then said with pleasant surprise. Master thinks too highly of disciple. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, then said in a low voice, disciple feels that. Disciple has been guarding the Eastern Ridge's medicinal garden. There's nothing else, but the spiritual plants, hee, aren't there a lot? Disciple also just received a lot of seeds from the lightning flash hall. Disciple will first plant the pill formulas for the absorption pill and the energy gathering pill. When the time comes, mistress can take the spiritual plants to exchange for medicinal pills. Wouldn't that be? Hee. Helplessly stared blankly at first, then he looked at Xiao Hua and laughed sinisterly. Only Xiang Yang slightly frowned. Little junior brother. I'm afraid this isn't appropriate, right? What's inappropriate? Helplessly scolded, according to your thinking, if you can't even get a single hair, who will refine pills and make talismans? Damn it, when can Xiao Hua build his foundation? Master. Xiang Yang felt very wronged. Little junior brother just made a mistake. Don't make another mistake. You. Helplessly jumped up and said angrily, it's you. You can only stay in the early stage of the foundation building realm. Husband. Zhuo Minghui also stood up with a whoosh and said angrily, that child Xiang Yang is right. What are you shouting for? Helplessly, he glanced at his angry wife. His eyes turned, and his expression immediately changed. He said, your husband is only teaching Xiang Yang to be more flexible. My voice is just a bit loud. I'm not shouting anything. Master is teaching disciples. Mistress, please take a seat first. Xiang Yang also said quickly. Zhuo Minghui glared at Xiang Yang and sat back in her chair. Yan Qinglian, on the other hand, had been sitting beside Xiang Yang all along. She lowered her head and didn't say a word. Hee, master, eldest senior brother, you don't need to worry. The Eastern Ridge's medicinal garden only has blazed dawn grass. The other spiritual plants are all barren. No one has ever paid attention to them. Disciple will find a place to plant the spiritual plants first. Hearing this, Zhuo Minghui pondered for a moment, then got up and returned to the back of the cave. After a moment, she came out again. Holding a jade slip, she handed it to Yan Qinglian and said, Qinglian, this is the prescription for several kinds of medicinal pills for aura refining disciples to take. Make a copy of it and give it to Xiao Hua. Let him get some spiritual plants. If I go to senior sister empty-handed, I really don't have any face. Disciple obeys. Only now did Yan Qinglian raise her head and respectfully receive the jade slip. All right. Helplessly waving her hand, she pointed to her right and said, Xiao Hua, from now on, you can sit here. Yes. Xiao Hua waited for Yan Qinglian to bring over a chair, then carefully sat down. Helplessly, she looked at Xiao Hua with satisfaction and said, now that you're already in the 11th layer of aura refining, it's time to start building your foundation. One is the problem of divine sense. If you still haven't developed divine sense by the time you reach the 12th layer of aura refining, you'll have to immediately use our sex secret technique to stimulate divine sense. The later it is, the less likely you'll be able to build your foundation. Of course, there's no need to stimulate divine sense too early. Although those disciples of influential clans in the 11th layer of aura refining have divine sense, their future prospects are limited. You're a loose cultivator. From what I see, that heavenly laws embodiment technique of yours doesn't involve divine sense. I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He was a bit anxious. Of course, he didn't have a Muwan palace, so how could he develop divine sense? Should I tell Master? Xiao Hua was a bit hesitant. Just as he was hesitating, he helplessly said, although our sex secret technique is different from other sects, in the end, it's all related to the rainbow epiphyllum. I'll give you the secret technique now, so you can familiarize yourself with it in advance. As for the item, when you reach the peak of the 11th layer of aura refining, Master will go to the Thunder Palace to take a look for you. This item should be available in the Qiqiao Pavilion. However, it's hard to say how old it is. Master, the older the rainbow epiphyllum, the better, right? Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He put the matter of the Muon Palace aside and asked urgently. Of course. The older the rainbow epiphyllum is, the greater the possibility of developing divine sense. Helplessly and somewhat pensively, he said, it's just that there are a lot of disciples entering our Imperial Thunder sect this time. I'm afraid that the rainbow epiphyllum in the Chiqiao Pavilion won't be enough. We should act first to gain the upper hand. If we can't, then we'll have the disciples go to the major markets to buy them. Our Imperial Thunder sect is such a large sect, how could we not find these things? Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, if we can't find them, then we can use other spiritual plants. That's true. Helplessly, he rubbed his hands and said, your husband is afraid of delaying Xiao Hua's cultivation. I'm a bit worried about personal gains and losses. On the side, Xiao Hua also secretly nodded and once again sighed with emotion. It's really good to have the support of a sect. Helplessly, he thought for a moment and said, after the matter of divine sense, it's the problem of cultivation methods. Xiao Hua, your master and your eldest senior brother both cultivate the 10,000 June Thunderbolt cultivation method. This cultivation method can withstand the heavenly thunder of the 10,000 Thunder Valley and advance very quickly. It can be considered a medium-level cultivation method of our thunderous palace. Zhuo Minghui asked from the side, that's strange. If you don't let Xiao Hua cultivate 10,000 June Thunderbolt, what other cultivation method can he cultivate? He. Helplessly, with a mysterious expression, he pointed his finger and said, Xiao Hua, show your sect master's command token to your master's wife. Yes, master. Xiao Hua was secretly happy in his heart and took out the sect master's command token. It really is the sect master's command token. Zhuo Minghui suddenly realized and said with a smile, looks like it's the sect master's reward for Xiao Hua. Exactly. Helplessly, he said in a low voice, in order to reward Xiao Hua for sending the thunder-devouring bead back to the Imperial Thunder sect, the sect master specially issued a sect master's command that Xiao Hua can cultivate all the cultivation methods of the 8 great thunder palaces. Zhuo Minghui and Yan Qinglian were both shocked and they heard this for the first time. What a pity. I don't know when this brat will be able to give me my lightning evasion technique. Helplessly, he sighed. Master, don't worry. Disciple will go to the Heavenly Thunder Palace and get that cultivation method for master. Xiao Hua pretended to get up. Nonsense, quickly sit down. Helplessly, despite knowing Xiao Hua's pretense, he still scolded with a smile, it won't be too late to find it when you go to choose your cultivation method. And, since Xiao Hua has this good fortune, then this cultivation method must be carefully chosen. Yan Qinglian nodded and said. Sigh, that's right. When there was no cultivation method, Xiao Hua had to worry about finding one. Now that there is a cultivation method, he has to worry about finding a suitable cultivation method. Therefore, everyone has their own worries and every family has their own difficulties. This is indeed reasonable. Chapter 1566. Helplessly looking at Xiao Hua, he said in a deep voice, my Imperial Thunder sect's cultivation methods are generally divided into 3 grades. The first grade is the high-grade cultivation method, which is cultivated by those with thunder attribute physiques. Not only is the progress very fast, but the power of the cultivation method is also very strong. The second grade is the middle-grade cultivation method, which is prepared for those with fire attribute physiques. The progress should also be okay, but the power of the cultivation method is reduced. I'm afraid it can't compare to the high-grade thunder attribute cultivation method. The third grade is naturally the low-grade cultivation method, which is prepared for disciples with other attribute physiques. The cultivation speed is not fast, and the power is also ordinary. Of course, there are some disciples with rare attribute physiques. Their cultivation methods are also high-grade, but these disciples are extremely rare even in my Imperial Thunder sect, so there's no need to talk about them. Xiao Hua said with a frown, disciple is of the fire attribute, so I naturally have to cultivate a fire attribute cultivation method. This can only be a middle-grade cultivation method. What else is there to choose? You idiot, if there isn't, why would Master say this? Helplessly scolded, what Master said above is only the general idea. My Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces cultivation methods are all hidden in the inheritance pavilions. And there are also the cultivation methods obtained by the previous masters when they were traveling outside. You, a little loose cultivator, can obtain 3 kinds of cultivation methods. How can my Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods be less than yours? Yes, disciple understands. Xiaohua understood helplessness's temper. He lowered his head and said, looks like my Thunderclap Palace has a high-grade fire attribute cultivation method? That's natural, otherwise Master and you. Halfway through speaking, helplessness realized that he had just said it. He coughed and scolded, you idiot, if our Thunderclap Palace doesn't have it, you can go to the other 7 Great Thunder Palaces. Master wants to tell you, especially the Heavenly Thunder Palace, there are many good things inside. But disciple can't tell if that cultivation method is good or bad. Xiaohua somewhat scratched his head. Damn it, Xiangyang, copy the beginning of the 10,000 Thunderbolts cultivation method for Xiaohua to see. Now that he knows what a middle-grade cultivation method looks like, is it still hard to find a high-grade cultivation method? Helplessness was somewhat impatient. Master, this isn't good. Xiangyang anxiously said, my Imperial Thunder Sect has its own rules. Xiaohua can only receive Master's personal guidance when he reaches the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, if this foundation establishment cultivation method is seen by little junior brother earlier, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to his cultivation. What kind of bullshit rules are these? Which of those core formation martial uncles didn't casually give pointers to their aura refining disciples? He mumbled helplessly, besides, I didn't give him any pointers. I only asked you to show him a cultivation technique. Oh right, after you read Xiaohua's cultivation technique, you must not cultivate it. Your cultivation realm is insufficient. If you forcefully cultivate it, you will definitely perish. Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he bowed and said, disciple understands. Soon after, he helplessly hesitated for a moment before saying, I've already told you about the cultivation method and divine sense. The only one left is the great circle of the aura refining realm. Xiaohua was an individual cultivator, so his cultivation method was lacking. From the first layer of the aura refining realm to the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, he didn't know how many areas needed to be perfected. Sigh, Master is also worried about you. How about this, Xiaohua, we don't need the great circle of the aura refining realm. You only need to cultivate to the peak of the aura refining realm and break through to the foundation establishment stage. Then you can take a foundation building pill. We only need the small circle of the aura refining realm. This. Xiaohua also hesitated. After all, didn't he go to the Fu clan to look for the Qingyun talisman? He wanted to cultivate to the great circle of the aura refining realm. Now that he had the method to refine the Qingyun talisman and the cultivation method, if he didn't cultivate to the great circle of the aura refining realm, his heart would be really uncomfortable. Hee, Master, you've forgotten. Little junior brother is a loose cultivator. I'm afraid he has never heard of the great circle of the aura refining realm. Xiangyang helplessly reminded Xiaohua when he saw him hesitate. Oh, right. Xiaohua helplessly slapped his forehead. Just as he was about to explain, Xiaohua said, disciple understands what the great circle of the aura refining realm is. However, disciple believes that since he can reach the great circle of the aura refining realm, disciple can't cultivate without reason. If disciple really can't cultivate, disciple can just open the Qingyun talisman and directly enter the foundation establishment stage, right? How can it be that simple? Xiaohua helplessly smiled bitterly. Foundation establishment isn't just about cultivation realm, it's also about fate. If you miss the opportunity to enter the foundation establishment stage, it will be even harder to enter the foundation establishment stage. There's such a thing? Xiaohua was astonished. Isn't that right? Look at your eldest martial brother, he still doesn't know. Xiaohua helplessly looked at Xiangyang and said, "Yes, what master said is the truth. Little junior brother, you still have to think twice." Xiangyang nodded. Xiaohua thought for a moment. In his mind, Li Zongbao's great circle of the aura refining realm appeared. His eyes flashed with a trace of unswerving determination. He smiled and said, "Disciple still wants to try. If it really doesn't work, disciple will open the Qingyun talisman." Xiaohua helplessly turned his head to look at Zhuo Minghui. The latter's eyes were filled with admiration as she slightly nodded. "Ah, okay." Xiaohua helplessly sighed and said, "In a few days, I'll go to Qiqiao Pavilion and help you fight for the Qingyun talisman." Qingyun talisman? Fight for it? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Xiangyang smiled and said, "The Qingyun talisman and the Qingyun talisman have roughly the same effect, only the names are different. As for fighting for it, it's because the Qingyun talisman is extremely difficult to refine. If it's not an outstanding disciple in the sect, it won't be given. When the time comes, whether or not little junior brother can get the Qingyun talisman is still uncertain." Afterwards, Xiaohua accompanied Xiaohua and Zhuo Minghui to talk for a while. Then, Xiaohua followed Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian back to their Immortal's cave. Xiangyang was very concerned about Xiaohua's cultivation. He asked Xiaohua some details about his cultivation, but what could Xiaohua say? Xiangyang listened for a while and couldn't understand anything. He had no choice but to talk about some of his experiences when he was cultivating his foundation. This experience was the most precious. When Xiaohua was a loose cultivator, he definitely wouldn't have heard about it. Almost every word Xiangyang said hit Xiaohua's heart, causing him to scratch his head in excitement. Naturally, Xiaohua also asked a lot of questions. His questions were also very sharp. Sometimes, it was difficult for Xiangyang to answer. He even called Yan Qinglian, who was in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, to answer. Unknowingly, the two of them talked for an entire night. When dawn broke the next day, Xiaohua reluctantly said goodbye and prepared to return to the eastern ridge. At this time, Yan Qinglian took out 4 booklets and gave them to him. At the top was the refining method of the invisibility talisman. Yan Qinglian said very gratefully, "Little junior brother, this invisibility talisman has already been copied into a jade slip. I'm currently comprehending it. Unfortunately, I don't have the blood and fur of a lizard beast, so I'm afraid I can't refine it successfully. However, I still have to thank little junior brother for being able to learn this invisibility talisman." Xiaohua promptly waved his hand. "Senior sister has helped little junior brother so much. This invisibility talisman is nothing. When little junior brother gets a lizard beast for senior sister to refine into the invisibility talisman, it won't be too late to thank little junior brother then." Yan Qinglian covered her mouth and said, "Then senior sister will wait for little junior brother's lizard beast." The second booklet was, of course, the pill recipes for the soul assimilating pill and soul gathering pill. Zhuo Minghui didn't say that she would copy them completely, while Xiaohua only said that he would look for the spiritual grasses. Logically speaking, Yan Qinglian only needed to copy what kind of spiritual grasses were needed to refine these 2 pills, but she had completely copied down these 2 pill recipes. Xiaohua only needed to open the booklet to know what kind of spiritual grasses were needed to refine these 2 pills. The third booklet, needless to say, was precisely the first mnemonic chant of the foundation building cultivation technique 10,000 June Thunderbolt and the method to circulate true qi through the meridians. Although the copy of this cultivation technique wasn't complete, the mnemonic chant and the initial refinement of the meridians and true qi were all clearly explained. Xiangyang's face was also somewhat awkward. He said in a low voice, "Little junior brother, the aura refining stage is the process of cultivators drawing spiritual energy into their body and refining it into true qi for their own use. As for the foundation building stage, true qi no longer exists. Instead, it liquefies and forms the so-called true essence. This true essence is the same as ordinary flowing water. No matter whether its quality or structure, it's not something true qi can compare to. Only by cultivating to the foundation building stage can one truly step into the realm of cultivation. Only then can one truly control magic tools and magic weapons and truly mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, this foundation building cultivation technique is completely different from the aura refining stage cultivation technique. Little junior brother can only use it as a reference and absolutely cannot practice it. As for the fourth booklet, it was even more beyond Xiao Hua's expectations. It was actually a secret technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. It was a secret technique to refine the rainbow epiphyllum and other objects to stimulate divine sense. However, just as he said, Yan Qinglian had already prepared it. She was truly a good senior sister-in-law. Xiao Hua took the 4 booklets and stored them in his space. He cupped his hands in thanks and said, "Little junior brother understands. If you have any questions, little junior brother will send a sound transmitting talisman." "Good. You should cultivate properly. Elder brother won't disturb you. There's still a year before the next Flame Dawn grass submission. Just remember it when the time comes," Xiang Yang said with a smile. "Don't, eldest senior brother. If you have something to do, you should go more often. Little junior brother is very lonely there," Xiao Hua hurriedly said. Xiang Yang curled his lips and repeatedly said that he didn't believe him. Yan Qinglian took out 3 jade bottles from her storage pouch and said with a smile, "Little junior brother's monthly allowance is gone. I'm afraid that master's wife won't be able to find soul-gathering pills for the time being. Senior sister-in-law still has a few soul assimilation pills. They were also taken from junior sister Thunder Palace. You should take them for now. Senior sister-in-law." Xiao Hua was really moved. Since he could remember, only Shang Huaming's 3 senior brothers had given him such care. And that bastard Zhang Qingxiao even coveted his Peiyuan pill. Unfortunately, even if he wanted to give these pills to them now, he couldn't find them. "Take them for now." Xiang Yang waved his hand at this time. "Don't be a little girl. If you know how to cultivate diligently and reach foundation establishment a step earlier and win glory for our myriad Thunder Valley, elder brother and your senior sister-in-law will be satisfied." Xiao Hua took the pills and secretly made up his mind. When he returned to the Eastern Ridge, he would immediately look for earth fire, immediately refine pills, immediately cultivate, immediately, and a lot of things immediately. He must reach foundation establishment as soon as possible. He couldn't disappoint those who cared about him, and he couldn't let those who hurt him be happy. Thinking of foundation establishment, Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He thought of 100 Herbs Gate. "Damn it, Jiang Jiantong, just you wait. I'll be back soon. You've seized my Shang Huaming's place, so you must spit it out bit by bit," Xiao Hua thought. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, then flew to the Eastern Ridge Medicine Garden. With the identity token, Xiao Hua no longer had the chance to get lost. According to the map in the token and his own little bright spot, Xiao Hua easily flew to the Eastern Ridge. Chapter 1567. As expected, the Eastern Mountain Range was far away, and the myriad Thunder Valley was even more remote. The two were not in the same direction. Although it was a bit closer than the Thunder Palace, it still made Xiao Hua fly for a long time. Seeing that the area ahead looked very barren and was not a good place to go, Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he thought, "I'm afraid I'm lost again." Then, Xiao Hua hurriedly took out the identity tablet and opened the map, and the direction should be correct. This should be a dangerous place of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua had just thought of this when a deafening roar came from the mountain range to his right. Xiao Hua's body tensed up. That roar seemed to have the effect of confinement. Xiao Hua's flight technique lost its effect and he immediately fell from the sky. Xiao Hua's heart also jumped, as if it was going to jump out. Damn it! Xiao Hua was shocked. On one hand, he shook his arms, trying his best to break free from the confinement around his body. On the other hand, he felt helpless and used the method to resist the sound of thunder that he had just taught. That method was indeed useful. Just as Xiao Hua broke free from the confinement around his body, his heartbeat also returned to normal. However, without waiting for Xiao Hua to fly up again, an emotionless divine sense quickly swept over Foundation Establishment's spirit beast. Xiao Hua was shocked. He didn't even have the time to be shocked. He urged his magic power and immediately used the earth escape technique. Like a stone, his whole body quickly fell down and disappeared without a trace. That divine sense followed Xiao Hua into the ground, but it immediately withdrew, as if it had lost interest in Xiao Hua and withdrew like a waterfall. After escaping very far underground, Xiao Hua felt that the divine sense didn't chase after him again. Only then did he shake off the sweat on his forehead, and thought in a panic, did I make a mistake? Every time I come out, I have to run into something. Last time, it was a fight between two late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, and I was caught in the crossfire. But fortunately, I was lucky and became a fisherman. This time, I directly ran into a spirit beast. I just flew past a dangerous place. Alas, why is there no safe place in the Imperial Thunder sect? In the future, I'll have to stay far away from these dangerous places. Xiao Hua escaped from the ground, identified the direction, and fled without a trace. By the time Xiao Hua fully utilized his flight technique and flew back to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden, the sky had already turned completely dark. Even though the night was nothing to cultivators, Xiao Hua still felt somewhat cold in his heart. Only after he opened the array formation and returned to his abode did Xiao Hua feel slightly safer. But immediately after, Xiao Hua stomped his feet. What is this Thunder Flash Hall's deacon doing? Even the array formation token of the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden had been taken away by someone else and he didn't even know about it. Damn it, I don't know when they'll be able to do it. You're all fine, but you're making me worry here. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Xiao Hua raised his head and sighed, but soon after, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He put his palms together and muttered in the direction of the myriad Thunder Valley, Master, this disciple didn't call you elder, and it's not that I'm disrespectful. Who told you to have such a strange name? Afterwards, Xiao Hua released his perception and looked all around. Seeing that there wasn't anything abnormal, he placed the warning talismans in the abode and sat on a chair in the abode to ponder. This Eastern Ridge's array formation isn't very safe now. I have to think of a way myself. Evil Zhen's array formation is pretty good. It can even trap late-stage Foundation Establishment Can Mingwei. I have to hurry and see how this array formation is arranged. Xiao Hua was thinking about taking out Evil Zhen's things from the space, but just as his mind entered the space, he remembered that other Foundation Establishment cultivators used divine sense. He didn't have divine sense and only had perception, so how could he control it? Moreover, he didn't seem to know the method to control divine sense. Moreover, he didn't have any method to control divine sense, so how could he? So I had the foresight to ask eldest senior brother to give me a method to control magic tools. Magic tools are controlled by divine sense. Even if there isn't a method to control them, it will definitely be involved. With this young master's intelligence, how could I not know how to use it? Thinking, Xiao Hua took out the booklet that Xiang Yang gave him. Sure enough, not only did the booklet talk about the expedient method without divine sense, it also talked about the method to control magic tools in great detail. Although it didn't specifically teach about divine sense, Xiao Hua was still beaming with joy. That's right. Didn't eldest senior brother also give me the method to read jade slips? These two things can be used for reference. These days, Xiao Hua took a lot of things from Xiang Yang, so he was somewhat confused. Fortunately, this young master has a master now, so I don't have to worry about these things. I have an honest and considerate eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister-in-law who have already prepared these incantations. I only need to properly practice them. Soon after, Xiao Hua's heart warmed again. It was as if even a black shadow couldn't be seen as black. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to see how to control magic tools. First, he took out the method to use divine sense and carefully studied it. Then, he compared the method to read jade slips with divine sense. Late at night, he returned to his cave and sat cross-legged on a praying mat, cultivating heavenly laws embodiment technique. The next day, Xiaohua opened his eyes and checked his cultivation. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the past few days, he had been refining fire essence flame crystals, so his cultivation increased at a godly speed. Now, he didn't have any suitable medicinal pills to take, nor did he have any fire essence flame crystals to refine. His cultivation increased at a tortoise's speed, returning to the first layer of aura refining at Yellow Flower Ridge. It wasn't that it wasn't increasing, it was just too slow. Xiaohua still had some Qingyi pills in his space, but they were no longer suitable for the 11th layer of aura refining. He did have a lot of foundation establishment pills, but they were reserved for when he reached foundation establishment. Didn't you hear Wu Qi say that? Foundation establishment was just a matter of opportunity. If he didn't grasp it, it would be difficult to step foot in the future. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't delay. He flew up and first found a pill room in Eastern Ridge. The pill room wasn't too far from the cave. The earth fire inside was sealed with a spell, just like the Fu clan. However, the seal was extremely firm. From the looks of it, it was at least the work of a foundation establishment cultivator. Xiaohua was helpless. He spent a tremendous amount of effort to use the tip of the devil's spear to loosen the seal. However, from the looks of it, there was still some distance before the seal was broken. And, fortunately, the seal didn't automatically recover under the burning of the earth fire. Otherwise, Xiaohua would have vomited blood. Soon after, Xiaohua found a slightly suitable place and released the puppet. It flattened the mountainous area, tidied up the medicinal garden, and took the seeds of the spiritual herbs. At the very least, he had to do something to save face. For more than 10 days, Xiaohua didn't do anything else but tidied up these things. However, it could be considered as a harvest. The earth fire seal was finally broken through after his painstaking efforts. The spiritual herbs were also planted in his space. Of course, they were planted earlier than these. As for the method of using divine sense, Xiaohua was even more delighted. His perception was actually the same as divine sense and could be controlled by him. Needless to say, he could already read the jade slips. It was even possible to write things in the jade slips. Moreover, he also thoroughly understood the method of refining magic tools. The only thing left was to refine the magic tools in the space. Of course, his current focus wasn't on magic tools. He first put these aside and looked through Zhenxia's things. Zhenxia was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. There were many things in his storage pouch. Aside from the spiritual herbs that couldn't compare to Xiaohua's, he had more spirit stones and medicinal pills than Xiaohua. Moreover, Zhenxia's storage pouch also had many jade slips and a small number of magic tools. As for the yellow talismans and other commonly used items, needless to say, there were even a few rare spiritual talismans. However, Xiaohua completely ignored all of this. He only took out those jade slips and looked through them one by one. The jade slips contained incomplete cultivation methods, pill recipes, talisman crafting methods, spell techniques commonly used by foundation establishment cultivators, and so on. There were also many that Xiaohua didn't understand. These were all thrown to the side by him. It wasn't until he picked up a jade slip that Xiaohua's furrowed brows relaxed. This jade slip recorded the arrangement and control method of the heavenly fire array. Of course, the jade slip didn't only record the heavenly fire array. There were also some basic formation principles and other formations. However, Xiaohua didn't want to study it in detail at this time. He put the other jade slips that he had seen and hadn't seen into the space. Only then did he carefully look at the heavenly fire array. The great fire array looked very difficult to understand. After looking at it for several days, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the Great Fire Array was essentially the same as the Warning Amulet. The difference was that the Warning Amulet had different runes written on the child amulet in advance and then used the parent amulet to control it. The Great Fire Array was composed of array discs and array flags. The runes were written on the array discs and array flags in advance. The array discs were the child amulets which were arranged in secret places. The array flags were the parent amulets which were used to activate and control the array. Understanding this, Xiaohua still felt somewhat confused. It seems, the array shouldn't be like this, right? But, what is this array? He couldn't remember. Alright, this young master will first understand this heavenly fire array and protect myself. Xiaohua abandoned the idea of getting to the bottom of things, and specifically pondered on how to arrange the heavenly fire array. In the blink of an eye, several dozen days passed, and Xiaohua barely understood this array. Soon after, Xiaohua left the cave and walked to a suitable location. With a wave of his hand, he took out a shiny formation plate. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. His hand formed a seal, and along with the movement of Xiaohua's fingers, the surrounding slightly violent fire attribute spiritual energy was sucked into the seal. When the seal was formed, Xiaohua's face was deathly pale. His hand felt as if it was holding a heavy object, and every wave was extremely difficult. In the end, Xiaohua finished forming the hand seals. He clenched his teeth and urged the remaining magic power in his body. He flung his hand and hit the formation plate. The formation plate ignited with a teng sound. It was like an orange-red flame that was extremely enchanting as it floated in the air. Moreover, along with the dancing of the flame, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also attracted, and the flame became increasingly bigger. Chapter 1568. Xiaohua squinted his eyes. He took out a few Qingyi pills and threw them into his mouth. He operated Heavenly Law's embodiment technique to refine the medicinal power and recover his magic power. When his magic power recovered a bit, Xiaohua urged his magic power again. He pointed at the orange flame and shouted, "Quick!" Suddenly, the flame seemed to have gained sentience as it landed on the ground and disappeared. Once the flames disappeared, Xiaohua also sat on the ground. He gasped for breath and said, "Damn it, this magic formation really isn't something an aura-refining cultivator like me can make. I just finished making a magic plate and my magic power is already not enough. Wouldn't it take me several days to finish setting up the entire heavenly fire formation? Hee, but in this formation that can kill a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, won't I be at ease?" As a result, Xiaohua set up a formation plate every day. Then, the magic power in his body would be exhausted. Then, he would close his eyes and cultivate to recover his magic power. The next day, he would set up another formation plate. After several days, the entire heavenly fire formation was completely set up. Because the location of the earth fire was not very far from the cave, Xiaohua considered safety and placed an abandoned alchemy room in the formation. Hee. After he finished setting it up, Xiaohua was once again exhausted and had no magic power left. He could only clap his hands foolishly and say to himself, "This is a formation, I'm really a genius." However, when Xiaohua recovered his magic power, he was stunned when he used his magic power to urge the formation flag. The entire heavenly fire formation couldn't be activated. Needless to say, there was definitely a problem with Xiaohua's arrangement. In the following 10 days, Xiaohua compared the jade slip and carefully thought about his method. He constantly improved it. Finally, on a night when dusk was rising, he finished setting up the entire heavenly fire formation. The instant he finished setting it up, Xiaohua sensed that the fire-attributed spiritual energy of heaven and earth around the heavenly fire formation was suddenly sucked into the formation plate. It overflowed like flowing water in the formation plate. When it reached a certain equilibrium, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually disappeared. The formation plate's previous abnormality also disappeared. Wonderful. Xiao Hua clapped his hands. This was exactly the same as Jinxie's arrangement. However, right when Xiao Hua circulated his magic energy and activated the formation with a wave of the flag according to the jade slip, the extremely enormous suction force on the flag had absorbed all of Xiao Hua's magic energy in a short moment, and not a single drop remained. Fortunately, Xiao Hua's magic power was just enough for him to wave the spell flag once. Looking at the orange flame that appeared in the place he wanted to see with the wave of the spell flag in his hand, Xiao Hua's battered heart was revived. However, after resting for a while, Xiao Hua once again had some doubts. He knew that his magic power was different from ordinary cultivators, it was much more vigorous. Although he was currently in the middle stage of the 11th layer of the aura refining realm, Xiao Hua believed that his magic power was absolutely comparable to the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. Thinking about all the pills he had taken and the fire essence flame crystals he had refined, Xiao Hua would naturally think so. In fact, he even believed that his magic power was not much weaker than an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. After all, these days, Xiao Hua often dealt with early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, especially Xiang Yang. In Xiao Hua's eyes, Xiang Yang's magic power, to be honest, was really, since that was the case, then there was no reason for Xiao Hua to wave the formation flag only once. Even if this formation flag was used by a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, the disparity couldn't be that great. Thinking about how Jinxie had easily waved the formation flag that day and freely controlled the formation, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with doubts. Could it be that there are still many secrets in this formation that I can't figure out? Xiao Hua was very puzzled. He flipped through the jade slip again, but where were these records? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Xiao Hua put down his doubts. Next, Xiao Hua didn't stop. He first took the vitality absorption pill and tempered it. Sure enough, this vitality absorption pill was worthy of being a medicinal pill designated by the Imperial Thunder Sect. Its effect was not comparable to low-level medicinal pills like the Clear Breeze pill. Xiao Hua felt that his cultivation had improved again. Since he knew that this vitality absorption pill was useful, then the so-called vitality gathering pill must also be effective. Thus, Xiao Hua went to the pill room and took out the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. While warming up the pill furnace, he took out the pill recipe that Yan Qinglian had copied and examined it. After he finished reading, his brows slightly wrinkled. With a wave of his hand, he took out another jade slip. This jade slip turned out to be Jinxie's. It also contained pill recipes and alchemy techniques. Jinxie was originally an alchemist who refined the clear flower pill, so he naturally had these things on him. Xiao Hua didn't look at it carefully. After all, what was recorded in this jade slip were basically medicinal pills used by foundation establishment cultivators. There were only a few records of medicinal pills used by high-level qi refinement cultivators like the Vitality Absorption Pill and the Vitality Congregation Pill. Only after seeing that the things inside were the same as what was recorded did Xiao Hua put away the jade slip and booklet. He frowned and pondered. The method of refining the Vitality Absorption Pill is different from the method of refining the Clear Pleasure Pill. There are many areas where the difference is very large. My methods are suitable for refining the Clear Pleasure Pill, but I don't know if they can be used when refining the Vitality Absorption Pill. This Vitality Absorption Pill's main ingredient also contains the Vitality Absorption Fruit. I'm afraid it's about the same as refining the Peiyuan Pill. Of course, the about the same in Xiao Hua's heart was referring to his own refining techniques. He had a lot of spiritual herbs in his space, and the main ingredients and supplementary ingredients for refining the Vitality Absorption Pill were all present. Once the pill furnace was ready, Xiao Hua began to refine the Vitality Absorption Pill. The refining room for the Vitality Absorption Pill was naturally complicated. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the Clear Breeze Pill. However, with Xiao Hua's experience of refining pills in the Fu clan's pill refining room, he gradually fumbled around. After more than 10 days of hard work, he finally succeeded in refining 4 medicinal pills in a furnace. After casting the cultivation technique into the pill furnace, Xiaohua took out the vitality absorption pill given to him by Zhuo Minghui and put it into his mouth. He then operated his cultivation technique to refine the medicinal efficacy. Soon after, he took out the vitality absorption pill given to him by Yan Qinglian and similarly refined it in his meridians. He then opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Sure enough, the vitality absorption pills given to master and senior sister-in-law are the same. I'm afraid this medicinal pill is the same as the clear flower pill. Every year, there's a fixed alchemist who refines it and then distributes it to the aura refining disciples as a regular offering." Thinking up to this point, Xiaohua slapped his head and took out a jade bottle from his space. He thought to himself, "This is young master's first month's regular offering at the Imperial Thunder Sect. If it wasn't for eldest senior martial brother helping me receive it, I'm afraid I would have been punished and confiscated, right? Huh. This is also a vitality absorption pill." Xiaohua took out the medicinal pill from the jade bottle and took a look. Soon after, he also took it. After a long while, the medicinal efficacy of the vitality absorption pill was refined by him. Xiaohua opened his eyes and sneered, "The medicinal efficacy of this vitality absorption pill is inferior to the previous 2. I'm afraid it was refined by 2 different alchemists. Moreover, looking at how the medicinal efficacy is so far apart, not only is there a difference in the level of alchemy between the 2 alchemists, there's also a difference in their cultivation, right?" Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hand and the jade bottle on the ground flew into his hand. He said with a smile, "I wonder how much of a difference there is between young master's level and that of the Imperial Thunder Sect's alchemists." However, after waiting for a moment, before Xiaohua had time to refine the medicinal efficacy, his face revealed a trace of amazement, as well as a trace of pleasant surprise. It was a face full of pride. Damn it. Could it be that young master is an alchemist? After refining the medicinal efficacy of the vitality absorption pill, Xiaohua opened his eyes and immediately somersaulted several times in the air. How can the vitality absorption pill refined by myself be compared to the one refined by the Imperial Thunder Sect's alchemists, by several times? How can the Imperial Thunder Sect's alchemists endure this? Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughed heartily. However, just as this laughter resounded through the pill refining room, it came to an abrupt stop. Xiaohua stared blankly on the spot. Soon after, Xiaohua's face revealed an expression of sudden realization. He jumped up from the ground and said loudly, I understand. Why is it that Foundation establishment cultivators can easily set up formations, but I have to use so much effort to set them up? It turns out that it's just as eldest senior brother said. Foundation establishment cultivators have a lot of true qi in their meridians, but it's true essence. True essence is liquid true qi. No matter whether it's quality or quantity, it's not on the same level as true qi. And how can the magic power produced by true essence compare to the magic power produced by true qi? They're simply not on the same level. Moreover, I also understand what Master said before on Yellow Flower Ridge. Without a realm, even if one's magic power continuously increases, what's the use? The magic power casually used by a Foundation establishment cultivator is more than the magic power of a qi refining cultivator. Moreover, Xiaohua laughed out loud. Moreover, how would I know what it is? I'm afraid that only when this young master enters Foundation establishment will I know the specific difference, right? Damn it, this young master must enter Foundation establishment. Xiaohua thought. He reached out and took out the vigorous thunderbolt cultivation technique. Although Xiang Yang repeatedly warned him not to read it too early, Xiaohua really couldn't help it. Of course, this Foundation establishment cultivation technique was different from qi refining cultivation technique. The mnemonic chant was quite obscure, and Xiaohua didn't understand many parts of it. Fortunately, Xiaohua wasn't really cultivating right now. He just wanted to see how this cultivation technique was like in the end. He wanted to have a foundation in his heart so that he could go to the 8 Great Lightning Palaces Technique Inheritance Pavilion in the future to look for even higher level cultivation techniques. Although Vigorous Thunderbolt was different from Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, they both used meridians to temper the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Inside, there were naturally descriptions of meridians. However, after more than 10 days of reading and thinking, Xiaohua had some doubts. The meridians of this foundation establishment cultivation technique actually weren't connected to the meridians of the qi refining realm. This was naturally a very strange matter. Because among the qi refining cultivation techniques that Xiaohua had come into contact with, regardless of whether it was Death Flower Underworld, Raising Fire to the Heavens, or Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, the end of each layer of the cultivation technique was connected to the beginning of the next layer of the cultivation technique. In Xiaohua's understanding, a higher layer of cultivation technique was to break through the barriers between different meridians and use a new tempering method to temper even more spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the new meridians. Foundation establishment cultivation techniques were naturally to break through the barriers of new meridians after reaching the 12th layer of the qi refining realm, and then cultivate in the new meridians. Chapter 1569. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head and thought to himself, if the 12th layer of qi refining is said to have completely refined the meridians, then, the meridians in Heavenly Law embodiment technique clearly haven't reached the end. It seems that there are still many more meridians in dragonization art. Why does Vigorous Thunderbolt require one to reopen different meridians in the lower dantian to cultivate? This was Xiaohua. He was cultivating the dragonization art at the same time as cultivating a normal technique. Previously, he could sense the various meridians in the 11th layer of qi refining. Moreover, he also knew that there were many interconnected meridians around these meridians. If it was someone else, how could they know? Could it be, this Heavenly Law embodiment technique isn't a complete set of qi refining techniques? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of this. However, he immediately denied it. He had already read this technique from beginning to end. If it wasn't a complete technique, he would have already said it out loud. In other words, the possibility that Xiaohua thought of didn't exist. Could it be, behind this Heavenly Law embodiment technique, there are still unrecorded techniques? Xiaohua suddenly quivered. An even more outrageous thought appeared in his mind. Only this thought could explain Xiaohua's perception of those meridians when cultivating the dragonization art. What's wrong with me? Is it the heart devil of the 11th layer of qi refining? After Xiaohua's excitement, he immediately calmed down. Qi refining techniques had been cultivated for who knows how many years in the Xiaoyu continent. Who knows how many heavenly geniuses there were, and who knows how many people had extraordinary encounters. Everyone directly entered foundation establishment after reaching the 12th layer of qi refining. There had never been a person who cultivated to the 13th layer after reaching the 12th layer of qi refining. Maybe I'm ignorant and inexperienced. I've never heard of it. Maybe those people were all geniuses who achieved great magical powers. But there are no records of them in the ancient records. Thinking of this, Xiaohua put these things down. Right now, he was still some distance away from the peak of the 11th layer of qi refining. There was no need to delve into it now. When he returned to Myriad Thunder Valley in the future, he would ask Xiang Yang or Helplessness. If not, he would go to Thunder Palace's Technique Imparting Pavilion to investigate. In the following 10 months, Xiaohua wholeheartedly focused on refining pills, taking pills, and increasing his cultivation. While refining pills, he also began to practice the Thunderlight evasion technique and the driving techniques of magic tools. It was precisely as Xiaohua had expected earlier. This Thunderlight flight technique was extremely profound, and it wasn't something common flying techniques could compare to. The first step to cultivating the Thunderlight flight technique required one to possess a lightning attribute physique. Only with this physique would one be able to sense the lightning attribute spirit energy within the spirit energy of heaven and earth, and only then would one be able to borrow the flexibility and strength of the lightning attribute's spirit energy to cultivate the flight technique. Fortunately, Xiaohua had already practiced fire escape and earth escape. Although this lightning escape technique wasn't a pure 5 elements escape technique, it was still within the 5 elements. Therefore, Xiaohua had some difficulties practicing it, but he still gradually learned it. Among them, what Xiaohua didn't understand the most was that he was actually able to sense the lightning attribute's spiritual qi that troubled cultivators of other attributes. This was the most crucial step. As long as he took this step, his future path would be smooth and level. While Xiaohua was practicing the lightning evasion technique in the eastern ridge, he was still thinking, could it be, because of the thunder-devouring bead? There are flashes of lightning in my space from time to time. Maybe it has something to do with this? As for whether it was true or not, what did it matter? Xiaohua was already gradually getting familiar with the first level of the thunderlight flight technique. Furthermore, although the common method of refining magic tools was convenient, it also had its disadvantages. Different cultivation levels could refine different magic tools. With Xiaohua's cultivation level, he couldn't refine high-level magic tools. Not to mention the magic tools used by late Foundation establishment stage cultivators in Xiaohua's space, even the Shadow Moon Xiaohua that Ling Jingyi gave him couldn't be refined. Xiaohua used 10 months of effort to refine the triangular magic tool of Spirit Husbandry Sect and the palm-sized ring of Yan Yanwei. The magic tool of Spirit Husbandry Sect was an offensive and defensive magic tool. It could use the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to attack, and it could also form a protective barrier around the user. The most special thing was that it could change the outer appearance of the cultivator and conceal the ripples of the cultivator's magic power, achieving the goal of concealment. Xiaohua didn't know the name of this magic tool. Since it was his, he naturally had to give it his own name. Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a long time before naming it Yi Chen. As for the palm-sized ring, it didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities. The only thing it could do was to see through the 5 elements. Yan Yanwei relied on this thing to see through the restrictions set up by Blood Shadow and Xiaohua's figure underground. Xiaohua named it Observe. Naturally, Xiaohua had also thought of using these magic tools to activate the black iron needle. However, after looking at the sacrificial refining method and then looking at the trick behind the black iron needle, Xiaohua still decided to use the sacrificial refining method. In Xiaohua's space, there was a set of 2 soul-absorbing bells. Xiaohua felt that they were similar to the small hook's soul tool and wanted to refine them. Unfortunately, the common refining method in Xiaohua's hand wasn't effective. He probably needed the refining method specifically used by Xiao Nan's Qing family. Seeing that he had cultivated all the techniques he could in the past year, and that his heavenly reflection technique had just reached the peak of the 11th level of the Qi refinement realm, Xiaohua couldn't help but be overjoyed. It wasn't just his cultivation that was effective, Xiaohua's refining of medicinal pills was also very smooth. Now, he could already produce 24 soul-absorbing pills in one furnace, which was barely enough for Xiaohua's nighttime cultivation speed. During the day, Xiaohua could only refine medicinal pills while practicing lightning escape and familiarizing himself with the magic tools. In addition, Little Huang and Little Silver in the space had also changed a lot. Let's talk about Little Huang first. A year ago, after swallowing Qin Mingwei's primordial spirit, it had fallen into a deep sleep. While sleeping, Xiaohua could clearly sense that Little Huang's injuries had healed. Half a year ago, Little Huang had woken up. Although it hadn't fully recovered, it looked a lot more spirited and could already slowly fly around in the space. As for Little Silver, he had rendered meritorious service in saving Xiaohua's life last time. Even his sharp teeth had been grinded until they bled, so how could Xiaohua not be grateful? When Little Dusk slept, Little Silver only moved within a range of several zhang and never took half a step out of the minefield. However, Little Silver's nose kept sniffing the spirit herbs. It was just that without Little Huang's permission, Little Silver didn't dare steal any. It wasn't until Little Huang woke up and told Xiaohua about this that Xiaohua found out that Little Silver could eat spirit herbs. Wasn't that simple? Xiaohua might not be willing to part with spirit stones, but he had as many spirit herbs as he wanted in the space. Xiaohua took out a piece of the extremely vast medicinal field in the space. There were some ordinary spirit herbs inside, just that they had been growing for a long time. He had Little Silver look for food in this medicinal field. Little Silver was very happy. It scurried around the entire herb field and rolled around casually, eating until its little belly was round and full. Little Yellow was also very happy to see this. AI, it's so good to be able to cultivate in peace. Xiaohua looked around the space from time to time and sighed with emotion. This scene was something he hadn't dared imagine when he was an itinerant cultivator. Alright, I've now reached the peak of the 11th level of Qi refinement. It's time for me to make a trip back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Admittedly, there's a rainbow epiphyllum in my space, but Shifu needs to go to Shuttling Thunder Hall to ask for another one. It'll be a waste if I don't take it. Xiaohua thought to himself. Also, it's time to ask Shifu about the cultivation technique. Let's see if I can go to Martial Arts Pavilion to find it now. Just as Xiaohua was about to pack up and leave, he thought again. Good, I almost forgot. It's almost a year's time, and that senior brother Zhenming who came to Eastern Ridge to pick Inflammation Dawn grass is coming again. If I run off now, won't he have to return empty-handed again? Thus, after Xiaohua picked enough Inflammation Dawn grass in advance, he calmly stayed in Eastern Ridge to refine pills and wait for Zhenming's arrival. Almost a month's time passed. Sure enough, the command medallion in the space vibrated again. When Xiaohua slightly released the restriction on the formation, a crimson-red messaging talisman flew in front of Xiaohua's eyes. He's finally here. Xiaohua crushed the messaging talisman and flew into the air. He opened the formation and saw a thin and tall young cultivator with a trace of impatience on his face. He was precisely waiting in midair outside the formation. Xiaohua carefully sized him up. This cultivator looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He had long and narrow cheeks, extremely small eyes, a pair of extremely light eyebrows, and a few black spots on his deathly pale face. When the cultivator saw Xiaohua come out to greet him, he didn't even salute. He very rudely called out, "Are you Xiaohua?" Xiaohua smiled and bowed. This disciple is indeed Xiaohua. Is senior brother Zhenming? Humph, naturally it's I. Zhenming wasn't surprised. He sneered and said, if it wasn't for I's bad luck, who would come to this Eastern Ridge medicinal garden? Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, this disciple was negligent last year and let senior brother Zhenming accompany me to receive punishment. This disciple's heart truly feels apologetic. Don't say those useless things. Zhenming unexpectedly didn't want to talk to him. Where's this year's Flame Dawn grass? Don't tell me you still want I to personally go harvest it? Xiaohua smiled and said, this naturally isn't necessary. As he spoke, he took out his storage pouch and handed it over. He said, this disciple has already harvested this Flame Dawn grass long ago. Senior brother, please take a look. Zhenming slightly nodded. He took the pouch and opened it to take a look. He was somewhat astonished. Your harvesting technique is quite brilliant. Xiaohua replied, this disciple is only of this little use. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here so eagerly. Good. Zhenming only said one word. He took back the storage pouch and nodded. He said, this year's matter is already done. You should properly take care of the medicinal garden. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his forehead and said, that's right, did you take a lot of seeds from the Thunder Flash Hall last year? Xiaohua replied, yes. Does senior brother need something? Naturally, I need to inspect it. Zhenming pointed with his finger and said, open the formation. I want to see where you've planted these spirit grasses. Xiaohua obeyed and opened the formation. He led Zhenming to the place where he planted the spirit grasses. Chapter 1570. Looking at the flat herb garden and some small sprouts, Zhenming nodded slightly, then lectured, "How can you grow other spirit herbs in this kind of place? I don't know what you're thinking. Hee, disciple has nothing to do, so I want to see if I can grow other spirit herbs. If I can, that would be great, but if I can't, I'll just waste some seeds." "As you wish." Zhenming waved his hand and was about to fly away when Xiaohua stopped him. He patted his storage pouch and took out a few jade bottles and some spirit stones, then handed them over. He said very sincerely, "This is Disciple's 2 months' worth of provisions last year." Because of Disciple, senior brother Zhenming was punished with a year's worth of provisions. Disciple knows that these provisions can't compare to senior brothers, but they are Disciple's good intentions, so please accept them. Ah. Zhenming obviously didn't expect Xiaohua to give him pills and spirit stones. He thought for a moment, then waved his hand and the items fell into his hand. His pale face showed a trace of a smile, and said, "Since you have such thoughts, I won't be disrespectful." Seeing Zhenming accept the pills, Xiaohua's heart could be considered to have been put down. He smiled and said, "Farewell, senior brother Zhenming." "Hee, good, we'll meet again next year," Zhenming said as he flew into the air. However, after flying for a few dozen feet, he turned back and reminded, "Oh right, Xiaohua, I still haven't found the spare token for the Eastern Ridge Formation. Your formation isn't very safe, so you have to be careful." "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Aside from flame dawn grass, there's only flame dawn grass here. It's far inferior to other herb gardens, so who would come here? Besides, disciple is only a qi refining disciple, and my cultivation is shallow. Others won't put me in their eyes. Hee, it's always better to be careful. Unfortunately, this spell formation is only for defensive purposes. It doesn't have any offensive capabilities. Otherwise, I forgot that there are 2 command medallions." Smiling wryly, Zhenming clasped hands and flew out of the Eastern Ridge, heading back to the Lightning Flash Temple. Seeing that Zhenming had left, Xiaohua smiled and said, "This year's mission is over. I don't have anything to do for the next year. Hee, looks like I have to make a trip to the Myriad Thunder Valley." After that, Xiaohua tidied up a little, opened the formation, and used the lightning escape technique that he had just learned, and flew in the direction of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. The lightning evasion technique was indeed formidable. It was more than half as fast as Xiaohua's flight technique. However, this lightning evasion technique consumed a lot of magic power. After flying for a while, Xiaohua switched back to his original flight technique. Along the way, Xiaohua was careful. He looked at the map while flying. As long as there were dangerous and forbidden areas, he would stay far away from them, so he didn't encounter any danger. On the contrary, along the way, they encountered a lot of aura refining and foundation building disciples. There was even a grandmaster in the Gold Core realm. Xiaohua respectfully stopped for these seniors with profound cultivation bases and politely let them go first. He received quite a lot of smiles. Seeing his master's Immortal's cave, Xiaohua landed. That mountain ape immediately pounced out from the mountain forest. It stretched out its arms and revealed a pair of sharp claws to grab Xiaohua. "Humph," Xiaohua frowned. He waved his hand and cast a confinement technique. The mountain ape was bound almost without any resistance. It fell to the ground in an instant and let out a roar. Immediately, 2 divine senses came from the helpless Immortal's cave and Xiang Yang's Immortal's cave respectively. They scanned Xiaohua's body. Of these 2 divine senses, Xiaohua was very familiar with one of them. It was eldest senior brother Xiang Yang. He didn't encounter the other one. Since it wasn't helpless, then it should be Zhua Minghui's. Sure enough, not long after the 2 divine senses were retracted, Xiang Yang flew over with a smile on his face. Seeing that Xiaohua's cultivation base was already at the peak of the 11th layer of aura refining, he was very happy and said, "Little junior brother is indeed a genius. I haven't seen you for just a year and you've made great progress. I can see that you're already a cultivator at the 12th layer of aura refining. Xiaohua wryly smiled. Eldest senior brother, I'm suffering in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden by myself. You didn't even come to see me. Otherwise, I might have already reached foundation establishment by now. What? Xiang Yang was surprised at first, then he laughed out loud and said, You little brat, I was afraid of delaying your cultivation so I didn't dare to go. What's so hard about you? After you reach foundation establishment, I'll ask my wife-in-law to help you find a suitable dual cultivation partner in the Thunder Palace. At that time, let's see if you'll still complain or not. Hearing this, Xiaohua quickly waved his hand and said, Forget it, eldest senior brother. Let me go find one myself. Who knows what kind of person my wife will find? Oh, little junior brother, you don't trust your wife's eyes? Yan Qinglian also flew over. No. Xiaohua quickly said, I'm just joking with you, eldest senior brother. Hee, little junior brother, your eldest senior brother is right. If you are interested, I should help you find a dual cultivation partner in the mythical Thunder Palace. It can't be. Xiaohua was stunned and waved his hand even more hurriedly. Don't, senior sister, you two don't need to worry about this. Could it be that little junior brother already has a sweetheart? Yan Qinglian said with a smile. Eldest senior brother, where's master? This little brother has some questions about cultivation. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head and asked. Hearing Xiaohua mention cultivation, Xiang Yang also quickly replied, Master isn't in the cave today. He should be on duty in the Myriad Thunder Valley. If you have something urgent, I'll send you a summoning talisman. No need. My matter isn't urgent. When will Master come back? He should be back by tomorrow. Xiang Yang said with a smile, Master has been thinking about you for half a year. He said you used 2 months to cultivate from the 10th layer to the middle of the 11th layer. He hasn't seen you for half a year, so you must have cultivated to the 12th layer. Maybe I'll even cultivate to foundation establishment and give him a surprise. A voice came from the cave. It was Zhuo Minghui who walked out. Disciple greets mistress. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Hee, get up, good child. Zhuo Minghui waved her hand and helped Xiaohua up. She looked him up and down and said with a smile, although you haven't stepped into foundation establishment, cultivating to the peak of the 11th layer in a year is still commendable. Thank you for your praise, mistress. Xiaohua said embarrassedly, not being able to cultivate to the 12th layer might have disappointed master. Let's go, Xiaohua. Let's talk inside the cave. Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, cultivation isn't something that can be done in a day. If the 10th layer can be cultivated to completion in 2 months, the 11th layer might take 2 years. Don't think too much. The 4 of them entered the cave and sat down. As usual, Yan Qinglian took out spiritual tea and spiritual fruits. After Xiaohua ate some, Zhuo Minghui asked, Xiaohua, your medicinal garden in the Eastern Ridge. However, she only said half of what she wanted to say and didn't say anything else. Hee, disciple understands. Xiaohua said with a smile. He clapped his hands and took out a storage pouch, handing it to Zhuo Minghui. This is disciple's gift to mistress. Mistress, please help me. Okay. Zhuo Minghui liked Xiaohua's cleverness very much. She opened the storage pouch and looked at the spiritual herbs used to concoct soul-gathering pills. She was very satisfied. The age of these things is quite good. They should be able to give you a satisfactory answer. As she said this, she put away the storage pouch. Xiaohua accompanied Zhuo Minghui and chatted for a while. Afterwards, he took his leave and followed Xiang Yang back to their cave. After a while, Zhuo Minghui flew out of the cave and headed towards mythical Thunder Palace. Xiaohua and the other 2 sat down in the Immortal Cave. Xiang Yang couldn't wait to ask about Xiaohua's cultivation. Xiaohua's cultivation speed in this year could be considered normal, so he didn't hide anything and answered the general questions truthfully. After Xiang Yang finished asking, Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and also asked, "Eldest senior martial brother, I have a question about foundation establishment cultivation methods." "What? You still looked at the foundation establishment cultivation methods first?" Xiang Yang frowned. "Didn't I already tell you about the foundation establishment cultivation methods? It's not suitable for you to look at now. I'm afraid it will affect your cultivation." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Eldest senior martial brother is thinking too much. I only looked at the meridians. I didn't look at any cultivation methods at all." "So it's like that." Xiang Yang's complexion relaxed a little. He nodded and said, "Then what's the problem with the meridians?" Xiaohua bit his lips and asked with some hesitation, "It's like this. I want to ask, why does the foundation establishment cultivation method start by refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the new meridians? Why not continue to refine it in the previous meridians?" "The previous meridians?" Xiang Yang asked curiously. "You've already used the previous meridians? If you don't open new meridians, how can you increase your cultivation?" Little brother's meaning is, why don't you break through the barrier of the meridians and open up new meridians like the previous meridians of the qi condensation realm, but instead return to the dantian and open up new meridians? Xiaohua explained. "So the qi refining meridians have already been used? How can you open new meridians?" Xiang Yang asked back. "How do you know there aren't any new meridians? What if there are more?" Xiaohua smiled. There are still other meridians?" Xiang Yang was greatly surprised. He had never thought of this kind of question. Hearing it now was very refreshing. He simply didn't know how to answer Xiaohua. But Yan Qinglian at the side clapped her hands and said, "Hee, youngest junior martial brother really knows how to think. This question is difficult for your eldest senior martial brother." Xiang Yang also wanted to cry and laugh. He shook his head with all his strength. Youngest junior martial brother's thinking is really outrageous. I have no way to answer. Then, eldest senior martial brother, how do you know that the meridians have been refined to the end? That there won't be any new meridians? Xiaohua wanted to get to the bottom of this. Youngest junior martial brother, you haven't cultivated to the peak of the 12th layer of the qi refining realm. When you enter the foundation establishment realm, you'll know. The peak of the 12th layer of the qi refining realm is different from the other layers of the qi refining realm. Yan Qinglian looked at Xiang Yang and smiled. Husband, you should tell youngest junior martial brother about your foundation establishment realm. Although it's a bit early to say it now, it's still better than him blindly guessing at the side, right? Chapter 1571. Yes, that's right. Xiang Yang thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "This is something that can only be said before you build your foundation. But if you think blindly like this, it's very easy to damage your cultivation. Brother will now say a few simple things, so that you won't make a mistake. The specific things to pay attention to will have to wait until later. Moreover, I used 2 chances to build my foundation, so I should still tell you this lesson first." Hee, I'm all ears. Xiaohua cupped his hands, very much enjoying the feeling of having someone give him pointers. Normally, after cultivating to the peak of each stage of qi refinement, it's the process of reaching perfection. After making up for the gaps in the realm, a barrier will appear between the meridians. At this time, it depends on the amount of true qi. If there's enough, then you can break through the barrier and enter the next level. Otherwise, your cultivation may forever stop at this level. Xiang Yang explained simply, but what about the peak of the 12th layer of qi refinement? It's different from these. When the cultivation method reaches perfection, the true qi will naturally change, and there will be signs of liquefaction. At this time, you have to take a foundation establishment pill. This foundation establishment pill has 2 effects. One is to provide medicinal power to break through to foundation establishment, and the other is to help condense true qi into a liquid state. Then, if you don't take a foundation establishment pill at this time, and use other medicinal pills, or don't use medicinal pills at all? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. This. I don't know. Xiang Yang said awkwardly. That day, when I built my foundation, I encountered the signs of liquefaction. I was ecstatic, so I quickly took a foundation establishment pill. It's just that. Xiang Yang slightly sighed, looked at Yan Qinglian, who had a comforting smile on her face, and said again, it's just that at that time, I was the only one in the Immortal's cave in Myriad Thunder Valley. Master and Master's wife were nowhere to be found. Although I made some preparations, I only took 2 foundation establishment pills. My cultivation was still lacking, so 2 foundation establishment pills weren't enough to condense all the true qi in my meridians into a liquid state. I barely managed to refine the 2 foundation establishment pills, and after I failed to break through to foundation establishment, I could only look on helplessly as the liquefied true qi gradually reverted back to true qi. Seeing the loneliness on Xiang Yang's face, Xiao Hua smiled and said, eldest senior brother, then, have you ever regretted it? Xiao Hua had already asked this question before, but now that he asked it again, it must be interesting. Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian. The 2 people's eyes were filled with affection. Indeed, in this place, silence speaks louder than words. After waiting for a short moment, Xiao Hua coughed and asked again. Eldest senior brother, then what happened after that? After that? After that, I cultivated in seclusion for another 50 years. Just as I was about to lose all hope, the true qi in my meridians suddenly showed signs of liquefying. At that time, I had 10 building foundation dawn in my storage pouch. So, I immediately suppressed the ecstasy in my heart, and refined them one by one. Finally, all the true qi in my meridians was transformed into true elemental energy. Xiang Yang lightly said. That's strange. Eldest senior brother, you haven't consumed any other medicinal pills in the past 50 years? You didn't take another foundation establishment pill? Xiao Hua asked curiously. In his opinion, since his magic power wasn't enough, he should have just taken some medicine. Who cared about medicinal pills? However, Xiang Yang shook his head. My Imperial Thunder sect only has medicinal pills for those in the 12th layer of the qi refining realm. We don't have any medicinal pills for those who fail to build their foundation. Moreover, after Master came back, he only urged me to cultivate according to the cultivation method and didn't allow me to take any medicinal pills. As for why, I don't know. Oh. Xiao Hua slightly nodded. He also knew that with Xiang Yang's honest temperament, he would have absolutely followed the arrangement. He wouldn't have deviated even a little bit. Then, what about the accumulating spirit talisman? Eldest senior brother didn't use it? Xiao Hua suddenly thought. Accumulating spirit talisman? Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. He looked at Yan Qinglian and said, not only me, but even your senior sister-in-law has never used it. Little junior brother, ordinary cultivators, as long as they have the chance to build their foundation, they would do it without any regard for their lives. Who would be willing to stay in the qi refining realm? Yan Qinglian said with a smile, only those heaven-sent geniuses who are extremely confident in building their foundation and are willing to take this risk to use the accumulating spirit talisman. As I said just now, the great circle of qi refining is the natural perfection of the cultivation method. This is also commonly known as the small circle of qi refining. If you use the accumulating spirit talisman, you can use the power of the talisman to forcefully delay the advancement of your realm and make the small circle of qi refining even more perfect. That's the true great circle of qi refining. Xiang Yang said somewhat enviously. It's said that after cultivators at the great circle of qi refining enter the foundation establishment realm, their magic power is 30% stronger than cultivators of the same realm. The most powerful ones might be 50% stronger. Ah. That much? Xiao Hua was slightly astonished. Of course. Otherwise, how could those extremely intelligent people stay in the qi refining realm? Xiang Yang smacked his lips and said, "That's not all. Qi refining's divine sense is in the nurturing stage. The longer it's nurturing, the more room it has for growth in the future. Think about it, if your magic power is 50% stronger than people of the same realm, and your divine sense is also 50% stronger than people of the same realm, then, how awe-inspiring is that?" "TCH, that's not awe-inspiring." Xiao Hua curled his lips in his heart. Although he was currently in the 11th layer of the qi refining realm, killing someone in the 12th layer of the qi refining realm wasn't a problem. This wasn't the same concept as people of the same realm. Little junior brother will enter the Foundation establishment realm in a few years. Master and Master's wife are also in Myriad Thunder Valley. If there are no mishaps, little junior brother should have no problem entering the Foundation establishment realm. Xiang Yang comforted him. "You just need to cultivate peacefully and don't think too much." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiao Hua bowed and said. Soon after, the three of them talked about something and closed their eyes to cultivate. They waited until noon the next day, but Helpless still hadn't returned. Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry. He listened to Helpless talk about the taboos and experiences of qi refining. Listening to it made him scratch his ears and cheeks. Xiao Hua had never thought of these things before, but after trying them out, they were indeed useful. Just as they were talking, a crimson summoning talisman flew into the Immortal's cave. It was Zhuo Minghui calling them over. Xiao Hua and the others arrived at Helpless Immortal's cave. As soon as they saw each other, Zhuo Minghui smiled and handed over a storage pouch. Xiao Hua opened it in surprise. When he saw the soul-gathering pills and a lot of spirit stones inside, he couldn't help but feel extremely grateful. He said with a choked voice, "Master's wife, I had nothing to do yesterday, so I went to Mythical Thunder Palace to see my senior sisters whom I haven't seen for a long time. And they praised your medicinal herbs very much. After exchanging them for spiritual pills, they also gave you some spirit stones. You should take them." Zhuo Minghui waved her hand as if she really was going to see her senior sisters, and exchanging them for spiritual pills was just a passing matter. "Thank you, Master's wife." Xiao Hua nodded and put them away. A divine sense swept past. It was Helpless who had returned from outside. "Master." Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian stood up and shouted. Xiao Hua naturally also stood up. Helpless ignored Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. He only looked at Xiao Hua and said, "How come you're only at the peak of the 11th layer of the qi refining realm? I thought you'd already cultivated to the 12th layer of the qi refining realm." Xiao Hua was quite displeased with Helpless' snobbery, and said embarrassedly, "Disciple is actually quite stupid. I was barely able to cultivate to the 11th layer of the qi refining realm." "Oh? Why are you suddenly saying that?" Helpless said angrily, "You're the hope of my Myriad Thunder Valley. If you don't build your foundation, I'll crush you to death." "Husband." Yan Qinglian said with a frown, "If you say that, how will Xiao Hua feel? If he doesn't build his foundation, won't he be your disciple? If you don't want him, I'll take him as my disciple." Hee. Helpless, he rubbed his hands and said, "I'm just afraid he'll be like Xiang Yang." Soon after, he clapped his hands helplessly and took out a jade box from his storage bag. He tossed it to Xiao Hua and asked, "Have you seen the secret technique to catalyze your divine sense?" Xiao Hua took the jade box. He was originally at a loss, but when he heard Helpless' question, he immediately understood what was inside the jade box. He smiled and said, "Disciple has just cultivated to the 11th layer of the qi refining realm, so I haven't had time to see the secret technique yet." Then he raised the jade box and said, "Is this the rainbow cloud?" Rainbow cloud my ass." Helplessly eating a mouthful of spirit fruit, he spat the core on the ground and cursed, "This year, my Thunder Palace originally had a rainbow epiphyllum that had just matured, but it was snatched by Zhenyu, that old brat, one step ahead of us, saying that it was for his disciple, Zhenyu Qin. Motherfucker, this guy is really shameless. That disciple named Wang Yunxiao was clearly chosen by me first, and I even marked him with my divine sense. This old bastard actually took Wang Yunxiao away and treated him as his disciple. Unfortunately, they've already registered in the Jade Archive Hall, otherwise Speaking up to here, he looked helplessly at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, Wang Yunxiao is already at the 12th layer of the qi refining realm. You have to work harder, you have to build your foundation before him. Oh, even if you can't be the first, you can't fall too far behind. Xiaohua was speechless. He bowed and said, disciple understands. Then he said, if this jade box isn't the rainbow cloud, then what is it? Nonsense, if it's not the rainbow cloud, then it's the jade Qilin spirit. Jade Qilin spirit? Xiaohua was puzzled. When he opened the jade box, he saw something similar to a taro inside. It's just that this taro was like jade, and the layers of scales on top were like fish scales. Master, little junior brother is a rogue cultivator, he doesn't know about this. Xiang Yang reminded. Rogue cultivator. Xiaohua said helplessly. He waved his hand and said, you tell him. Little junior brother. Xiang Yang said with a smile, it's actually very simple. This jade Qilin spirit is the same as the rainbow cloud, they both have the ability to stimulate divine sense. It's just that the rainbow cloud is too rare, it's not easy to find one. In comparison, this jade Qilin spirit is much more abundant. Many cultivation families use this jade Qilin spirit for their disciples to stimulate divine sense. However, the jade Qilin spirit's effect is much worse than the rainbow cloud. Oh, so it's like that. Xiaohua put away the jade box and said with a smile, thank you, master. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. If there's nothing else, just go back and cultivate. Come see me when you've built your foundation. Xiaohua waved his hand helplessly. Disciple has a few questions. After I ask master, I'll immediately return. Xiaohua said with a smile. Quickly ask, quickly ask. Master, little junior brother is very talented. Xiang Yang was afraid that Xiaohua would get angry, so he quickly said, disciple doesn't know how to answer the questions he asked. Is that so? Why don't you tell me? Xiaohua looked at Xiaohua with surprise. Xiang Yang gave Xiaohua a look, telling him not to say anything. He then repeated Xiaohua's question. Sure enough, Xiaohua immediately jumped up and said, damn it, I showed you the foundation establishment cultivation method so you could go to the technique imparting pavilion and find an even higher level cultivation method than this one. You're actually looking for fun here, don't you want to build your foundation? It can't be. Xiaohua muttered. Beside him, Zhuo Minghui stopped him again and said, husband, this child is very curious. It's good that he can think more. You should talk to him, don't let him go down the wrong path. A disciple is as boring as a rock. I just took in one, and he's like, the mountain ape at the door. How can I be so unlucky? Xiaohua sighed helplessly. He thought for a moment and said, actually, it's nothing. Think about it, before the 12th layer of qi refining, can every cultivator break through to the next realm by taking medicinal pills? Of course not. Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Then, why can't they advance even if they take medicinal pills? Xiaohua asked helplessly. Xiaohua smiled and said, it must be the meridians, right? You're quite smart. Xiaohua glared at him helplessly. Meridians are the foundation of cultivation. All true qi and true essence are formed by refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through the meridians. Everyone's cultivation process is also the process of refining the meridians themselves. If the meridian's ability to refine has already reached its limit, do you think, even if there are more medicinal pills and more spiritual energy, it can still be refined? Disciple understands. It must be that after reaching the peak of the 12th layer of qi refining, the meridian's ability to refine true qi has also reached its peak. It can no longer produce more true qi. If one can't build their foundation in time, then their magic power can no longer increase? Xiao Hua continued. Exactly. Of course, this is the case for your eldest senior brother. What's the use of taking medicinal pills? He just needs to carefully comprehend his realm. If fate allows it, won't he be able to enter the Foundation establishment realm? Xiao Hua looked helplessly at Xiang Yang and said, unfortunately, the difference between the second and the first time is too great. His achievements will always be limited. But Master, doesn't the accumulating spirit talisman also force one's realm? Xiao Hua asked. You don't know shit. The accumulating spirit talisman doesn't force one's realm. It forces one's true qi to transform into true essence. That was the first time he built his foundation. He only used the accumulating spirit talisman's magic power to prolong the process as much as possible. During this prolonged process, because true essence is together with true qi for a long time, it will undergo a certain mutation. On the other hand, it can refine the meridians that were refined during the qi refining stage again with true essence, increasing the strength of the meridians. After entering the Foundation establishment realm, one can have a few % more true essence than others. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua finally understood. So there were so many reasons behind this. However, the accumulating spirit talisman is admittedly a good thing. Xiao Hua helplessly said, but using the accumulating spirit talisman still has a great risk. Chapter 1572. When using the accumulating spirit talisman, if there's even the slightest bit of carelessness, the liquefied true essence will begin to transform back into true qi. That's not good. All of your previous efforts will be wasted. At best, you'll be beaten back to your original state and have to wait for the second foundation building. At worst, your meridians won't be able to hold too much true qi. Your meridians may break and your Dao will perish. Helplessly speaking, he looked at Xiao Hua and said, now that you know, do you still want to use the accumulating spirit talisman? Why not? If others can use it, I can also use it. Xiao Hua said without hesitation. Being competitive is the most undesirable thing in cultivation. Helplessly shaking his head. Fine, I'm just being competitive. Xiao Hua secretly said, you want me to build my foundation earlier, but you don't want me to be competitive? Helplessly thinking, he said, it's still early. Wait until you reach the 12th layer of qi refining. If your true qi is vigorous, then use it. If it's not, then you should just build your foundation. I'll listen to Master's instructions. Xiao Hua bowed and said. Soon after, Xiao Hua asked a few more questions, especially those about divine sense and the Naiwan Palace. Helplessly answering them all one by one. Don't look at Helplessly's impatient temper and somewhat irritable. In the aspect of cultivation, Helplessly was really amazing. When he talked about some cultivation experiences, Helplessly was very familiar with them. He explained the profound in simple terms and drew inferences about other things from one example and so on. Helplessly, he got so excited that he stopped cultivating. He only talked about the stars in the night sky and welcomed the rising sun. Only then did he stop talking endlessly. Under Xiao Hua's worshipful gaze, he helplessly waved his hand and had Xiao Hua leave. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian also followed him out. Before leaving, Xiang Yang couldn't help but repeatedly exhort, junior martial brother, this foundation establishment is really extremely difficult. You must not let your emotions affect your decisions. If there's anything I can help you with, you must tell me. Xiao Hua knew this was Xiang Yang's concern. After thinking for a while, he said with a smile, how about this? If senior brother is willing, how about you protect me while I build my foundation? Great. A smile appeared on Xiang Yang's face. This was exactly what he wanted. However, When a cultivator in the 12th layer of the aura refining realm entered the foundation building realm, it was also the time when they were at their weakest. It was impossible for an ordinary person to be by their side. Although Xiang Yang was Xiao Hua's eldest senior martial brother, according to reason, he should be by Xiao Hua's side as a protector, but Xiao Hua, after all, didn't receive Xiang Yang's guidance since childhood. If he took the initiative to say it, it might not necessarily be somewhat reckless, and it also wouldn't be in line with Xiang Yang's timid nature. Now that Xiao Hua mentioned it without the slightest hesitation, it naturally meant that he didn't regard Xiang Yang as an outsider. How could Xiang Yang not be happy? However, junior brother still has a few years to go before he reaches the peak of the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm. Right now, we should break through the bottleneck of the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm and see if we can generate divine sense. Otherwise, we can only use the Jade Kirin fruit to accelerate the process. Xiang Yang said with a smile. Yes, I will listen to eldest senior brother's orders. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I'll return to the eastern ridge to cultivate first. If there's anything, I'll inform eldest senior brother. Soon after, Xiao Hua leaped into the air and flew towards the eastern mountain range. However, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, Xiao Hua changed his mind. After a slight hesitation, he flew towards the shocking Thunder Palace. Along the way, Xiao Hua saw that there was no one around. He used the lightning escape technique and arrived in front of the Yanlei Palace in just a few hours. At this time, the Yanlei Palace was different from the last time. Although it was floating in the clouds, there was a long ladder that snaked downwards from the entrance of the Yanlei Palace. Inside the clouds, the Yanlei Palace actually emitted a faint lightning glow, causing the surroundings to flicker. Is today the time to impart the technique? Xiao Hua thought as his figure landed on the ladder. The ladder was also mysterious. Just as Xiao Hua's figure landed and was about to lift his leg to walk up, the ladder actually moved up by itself. Xiao Hua didn't need to move at all. His figure slowly walked towards the entrance of the Yanlei Palace. This is really interesting. Xiao Hua thought to himself. When he arrived at the entrance of the Yanlei Palace, it was a tall palace that looked no different from the Shualei Palace. Just as Xiao Hua was about to enter, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator came out of the palace. He looked at Xiao Hua up and down, then used his divine sense to scan him. He frowned and scolded, "Where is your waste token? Why did you only come now? The technique imparting disciple has already been preaching for several hours. I'm afraid it's nearing the end. How can you step into the foundation establishment realm with this kind of slack?" Xiao Hua smiled apologetically, took out his token and said, "Senior, please know that disciple's errand job is in the eastern mountain range. It's very far from here. Yesterday, I couldn't stay in the shocking Thunder Palace, so I came late today." When the cultivator heard that Xiao Hua was in the eastern mountain range, his face slightly changed. He took the token, scanned it with his divine sense, and handed it back. "Quickly go in. The East Side Palace is preaching about the art of medicine. It's useful for you. You can go and listen. The West Side Palace is preaching about the foundation of techniques. It's also useful for new disciples like you." "Yes, disciple understands. Thank you for the reminder, Senior." Xiao Hua bowed and entered the Yanlei Palace. Xiao Hua curiously looked at the main hall. The main hall of the Evolved Thunder Palace seemed to be different from the Bright Thunder Palace and the Spring Thunder Palace. The main hall wasn't big, it was square-shaped, and in the middle, there was a square pillar standing from top to bottom. The four sides of the main hall, as well as the roof above, and the ground below, were all covered with many runes. These runes were engraved with intelligence, and seemed to have a profound meaning. On the square pillar, there were countless tiny lightning threads flashing. These countless lightning threads formed different runes that moved around the entire pillar in a very orderly manner. This pillar looks a lot like a jade slip. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua released his perception and used his divine sense to read the jade slip to step into the pillar. Boom! When Xiao Hua's perception entered the pillar, a rumbling sound came from the jade slip. Xiao Hua didn't feel like he was looking at the jade slip. Instead, he felt the same as when he entered the illusion array. After a rumbling sound, a towering mountain range appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. This mountain range was completely crimson. This is... Before Xiao Hua could think of anything else, a tall and thin cultivator with white hair and beard, wearing a red Taoist robe, descended from the sky and landed on the crimson mountain range. Xiao Hua couldn't see through that cultivator's cultivation. Who is this? Following Xiao Hua's puzzlement, that cultivator patted his hand and took out a bead that was similar to the thunder-devouring bead from his storage pouch. Thunder-devouring bead? Xiao Hua was shocked. However, when he looked carefully, this thunder-devouring bead was even smaller than the one he had. Moreover, there were no lightning sparks around the bead. However, Xiao Hua could clearly see that there were countless lightning sparks lingering inside the small bead. Immediately after, the cultivator threw the thunder-devouring bead into the air and then grabbed it with his hand. As the cultivator slowly raised his hand, a large ball of lightning appeared from the thunder-devouring bead. As the cultivator raised his hand, the large ball of lightning flew into the air. Immediately after, the cultivator kept making hand seals. Every hand seal seemed to be played down, but wherever the hand seals were cast, a hurricane would appear in the air. Moreover, as the hand seals were cast, the lightning sparks emitted a dazzling brilliance. After a while, the cultivator opened his mouth and spat out a light purple brilliance into the lightning sparks. Suddenly, the lightning sparks emitted an extremely bright brilliance and gradually expanded. When it was about 100 feet wide, the cultivator pointed his finger and the lightning sparks slowly fell and sank into the crimson mountain range. The cultivator's figure also disappeared along with the lightning sparks. Ancestor Qianyun. Xiao Hua instantly understood that this cultivator was the founder of the Imperial Thunder sect, Qianyun. Sure enough, a moment later, a purple light shone from under the mountain range and spread in all directions like a ring. Ancestor Qianyun's figure suddenly appeared from the mountain range and kept making hand seals. The brilliance flashed continuously in the mountain range. As the brilliance went away, heavy dark clouds pressed down from the sky and countless thin lightning sparks fell below the brilliance. Ancestor Qianyun's figure was like a god. Damn it, Ancestor is really awe-inspiring. Xiao Hua secretly said. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's eyes darkened again. When he could see clearly again, there were countless disciples on the mountain range and countless tall and majestic palaces. It was the current appearance of the Imperial Thunder sect. Just when Xiao Hua didn't know how to retreat, the image of Ancestor Qianyun appeared in front of him again. Greetings, Ancestor. Xiao Hua didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly bowed. Ancestor Qianyun ignored him and just flicked his sleeve. Xiao Hua's figure suddenly rose up and fell into the palace in the clouds in midair. Isn't this the Yanlei Palace? Xiao Hua was stunned, but when he was in a daze, he saw a tall and thin cultivator standing in front of the pillar of the Yanlei Palace. He looked very lost. Damn! Seeing the tall and thin figure, Xiao Hua's heart moved. This seems to be, before he could even think about it, his figure merged with the tall and skinny figure. Then, Xiao Hua's eyes shook slightly. When he opened his eyes, he had already retracted his perception. In front of him was still that pillar of lightning with restrained light. Xiao Hua shook his head. He really couldn't distinguish whether he was in an illusion or in reality. He wanted to bite his finger to distinguish, but he felt that it was a bit embarrassing. At this moment, the door to the east side hall opened, and an early Foundation establishment cultivator walked out. He looked up at Xiao Hua, who was standing in front of a pillar. His gaze swept over him, and without stopping, he walked into the inner hall. Behind that cultivator, dozens of aura refining disciples rushed out. These disciples were of different ages and cultivation levels, ranging from the 4th layer to the 12th layer of aura refining. Ha! Xiao Hua. A very familiar voice sounded. Chapter 1573. Hearing someone call out his name in surprise, Xiaohua smiled and looked at the group of disciples coming out of the side chamber. Among the many male disciples, there were 20 or so female disciples. They all had flower-like faces and were wearing colorful clothes. Not only did they attract Xiaohua's gaze, the gazes of the 100 or so young male disciples also fell on them from time to time. In front of the 20 or so female disciples, there were 2 female cultivators who were about the same height. One had a round face, round and smooth like a pearl, and the other had an oval face, looking elegant. The one who called out to Xiaohua was the round and smooth Shui. Hearing Shui call out Xiaohua's name, the gazes of the 100 or so disciples all fell on Xiaohua. The eyes of the cold and elegant female cultivator beside Shui also flashed with a trace of astonishment. Seeing everyone's gazes fall on him, Xiaohua felt slightly uncomfortable. He couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his nose, and said with a bitter smile, Shui, long time no see, how are you? Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat lazy movements, Shui couldn't help but feel her heart beat faster. Her face was actually a bit hot, and her voice was much softer than before. She replied, I'm very good, how about you? Seeing Shui like this, the hearts of the surrounding male disciples became bleak. In an instant, their gazes were like flying swords, piercing Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua looked around and sneered in his heart. He took a few steps forward and said with a smile, look at I's spirited appearance, how could I not be good? Not only did Shui's face smile, but the surrounding dozen or so female disciples also covered their mouths and giggled. Junior sister Shui, is this the Xiaohua you often mention? The cold and elegant female cultivator beside her also had a rare smile on her face. She moved closer to Shui's ear and whispered. It's him. Shui's voice was like a mosquito. This Xiaohua is really amazing. Previously you said he was only in the middle of the 10th level of qi refining. Look, it's only been a little over a year, and he's actually at the peak of the 11th level of qi refining. The female cultivator's voice was indifferent, but traces of competitiveness could be heard. Is that so? As soon as Shui saw Xiaohua, her heart was filled with joy. How could she pay attention to his cultivation level? When she heard what her senior sister said, she promptly raised her head. Wasn't Xiaohua at the peak of the 11th layer of qi refining? Junior brother Xiao. Right at this moment, another voice sounded from behind the crowd. When Xiaohua looked up, he saw Wang Yunxiao, Mingu, Yuan Bo, and the others. Xiaohua looks at the dozen or so 10th and 11th layer qi refining disciples clustered behind these 3 people. He says with a smile, hello, 3 senior martial brothers. Long time no see. Both of you are in the 12th layer of qi refining. I'm truly envious. Wang Yunxiao took a few steps forward, cupped his fists and said, same here. We've all advanced from the middle of the 11th layer to the middle of the 12th layer, and junior martial brother Xiao has also advanced from the middle of the 10th layer to the peak of the 11th layer. Junior martial brother Xiao, you've made great progress. Xiaohua cupped his fists in return and said, that's incomparable, that's incomparable. I still don't know when I'll be able to step into the 12th layer. Mingu and Yuan Bo glanced at Xiaohua, then shifted their gazes to Shui and the other female cultivator. Seeing the 2 whispering to each other and occasionally glancing at Xiaohua, their eyes were filled with displeasure. They glanced at each other again, then smiled and said, congratulations, junior martial brother Xiao. You've finally broken free from the hardships of being a loose cultivator. Congratulations to you too. Xiaohua didn't understand why they would mention loose cultivators like this, so he only replied with a smile. Everyone came out of the side hall. Some people walked past Xiaohua, but there were also quite a few people who stopped and looked at Xiaohua and the others with interest. But when they heard that Xiaohua was a loose cultivator, their eyes immediately revealed a kind of disdain. They raised their pauses again and each of them dispersed. Apart from a few younger disciples behind Shui, the rest of the female disciples also left one after another. The cold and elegant female cultivator rolled her eyes a few times, then smiled and said, "Shwe shwe, since you've met an old friend, you might as well wait here for a moment. I will return to Sunlei Palace first." Don't. Shwe shwe was a bit anxious. She grabbed the female cultivator's sleeve and said, "Senior Martial Sister Shwe, don't be anxious. This disciple will leave after saying a few words to him." When Wang Yunxiao saw this, his gaze slightly swept over Min Gu and Yuan Bo. He cupped his fists and said to Xiao Hua, "Junior Martial Brother Xiao, you and I live very close to each other. Although we haven't seen each other for a long time, if you return to fledgling Thunder Peak, you'd better send me a sound transmission talisman. Your old friend is still here, so I won't take up any more of your time." With that said, he nodded and walked away. Min Gu and Yuan Bo didn't seem to want to leave. However, when they saw that Wang Yunxiao had left, followed by a few male disciples, they also cupped their fists towards Xiao Hua with extreme helplessness. Then, they nodded towards Shwe Shwe and the others and left Sunlei Palace. Before leaving, they viciously looked back. But at this time, Xiao Hua didn't see it, because Shwe Shwe pulled the cold and elegant female disciple in front of Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Xiao Hua, this is my senior martial sister. Her name is Sun Shu." "Greetings, Senior Martial Sister Shwe." Xiao Hua had a smile on his face. He bowed and said, "This disciple has seen Senior Sun Ming's elegant demeanor at Spring Thunder Palace. I really envy you all. Hee, how about Senior Martial Brother Xiao also enter our Sunlei Palace?" A few female disciples behind Shwe Shwe, who looked exceptionally intelligent, said with a smile, Go, you all wait outside the palace." Shwe Shwe waved her hand, looking like a senior martial sister. Yes, we will obey Senior Martial Sister Shwe's orders." Those female disciples smiled like flowers and ran out of Sunlei Palace. "Xiao Hua, I heard you went to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden?" Shwe Shwe blinked her large eyes and looked at Xiao Hua with great concern. "That place is so far away from Sunlei Palace and also not close to Zhenlei Palace. Why did you choose that place? The Eastern Ridge Herb Garden?" Sun Shu was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Hua and said very strangely, "Wasn't that herb garden abandoned long ago? Even if you want to look after the spirit herbs, you don't have to go to the Eastern Ridge." Xiao Hua scratched his head and said, "I don't know how to craft talismans, nor do I know how to refine pills. I also don't want to do other chores, so I naturally chose the easy job of looking after them. Moreover, I was born as a loose cultivator. If others look down on me, I might as well stay far away from them and save myself the trouble. Junior Martial Brother Xiao says it so easily. I'm afraid you have ulterior motives, right?" Sun Shu said with a smile, "Won't you know once you see fellow Daoist Zhao's cultivation increase?" "Oh." Xiao Hua laughed and didn't explain. He looked at the side hall behind Shwe Shwe and said curiously, "This is my Zhenlei Palace's Yen Lei Palace. Why did Sunlei Palace's disciples come to listen to a technique imparting disciples lecture?" Shwe Shwe covered her mouth and laughed. "Senior Martial Brother Xiao, have you never heard of a technique imparting disciples lecture? On the first day of every month, disciples of each Thunder Palace can go to other Thunder Palaces to listen to lectures. Senior Martial Sister Sun had a sudden impulse, so we came to Zhenlei Palace. I didn't expect." "What and what?" Shwe Shwe. Sun Shu retorted from the side. "Wasn't it your idea to come to Zhenlei Palace? What does it have to do with I? And you bumped into that Yuan Bo as soon as you arrived and even asked him about something in a low voice. So you were asking about this?" Sun Shu continued. "Senior Martial Sister," Shwe Shwe said coquettishly with a burning face. At this time, at the entrance of Yen Lei Palace, several Sunlei Palace's disciples who just went out poked their heads out and shouted, "Senior Martial Sister Shwe, the palace sent a message telling us to go back earlier." Shwe Shwe heard and her face turned cold. She said to Xiao Hua, "The palace is urging me, so I won't say much to you. If you have nothing to do, send me a message too. Last time, you actually didn't tell me you were in Dongling. I was afraid of delaying your cultivation. Xiao Hua touched his nose and laughed. Just remember it in the future. Okay. Shui laughed and pulled Sun Shu's hand to leave quickly. She still turned her head halfway. Don't forget. I know. Go quickly. Xiao Hua grinned and waved his hand a few times. After leaving Yanlei Palace, Shui and the others flew into the air. Sun Shu suddenly asked in a low voice, Shui, this Xiao Hua seems to be very mysterious. Mysterious? Shui was slightly stunned and said very strangely, I've known him for so long, but I didn't feel it. You're in this mountain, so deep in the clouds you don't know. Sun Shu laughed. Look at him, he doesn't even know that the disciples of the Thunder Palace are taught by each other. It's like this is the first time he came to Yanlei Palace and he's never listened to the teachings of the senior brothers before. Think about it, he's a loose cultivator, but now he actually used more than a year to cultivate from the middle of the 10th level to the peak of the 11th level. Although he can't be considered outstanding in my Thunder Palace, it's still impressive. If he's not mysterious, who is? Shui shook her head. Maybe his master taught him more? Who's Xiao Hua's master? Sun Shu shook his head. You also know that before we build foundation, our masters rarely give us pointers, and he's a loose cultivator, so his master's pointers are even less. Xiao Hua's master's name is helplessness. Shui said. Even if it's not his master's pointers, maybe it's his senior brother's. Helplessness? Sun Shu was stunned, then the corners of his mouth rose. He said with a smile, then I know who Xiao Hua's senior brother is? Who? Shui asked curiously. Is his senior brother very famous? Then the two people's topic of conversation changed from Xiao Hua to Xiang Yang's story, back to Xiao Hua. After watching Shui and the others leave, he took a step forward and walked towards a closed door on his left. When he arrived in front of the door, Xiao Hua tilted his head to listen. It was very quiet inside, without any sound. So Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and gently pushed. The door quietly opened. Suddenly, a clear voice entered Xiao Hua's ears. Through the half-closed door, Xiao Hua saw a rather large side hall with several hundred disciples. These disciples were all sitting in a circle on the ground. In front of the center, a foundation building cultivator was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. He was stretching out a hand and slowly forming hand seals. Listening to the cultivator's voice, it seemed like he was chanting some kind of spell. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then quietly walked in. He closed the door behind him and walked behind the outermost disciple. He also sat cross-legged and listened to the cultivator's lecture in front of him. After listening for a while, Xiao Hua could tell that the cultivator was talking about the minor confinement art. It was a spell that 10th and 11th layer qi refining cultivators could use. After talking for a while, the cultivator stopped and called a disciple to demonstrate. Unfortunately, that disciple didn't seem to be proficient. He waved his hand several times but still couldn't cast the minor confinement art. Seeing bean-sized beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, the foundation building senior brother sneered and said, "Sit down. In the future, when you listen to lectures, you have to pay attention." When that disciple sat down with a flushed face, the foundation building cultivator unexpectedly looked at Xiao Hua. Oh no. Xiao Hua was slightly startled. Sure enough, the foundation building senior brother pointed at him and said, "What's your name?" "Stand up." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart. He stood up and bowed, saying, "Disciple Xiao Hua greets senior. Are you a disciple of my Thunderclap Palace?" "Yes." "Then that's strange. How come I have never seen you before? Moreover, today, you actually came in right after I was about to finish my lecture. You don't know I's temper? That disciple is on duty at the Eastern Ridge's medicinal garden. It's really too far from my thunderclap palace, so disciple asked for the steward's order to cultivate on my own in the eastern ridge. Xiao Hua said very apologetically, this is disciple's first time listening to a lecture. I really don't understand senior's rules. And that cultivator obviously knew how far the eastern ridge was. He waved his hand and said, since you came, then you have to understand. Did you understand what I said just now? Disciple understands. Good, you can cast it and see. Hearing this, Xiao Hua waved his hand and deliberately made the wrong hand seal. That minor confinement art naturally couldn't be used. That cultivator shook his head slightly and gave a few pointers. Xiao Hua listened. It was precisely the part he made the wrong hand seal. After correcting it, he cast the minor confinement art. And, not much. Your comprehension is quite high. That foundation establishment cultivator nodded and said, admittedly, you're on duty at the Eastern Ridge, but you also have to prioritize cultivation. If you have free time, it's better to come back and listen to lectures more often. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua said respectfully. All right, that's all for today. 10 days later, I will lecture on palm lightning again. Finished speaking, that cultivator stood up. All the disciples opened up a path and bowed, saying, respectfully see senior off. Forget it. That cultivator flicked his sleeves and walked out of the side chamber with quick steps. Xiao Hua was right behind everyone, so he was naturally the first to come out of the side chamber. Seeing that cultivator walking towards the inner hall, he immediately ran 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, Senior, disciple has something to ask. That cultivator turned his head to look at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, if there's anything you don't understand about the technique I taught today, I can naturally answer. Previous ones? Forgive I for not answering. I dare not. Disciple just wants to ask Senior where our Thunderclap Palace's technique imparting pavilion is. Xiao Hua said respectfully. Technique imparting pavilion? What are you going there for? That cultivator looked at Xiao Hua and said curiously, you haven't reached the peak of the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, so it's still not the time to look for a technique, right? Hee, disciple just wants to look up some ancient books. Senior, please show me the way. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Follow I. That cultivator turned around and said. Chapter 1574. Xiao Hua followed the foundation building cultivator into the inner hall. After walking for the time it took to smoke a cigarette, several divine senses swept past Xiao Hua's body, but they didn't stop. After turning into a corridor, there was a small projector wall. On the projector wall, there was a huge picture. On the picture was an antique pavilion. The door of the pavilion was half closed, and there was a plaque on the door with the words, Technique Imparting Pavilion, written on it. Seeing the cultivator stop in front of the picture, Xiao Hua was a bit dazed. He secretly said, could it be, this is the Technique Transmission Pavilion? Sure enough, he heard the cultivator point his hand and say, take out your identity tablet and throw it into the picture. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua answered and took out the tablet. After hesitating for a moment, he threw the tablet into the picture. As soon as the tablet touched the picture on the screen wall, the picture emitted a trace of lightning that struck the tablet. Strangely enough, a trace of lightning also flashed from the tablet and collided with the lightning that struck it. The 2 streaks of lightning disappeared at the same time, and the tablet sank into the picture. After a moment, the whole picture emitted a tricolored brilliance. The brilliance flashed, and the picture disappeared. What appeared in front of Xiao Hua was a courtyard door that was the same size as the picture. Through the courtyard door, not far ahead, there was a pavilion that was exactly the same as the one in the picture just now standing in the center of the courtyard. Just as Xiao Hua was staring, a middle-stage foundation building cultivator came out from the courtyard door, holding Xiao Hua's tablet in his hand. He looked at Xiao Hua and asked, you're Xiao Hua? Disciple is. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Why did you come to the Technique Transmission Pavilion? Xiaohua didn't answer. He turned around and said to the foundation building cultivator who brought him here, "Thank you for leading the way, senior." "Hee, you're welcome." The cultivator laughed, flicked his big sleeve, and turned around to leave. When the cultivator walked far away, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the sect master's tablet, handing it over. "Disciple has something to do in the Technique Transmission Pavilion. Senior, please check the tablet." "Oh." The foundation building cultivator stared blankly at first, but when he saw the sect master command tablet, he was slightly startled. After repeatedly examining it, he handed it back to Xiaohua along with the identity tablet. He said, "According to the sect master command tablet, you can look it up in the Technique Inheritance Pavilion, but you can't take it out." "Yes, disciple understands." Xiaohua received the sect master token and replied. "And, come in." That cultivator turned around and entered the courtyard. Xiaohua followed him in. When Xiaohua's figure turned around the courtyard door, a tricolored brilliance flashed, and that picture appeared again. The entire screen wall returned to its previous appearance. The real Inheritance Technique Pavilion was different from the picture. It was surrounded by Foundation Establishment disciples. The Foundation Establishment cultivator didn't lead Xiaohua to the Inheritance Technique Pavilion. Instead, he led him to a small house next to the Inheritance Technique Pavilion. Reporting to Martial Uncle, "There's an aura refining disciple with the sect master's order who wants to come to the Technique Imparting Pavilion to look at the ancient records." The Foundation Establishment cultivator walked to the entrance of the room and reported respectfully. A very valiant divine sense was emitted from the small house. It circled around Xiaohua's body a few times, and a lazy voice sounded. "Has the sect master's order been examined?" Reporting to Martial Uncle, "It has been examined. It was indeed issued by the sect master." "And, then let him in." "It's just that, this disciple's sect master's order is somewhat special. It seems the sect master has decreed that he can enter the Technique Inheritance Pavilions of the 8 Great Lightning Palaces." That cultivator said cautiously. "Oh, this disciple is called Xiaohua, right?" "Yes, Martial Uncle understands. He's indeed Xiaohua." "And, let him in. The sect master has long passed down a decree. Cultivation methods and magic arts that are a level higher than his can all be looked at. It's just that he can't take it out of the Technique Inheritance Pavilion." A trace of extraordinary splendor flashed through that cultivator's eyes. He cupped his hands and said, "Yes, disciple understands." Soon after, he said in a low voice, "Come with this old man." Xiaohua nodded, then rushed into the small house and bowed. "Thank you, senior." It was quiet inside the small house, as if no one had heard anything. Seeing that there was no movement, Xiaohua also turned around and followed that cultivator into the pavilion. They walked all the way to the door, then the cultivator pointed with his hand and said, "Take your identity tablet and go in yourself." Then, he turned around and walked to a place not far from the pavilion. There was a praying mat placed on the ground there. He sat down cross-legged and no longer paid attention to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He respectfully bowed and thanked the cultivator's back. Only then did he take out his identity tablet and step into the pavilion. The pavilion's door wasn't high. It was carved out of bronze-colored wood. It didn't look too different from the study of a mortal family. Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked. He very easily passed through that door. There was actually no restriction at all. Strange. Xiaohua was greatly surprised. The restriction outside is so peculiar. Inside, not waiting for him to give birth to this thought, suddenly, from inside the pavilion, a large clump of lightning net flashing with lightning whistled and rushed towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't even see the situation inside the pavilion clearly before he was wrapped in the lightning net. Motherfucker, Xiaohua's back instantly broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he also firmly believed that this lightning net would not harm him in any way. Although his transcendence energy was attracted by the lightning net and seemed to want to leave his body, he still forcibly suppressed it. Sure enough, just when he wasn't affected by the lightning net, the identity tablet in his hand emitted extremely faint lightning. It was different from when he entered the painting just now. Although the lightning was extremely small and faint, once it came into contact with the lightning net was like an illusion. It only flashed for a moment and then disappeared. After the lightning net disappeared, Xiaohua finally saw everything inside the pavilion clearly. However, Xiaohua's expression suddenly became dumbfounded. This pavilion wasn't large. It was only several tens of feet long. On the pavilion's surrounding walls, there were paintings that were more than half the height of a person hanging. The center of the pavilion wasn't like what Xiaohua imagined. There were bookshelves, and there were also no jade slips placed on top of the bookshelves. There were only fist-sized balls of light. Counting them carefully, there were as many as 9 balls of light. Each ball of light was rotating in a fixed place, and the 9 balls of light seemed to form a very mysterious magic formation. This. Xiaohua somewhat scratched his head. The cultivation method, where is it? Even though Xiaohua walked through the entire pavilion and looked at the seemingly existing second floor, there was no ladder that could lead to it. Just when Xiaohua turned around and wanted to go out and ask, one of the paintings on the wall beside Xiaohua suddenly emitted a faint lightning. That lightning swayed and cast on the floor of the pavilion. From that painting, a cultivator whose cultivation couldn't be seen walked out. Xiaohua was startled. He quickly retreated a few steps and respectfully looked at the cultivator. He saw that the cultivator's figure was originally nothingness, but then it gradually solidified. When the light and shadow turned into a real person, the lightning that was projected on the ground immediately returned to the painting. That cultivator slightly tilted his head and glanced at Xiaohua. He walked to the side of a ball of light and used his hand to point. That ball of light suddenly enlarged. The cultivator patted his hand and took out a jade slip. Then, he threw it into the ball of light. Then, with another point, that ball of light shrank and returned to its original position. Martial ancestor Xiaohua saw that the cultivator was about to leave and quickly called out, "Disciple Xiaohua wants to ask for guidance from martial ancestor." "Oh, what do you want?" The cultivator turned his head and asked very indifferently. "This is the first time disciple has come here to look up the ancient records. I don't know how to look it up. Martial ancestor, please instruct me." Xiaohua respectfully asked. Zhenzheng and the others didn't explain to you how to use it?" The cultivator frowned and said very unhappily. "This, disciple didn't ask." Xiaohua saw that the cultivator was unhappy and quickly smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid martial uncle and the others thought disciple knew." "Hey, you're thinking for others." That cultivator snorted from his nose and pointed with his hand. "Within these few halos is the place where my technique imparting pavilion stores ancient records. You only need to throw your identity tablet into it and the halos will naturally lead you in." After saying that, the cultivator didn't stay and left the technique imparting pavilion. "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua cupped his hands and sent that cultivator off. Looking at the 9 balls of light around him, he didn't know which one was which. Originally, he wanted to go out and ask, but on second thought, there were only 9. Wouldn't it be fine to try them one by one? Thinking this, Xiaohua took out his identity tablet and tried to throw it into the ball of light next to him. Unexpectedly, after the identity tablet was thrown in, that ball of light spun rapidly and slowly emitted a layer of orange-red brilliance. The brilliance didn't last long and Xiaohua's identity tablet was thrown out again. I'm afraid I won't be able to do good." Xiaohua understood that his identity tablet should be like what that senior he'd never met said. It could only enter the halos of foundation building and aura refining cultivation techniques. Sure enough, after Xiaohua walked towards the door and tried to throw his identity tablet in, that ball of light spun and emitted an emerald green brilliance. Soon after, from that ball of light, a flight of stairs floated in the air and extended to Xiaohua's feet. "Wonderful." Xiaohua almost clapped his hands. Soon after, he stepped onto the stairs. Sure enough, the stairs automatically shrank and Xiaohua's figure shrunk even more. As the stairs unexpectedly flew into the ball of light and disappeared, the entire pavilion immediately returned to its previous tranquility. Not long after, the ball of light that Xiaohua entered suddenly started to spin again. Soon after, it expanded and another flight of stairs extended from the ball of light. A middle-stage foundation building cultivator walked down the stairs with a jade slip in his hand. As the stairs moved, a small inch-long person gradually grew bigger. By the time it landed on the ground, it already had the appearance of an ordinary person. Immediately after, that flight of stairs didn't shrink and Xiaohua walked out from the ball of light. He walked to the cultivator's side and bowed with a smile. "Martial uncle, thank you for your guidance." That cultivator didn't say much and clapped his hands. He took out an identity tablet and threw it towards the wall. It was a blank picture scroll. Just like before, the picture scroll projected a brilliance of lightning. That cultivator took a step forward and the brilliance suddenly disappeared. The cultivator flew into the picture scroll and disappeared. Looking at the picture scroll again, it actually gradually revealed a splash ink painting. The mountain in the painting looked very majestic. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.